16 years after lifting the title, he returns for a fourth Crucible final. The ultimate class act on and off the bays, and he will savour every single second of your reception. So raise the roof. He's Shaun, the Magician Murphy. And his opponent, returning for a fifth world final, 14 years after his first, he is the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby.
Between them, they've played 169 frames of snooker at the Crucible this time around to get to this point. However, it's the frames right in front of them now that means the world. Right. Your commentators, Dominic Dale and Dave Hendon.
So this is the season finale to a drama that has kept us rooted to the edge of our seats. No script, of course, just two fine snooker players chasing further greatness in a sport they've each been obsessed with since boyhood. It's first to 18 to win the title and the £500,000 first prize. Will it be Mark Selby for a fourth time or Shaun Murphy for a second? We have a huge crowd in. That's possibly the best news of the day, isn't it? After the last year. Okay. And they're going to enjoy 4 sessions here of the World Championship Final.
The first frame, Shaun Murphy to break.
Shaun Murphy, the 2005 champion, to get us underway. 8 frames this afternoon. What an occasion this is, Dominic.
Yes, a very good afternoon, everybody. I have a huge smile on my face. I can't wait for this encounter. Two players that have contrasting styles of play. Can Shaun Murphy continue to produce that kind of snooker that he did in last night's semi-final win over Kyron Wilson? Or will the redoubtable Mark Selby just prove in the end to be ultimately too solid and too much the hardened match player? He just stifled the sort of swashbuckling brilliance of Shaun Murphy at times. Very much looking forward to finding out the answers to those questions. It's a 2-day final, it's a marathon. Who will prevail?
Seeing all these stats come up, we've also seen the first error from Mark Selby. He's looking, as I say, for a fourth world title. Shaun Murphy for a second. But both players just looking to settle down. That's what they're playing for, of course. Getting early. He can't be tied up if he's at the table early making breaks. Oh, but he's missed that one.
Yes, there will be a lot of nerves, I'm sure, early on. Shaun Murphy was absolutely outstandingly good in beating Kyron Wilson. Don't forget, he was 10-4 behind in that match and ended up winning rather comfortably, 17-12. Well, early nerves from both players. Completely understandable, of course. Interestingly, Shaun Murphy averages 4 seconds per shot quicker than Mark Selby. So if Mark Selby can make this a rather ugly match, play a lot of safety, and do what he does best, it could cause Shaun Murphy to struggle a little bit, could disrupt his natural rhythm. But interestingly, Dave, obviously a lot was made of the match between Mark Selby and Stuart Bingham, whereby Mark Selby played a little slowly on occasions, but incredibly, you know, if you look at that match and their average shot times, Mark Selby was fractionally faster, according to the average shot times, than Stuart Bingham was.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the session where he went negative was the third session, and that was his worst session of the tournament. He only won 2 frames, so if anything, he did himself in as much as Stuart Bingham. He is someone other players have to cope with. He plays a particular game, just as players of the past did, just as players now do. Play an attacking game, you've got to cope with that, and Mark Selby presents a particular challenge.
Signs of nerves from Mark Selby. That was rather hit rather than struck. It wasn't a stroke. Already the table looking very scrappy with the black up towards bulk. Brown off its spot.
One.
Instead, he was given a small snooker table
7.
and instantly fell in love with this wonderful sport.
8.
Yeah, I think when you're at a very young age, you're attracted initially by just the vast array of coloured balls, and that's what attracted me to the sport, and I'm sure so many of the professional players that are playing here today.
14.
Shaun, one of the most rhythmical cueists this game's ever seen. Beautiful player to watch. Keeps so still on the shot. And when you're in this sort of environment, when the pressure's at its greatest, technique is just so critically important.
15.
Well, there's no doubt, and he said it himself, that Murphy's sort of resurgence in this event has been tied to the fact we've had crowds. He spent a very lonely year on the circuit, in hotel rooms, between tournaments, never mind during them. Crowds coming back have really helped him, I think. And, you know, it's getting fuller and fuller every session, isn't it? Wonderful.
21.
And Shaun as well, Dave, I'm sure he'll agree, by nature is a sort of person that really does love to interact with snooker fans and give their time to people. He's that sort of guy. He's a wonderful ambassador, really, for the game, and he talks so very well as well about the game and other things.
Absolutely. You know, he's spoken
22.
in the past about, you know, quite difficult times in childhood, bullying and so on, but he's found a place in this sport. You're quite right, and he's a snooker person, and he can relate to other snooker people.
$28.
If he won, it would set a record. Biggest gap between first and second world titles. It's been 16 years since he won this event.
29.
Shaun just having a look to see if there's any way he can leave a potting angle on the red next to the green, because he hasn't finished too handily on the blue.
Blue ball.
Well, there's a great shot of that red by the green. It's going to be very tight.
Shaun Murphy, 29.
Sort of ball he was knocking in last night, but this is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? First frame of the final. Mark Selby was even younger, discovering snooker, just 5, when he got his first small table, first played on a full-size table at the age of 9. As he goes into the reds. Key moment for him was when he was 11, Malcolm Thorne at Willie Thorne's in Leicester. Willie's brother gave him free practice because his family couldn't afford to send him to the club. And he absolutely grabbed hold of that with both hands. If people wonder why Mark Selby fights for every ball, just look at his background. That's why.
This was a terrific pot from Mark Selby. Had the courage to take it on. Yes, it's interesting, all the varying styles of play we have, not just in snooker, in every sport, and a lot of it's dictated to by your upbringing, your background, what sort of person you've become as a personality. It manifests itself in your style of play.
15.
There's no doubt he's built for this place, including last night's semi-final. He's now played 11 four-session matches here prior to this one. Of course, that was a 5-session match in the end, but 4-session matches, won 8 of them. and the ones he's lost have been close, so he seems to be the man for this format. He starts favourite for the final, for sure.
21.
I think the key for Mark Selby here to win this match is just to cut out unforced errors. By that I mean poor safeties, missed pots that he shouldn't really miss or doesn't normally miss. Those types of mistakes are the ones that will allow Shaun Murphy an avenue into the match and to contest it and for it to be a very close final. But if Mark Selby's ultra solid, doesn't make too many unforced errors, he could be extremely
22.
difficult to beat.
There's the average shot time for the tournament, but he's also scored heavily. 10 centuries he's made. Murphy's made 8. The one person we haven't mentioned yet, Dominic, Chris Henry, of course, who's in both of their camps. It's rather awkward for him. He sort of can't lose and can't win at the same time.
28.
But he's done a lot of work with Selby to try and keep him positive, and that's the attitude he's got to surely bring into this final.
29.
Well, yes, we spoke in our little ante-room, didn't we, ahead of this final, Dave? You know, it's a bit of a win-win situation for Chris Henry. He's performed wonderfully well for both of these players. And here they are contesting the final against one another.
Well, there's the one red on the cushion
35.
that he is going to need. Table went a bit scrappy, but that's because they were missing. It wasn't because he was tying it up. Murphy missed that black. Selby missed a few early on, because Murphy eventually missed the blue.
$36.
Has done well here, Mark Selby, though. After a bit of a nervy start, he's taken an early lead now in this first frame. But now the work does begin, as you say, Dave. Well, Mark Selby feels that this red next to the green is potable. Shaun Murphy had a chance to play for it from the long
38.
blue that he missed.
$39.
There are quite a few players that'd be rather comfortable to leave a double on that tricky red near the side cushion there. John Higgins in particular would be one of those. I wonder if Shaun, or rather Mark Selby, will. Just needed to be a bit straighter on this red. He could have just dropped it in and left a good angle on the pink
42.
to develop the red. If he drops it in dead weight now, maybe there's still a chance he could leave a good angle on the pink.
$43.
No, I think it's still a little pacey.
$49. Mark Selby, 49.
This is the sort of frame now, the position where you sort of fancy Selby when we get down to the last red and the colours, and it's going to be a fight, because he won that last frame last night against Bingham in similar circumstances. Played a good snooker. But Murphy's safety has been excellent as well during the tournament. There's only 1% between them for the event. In fact, he's just gone level, actually, 78% each now with that shot. So it's not a part of his game that's often talked about, Murphy, but it seems to have been working these last 2 weeks. Well,
Turn those off, please.
the first mobile phone. We hope it's the last. I suspect it won't be.
Well, not quite the safety shot that Shaun Murphy intended there, but it's worked out very well. He's promoted the brown now into a very possible position.
Well, look at that for a scene. Think about last year, how you felt last year when it was announced the World Championship would not be taking place in its usual slot. We didn't know if it would be on at all. It was put on, thanks to all the hard work of everybody in August, but now just signs that normality may be returning at last. This is a test event, remember, for indoor entertainment in the UK. Government pilot event. So far, touch wood, it's gone off without a hitch.
Shaun can just bend the cue ball around the yellow. That's what he's playing here, just to try and get some distance between the two balls. Couldn't get enough pace into the red. So will Mark Selby attempt this red to the right corner, can hold for the pink into the same pocket, and would only need the yellow in addition to leave Shaun Murphy at the snooker's required stage.
Well, this won't be straightforward now, but this is a chance nonetheless. Could have been frame over there.
Well, I thought initially the contact sounded heavy, and that was the corroboration. You could see the red leave the bed of the table.
1.
Upon contact with the cue ball. Shaun Murphy will already be thinking of a way to bring the blue into play, I'm sure.
Seven.
Oh, what a wonderful backdrop there. You can see a capacity house in the background. It's wonderful. Already spotted a few familiar faces.
9.
Yeah, even with his mask on, I recognise Coventry Brian.
Yeah.
It's one of the few sporting events where you know first names of the audience.
Now, I did have a feeling Shaun may play to leave himself this type of an angle on the green. If he can cannon the blue half ball here and bring it into play, it'd still be nicely on the brown. But no guarantee this shot will work out. In the end, played across the table to leave himself a cut on the brown to try and, if he can, just knock that blue along the bulk cushion towards the green pocket. This is a very good shot choice from Shaun. And this is a sort of shot I think Shaun would be very disappointed not to play well. He wants to cannon that blue over the green pocket here if he can. Oh, he will be disappointed.
16.
So already we've got drama. First frame, 3 points in it on the blue. Got 2 days of this, remember? This could have clearly gone better. Just gets on the blue there, you fancy him.
Shaun Murphy, 16.
Not quite a snooker, I don't think. Now, if Mark Selby can hit the blue full ball, that may be good enough for him just to bring it down in behind the black spot. Oh, he's played a great shot here.
Paul Collier in the background, refereeing his third World Championship final.
Ooh, now is this touching ball? It is indeed. Well, that's very beneficial to Shaun. Could just play away from the blue now, put that cue ball anywhere in bulk that he desires. He could, if he wished, try to snooker Mark Selby once again behind the pink by leaving the cue ball on the side cushion. This really is an intriguing little safety battle. Whoever wins it will probably go on to win the frame. Neither player requires the tricky black.
Yeah, and I think Murphy is going to have to win his share of these frames. He's not going to win every frame, surely, with a big break. These frames, I know it's only frame one, but these frames are going to be significant as well. They're the sort of frames where you back Selby normally.
If you're faced with a very difficult safety shot to play, it's best to try and focus on the object ball, in this case the blue, because if you keep that safe, the shot will be safe.
It's like they've started at the end. This feels like the deciding frame, not the first of 35. But every frame, every moment, passage of play is going to be significant over the 2 days, and this is just a chance to settle in, get on that scoreboard.
That was a little bit of a mistake from Mark Selby. Caught that blue just a little on the thin side. It will cut in. It's probably easier than the red that Mark Selby cut in on his way to that little break of 49 that you made earlier.
Five.
Still needs pink and black. In fact, he just needs the pink. And he's spotted it.
Murphy 11 and the
Pressure gets to everyone here. Didn't get to Murphy though, did it? What a first frame. If that's a sign of things to come, it's going to be a dramatic couple of days.
Thank you.
It wasn't
The
actually
second
that
frame.
late in the end.
Mark Selby to break.
Murphy won all 5 of his frames, and Selby came back and won the first of his. Murphy would become only the 7th player to win multiple Crucible titles. 14th in the history of the World Championship. This is elite company. He's already an elite company winning it. But if you can win it again, then you're cementing your place on snooker's all-time list.
Bold shot choice this from Shaun Murphy. I wonder if he set his stall out just to play an attacking game and try and disrupt Mark Selby's predominantly safety tactics and style of play.
Foul.
Another unforced error from Mark
Shaun
Selby.
Murphy, 4.
And he's left this red to the right centre for Shaun. And he won't settle down, Mark Selby, not until he wins that first frame and gets his side of the scoreboard rolling.
Particularly as that first frame was a sort of quintessential Selby frame in many ways, but he didn't win it.
One.
Can never quite predict how it's going to go. 30 years ago, John Parrott came out against Jimmy White in the final. In the first session, played the best 7 frames of his life. Won them all. Now, what's he on here?
6.
Well, at first glance, Shaun's only got a very difficult red to the right corner. He's considering it. Does he feel he can find a gap in the reds to give himself a chance to be on a colour? Is this in? No. My goodness me, wasn't sure. These pockets haven't been playing particularly tight during this event. That one almost went in.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like it shouldn't go in, but I still wondered at the last moment whether it would drop or not.
One.
Selby looking to join John Higgins on 4 world titles at the Crucible, which would leave him behind only Hendry, Davis and O'Sullivan. So, I mean, that really is the pantheon.
Well, that may well be very good for Mark Selby.
6.
Every chance that he did intend to cannon those 2 reds away from the black. It was very important from his point of view to have that black in play with the pink in an awkward position. But he should be able to plant this red that's next to the cue ball onto 1 over the pocket. He looks almost dead straight. So if this shot goes right, a great chance.
7.
Mark Selby's a very tall man. He's about 6'1", and even he is struggling to reach this. The pace that Mark Selby played that at told me that he probably did try to cannon those 2 reds away from the black there. Just a little unlucky. Well, I thought he was. He played the cannon on the red that he did cannon, but wanted to cannon it 4 ball, but he has an alternative.
Apparently he got some stick last night for celebrating the victory. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. He played for 3 days, 4 sessions, won 17-15. If he's not entitled to be happy about that, then what's the point? And we saw Shaun Murphy, part of, I think, his victory against Wilson was because he was getting pumped up, he was giving it the fist, he was getting
20.
excited. This matters. This is the World Championship.
21.
Slight shake of the head there. I'm sure Mark Selby would like to play next on the red that's nearest the cue ball there, but it appears he's just the wrong side of straight on the black to play for it.
$28. $29.
Could play a cannon here into that little group of 4 reds to hold for 1 into the left corner, develop a few more in the process. Having commentated on the majority of Mark Selby's semi-final match with Stuart Bingham, I just felt that for most of that match, Mark was playing the occasion as much as anything else, and it just caused him to struggle throughout the match. Had to dig very deeply to win it in the end.
I agree. I think he did go into his shell, definitely. Whereas prior to that, he played probably the best of anyone to reach the semis. Very attacking, open snooker.
$40. $41.
Well, what happened
Selby,
there?
41.
I must confess, I was looking at the cue ball to see how he'd finished on his next red, and wow, what a miss.
It's unbelievable. I mean, well, unbelievable.
Okay, well, I've had a chance to see it in our replay there. It could be that he was so straight on the blue, he was trying to pinch the pocket a little, and pinch too much of it.
What a moment then for Murphy, who must have been kissing goodbye to the frame in his chair.
Yeah, I think he just tried to pinch the top drawer of the pocket too much there to create a better angle for the cue ball, as he was very straight on that blue.
5.
Very different demeanour between these two players. Mark Selby, I feel, is a lot more demonstrative. Shaun Murphy, I've played so many times, and even when he is pressured, he seldomly shows it.
12.
Yeah, and also I think he's come here low on confidence, low on form. He's found something. He's just enjoying every minute of it. Makes him dangerous. Having said
30.
that, this is the final. It's all on the line now.
And Shaun Murphy is no different to any other champion. They'll spot
20.
moments in frames and in matches that can really hurt their opponent, and Shaun Murphy will know that if he can somehow win this frame, it'll hurt Mark Selby greatly, because Mark Selby
21.
felt there uncertain he was going to level this match up at 1-1.
Green ball.
Well, the blue's probably the easiest ball he's missed in the tournament. You explained why he missed it, but could be a very significant error.
24. 25. $32.
This frame almost following the pattern of the previous frame, whereby we could be in for a little battle royal on the colours again. Now can Shaun just drop this red in very slowly.
41.
Needs the black, yellow, green and brown to take a 2-0 lead and further exacerbate the miseries there of Mark Selby, who felt he should have won this frame already.
$48.
It was tough. He's bowling some big balls in this.
Big moments already here in this final, particularly for Mark Selby there. Can he get nicely on the brown to probably leave himself near the right-hand side cushion to play the blue, because then he can take it around the angles of the yellow pocket, come around the angles to leave himself the pink. Needs every remaining ball.
$5.
Over screwed. Does Mark Selby still feel he can cut this brown into the centre? Controlling the cue ball for the blue will be the big problem though.
Mark Selby, 5.
Well, he had the chance for the clearance, but it went wrong. Green to brown. Didn't quite get the snooker. Yeah, and now he's in one.
Rapturous round of applause there, but I don't think Shaun will be particularly pleased with that shot, because if Mark Selby gets this right, he could return the compliment. Very lucky there, Mark Selby. That was a big misjudgment for somebody of his safety abilities. The reason he's been so incredibly lucky there, he's just brought the pink into the middle of the table, the ball that he needs.
the scores. He needs the blue. The ball that Mark Selby missed when he was bang in. What a dramatic start to this final. And it's Shaun Murphy on top. Potted that really good blue and pink to win the opener. Thunders in the long blue there. And as you can see, Mark Selby needs 2 snookers with just pink and black left. But Selby had good chances, not just the blue he missed, but then when Murphy missed the yellow, he had the chance to clear. Didn't get nice on the brown, and he's not coming out of his seat.
9 on the frame.
So a couple of frames that you might associate more with Mark Selby that are close, that go to the colours, have been won by Shaun Murphy. He leads 2-0.
Thank you. The third frame. Shaun Murphy to break.
So Shaun Murphy breaks off for frame number 3. Absolutely delighted, I'm sure, with the start that he's made to this year's World Final.
Yeah, already Selby's on the back foot. Ruining missed chances, missed opportunities. And also he's seen Murphy's long potting is already looking very good, as it has done the whole 2 weeks. That blue was obvious evidence there.
I can only assume Mark Selby can't get through to the possible red to the left corner. It might just about have been a shot to nothing. Had he been able to see the potting angle of it. He's faced with a tricky safety now because the blue is hiding the right-hand side of the pack. So it appears there aren't any avenues back to bulk here for Mark Selby. I don't think Mark Selby played that shot. So nearly left a red to the left centre. Wasn't far away from leaving the red to left corner for Shaun. I think he was trying to get into the back of the pack there.
Look at their nicknames, the Jester and the Magician. It sounds like it's sort of a light-hearted affair. It's been anything but so far. 2 hard-fought frames. Interesting, I think Neil Folger was making the point about this sort of generation there. We talk about the class of '92, Higgins, O'Sullivan, Williams. After that, you have the likes of Matthew Stevens and Paul Hunter and Graham Dock came through, and these are from the end of the 90s. Neil Robertson is the other star pupil from that era. They turned pro as teenagers. All had their early struggles. Murphy dropped off the tour. Selby didn't do much for a few years, but of course developed into just fine players. With that grounding as well, Dominic, that they had in the junior game as well.
Yeah, that grounding that a lot of the British players had as juniors is absolutely invaluable. You learn the game the hard way through playing top amateur players, your peers if you like, and you played the wrong shot at vital stages in matches that you were looking set to win, and you'd have your heart broken by winning clearances from these good amateur players, and that's how you learn. But a lot of the players from places such as China and Neil Robson from Australia, they've done most of their learning in that regard when they've been over here on the professional tour, playing players that knew the game inside and out.
Yeah, I've already mentioned Malcolm Thorne. He's one of many people in the grassroots who have done so much for future stars of the sport by just providing opportunities. Can do with the wobble.
Wow, on such things, hey? Had this cue ball dropped, there would have been a simple red to the right centre, just waiting for Mark Selby to begin a break with. It's amazing the pressure that having a red near baulk puts on you when you play a safety shot. Mark Selby ordinarily would be quite happy to play the cue ball back towards that green pocket, but just having that red nearby can really make you cue poorly on a shot like this for no reason at all. So just a containing safety shot in the end. There you go, caught that all wrong, Mark Selby. Again, I'm sure if that red wasn't so near the green, he wouldn't have any problem playing that safety shot back into baulk there.
Well, Shaun Murphy knows he's on top right now, and he wants to press home the advantage he already has. Well, in terms of their personal head-to-head, it's very close actually, 14-12 to Selby. They've only played in 3 previous finals. Selby's won 2 of them. Only played once at the Crucible before, surprisingly. Semi-finals 2007. That went to a decider, 17-16 to Selby. Another aggressive shot here, getting into the reds. It's not quite no more than Mr. Nice Guy from Murphy, but there's definitely an intensity there that we've seen in this championship that we don't always see from him. And when he plays like this is like what he was when he won it. He's very, very hard to handle.
And I just wonder, Dave, having worked during this event with Chris Henry, Shaun Murphy's learnt something about himself here. The way
14.
forward for him temperamentally is clearly just to not be quite the showman, but be more businesslike.
15. $21. $22.
Shaun Murphy seldomly gave his opponents
28.
second chances. Positions like this in his earlier matches, particularly yesterday in his match with Kyron
29.
Wilson. Devastating bursts of scoring. As you can see, there's already a significant difference in their shot times.
$36. $37.
Yes, he's made 8 centuries in the tournament, 31 half centuries as well. So a lot of big breaks. Half century won't always win you a frame, of course, but
43.
these are building blocks towards winning frames. And this black will be
44.
for another one, the highest break so far, but this time he wants to continue. Often in the World Championship, we've seen it all through the event, you get a player who does win a series of frames. Murphy is on an incredible run. This, if he won this one, would be 11 in a row over 2 matches.
51. $52. $57. $58.
So Shaun Murphy makes the first half century of this year's final. Will it become the first century?
Well, I guess first things first as ever is secure the frame. This black, red and colour should do that. There's only ever been one Crucible final without a century. That was perhaps the most famous of all, 1985. Dennis Taylor and Steve Davis, remembered for other things.
$65.
Just a touch short of pace there as he approaches the winning line. Just a red in any colour would do. Is this in? No. Reprieve for Mark Selby, who badly needs one.
Yeah, just left it more awkward than he would have liked. Well, another potential for a big early moment. This is why.
Just wonder if Mark Selby can play a red onto the one over the pocket. Oh, he can't really, so he's going to have to pot it. Oh, he'd be happy with that. He lost control of that cue ball just a little there. Just finished beautifully on the black.
8. Nine.
I think Mark Selby here has to play the cue ball off the top cushion and come in behind the remaining 4 reds.
14.
Well, there's work to do yet, but that brown already looking a big ball on the baulk cushion.
$15.
I'm sure Mark Selby would love to cannon that tricky red near the left centre pocket into play. He needs to try and pop the remaining loose reds first to get back in the frame.
$22. $23.
Well, he has a great chance here to pot the blue, leave himself 3/4 ball on the loose red, and then he can bring that tricky red into the middle of the table. This is a key shot coming up right here.
$28.
I think he may have even overrun here. I was still able to cannon the red.
29.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Mark Selby play for the pink off this red
34.
just to get it back onto its spot. Make the winning clearance easier.
$35.
Again, that sounded a bit heavy to me. Now, can Mark Selby leave himself an angle on the green to bring the brown into play here?
41.
His whole frame could hinge on that one shot.
$43.
That looks pretty good. If he plays this with top spin and a little left-hand side, he can try and knock the brown towards the yellow pocket. Missed the cannon.
46.
Well, here we are again. Third frame of the match. Third frame that's come down to the colours.
And try and get that brown behind the black spot. Wow, this is a superb shot from Mark Selby. If that brown can just run an extra inch, I don't think it has. It's not quite a snooker. Amazingly, I thought Shaun played that really well, but the brown didn't seem to do anything when it struck the top cushion. Pace just seemed to come straight out of it.
You heard the murmuring of the crowd. Selby needing the 4 colours to get on the scoreboard.
And to get onto the blue, he may have to risk the in-off. Oh, wow, that was close.
Shaun Murphy was looking good. He made a break of 65, just needed a couple more balls, but missed that red. Selby stepped in, didn't make the clearance because he didn't get on the brown, but he now needs pink and black, and he'll be on the scoreboard.
$15.
Could have been 3-0. Mark Selby, though, has won frame 3 on the black. So Shaun Murphy's lead is reduced to 2-1.
The 4th frame. Mark Selby to break.
So Mark Selby knows he could have been 3-0 down, but snatched that frame on the black. It's 2-1.
Well, I just wonder now how much winning that 3rd frame will have meant to Mark Selby in terms of settling him down. He's been a little bit off colour for the first 2 and a bit frames. And if there was one of those 3 frames that this man here should have won, it was that one. He was in prime position. Didn't get onto a red. He was just 2 balls short of establishing a 3-0 lead. And you don't settle down until you can get that scoreboard rolling on your side. But now that Mark Selby has, how much difference will we see in his play? That is a good shot from Mark Selby, but when the reds are spread like they are, there's bound to be a pot on somewhere. And Shaun Murphy here has a choice of 3. Well, I'm sure if this red goes in and Shaun Murphy finishes on a colour, he'd have expected to make a sizable break, but now that chance has fallen to Mark Selby. Just needs one good positional shot to a colour, and it's difficult to see him missing.
So he's in. He's also won a frame. So he hasn't got that sort of anxiety of looking at the scoreboard and seeing he's not on it yet. Let's see if he can settle in with a decent break of his own here. His high so far just 49.
6. Seven.
Shaun Murphy's gone for his shots the whole championship. As Dom says, he gets that long red and gets on a colour, then you fancy a big break. But it's what happens if you don't get them, of course, leaving chances.
Nine.
Well, this isn't perfect for Mark Selby by any means. He has a choice of, I think, 3 reds that he could pot. He may not be able to get perfectly on any colour here, but with all these reds as possible options available to Mark, shouldn't really ultimately cause him any real problem.
10.
Mark Selby getting close now to 700
50.
career centuries as he's on 691. There's only 5 players ahead of him on that list.
$16. $23.
That's a red that
24.
Mark Selby wanted to see out of the way. It now means the pink will pot into that same left corner now.
That trophy in the background, just to remind everybody of the importance of the occasion. Purchased by Joe Davis for the first
31.
World Championship in 1927.
$32.
Of course, in those days, snooker was seen as a bit of an upstart sport compared to billiards. The Billiard Player, the great magazine of the time,
37.
gave that first World Championship 4 paragraphs. That's all he thought it was worth.
It was thought of at the time as a rather crude game, snooker, by comparison to English billiards.
Well, of course, what made it was
38.
television, colour television, and the great battles that we've seen in tournaments all around the world, but particularly here in Sheffield. Battle's been joined here by Selby.
$45. $51. 52.
Rather a lot of heavy-sounding contacts that denote a kick to me. I don't know why. I don't think either of these players are using the old brand of chalk. A few marbly contacts.
Yeah, sometimes I think conditions are affected definitely by just what sort of day it is, what the weather's like.
58.
But Selby has weathered an early storm here, hasn't he? It was looking like 3-0. Now it's looking like 2-2.
59.
Yes, winning that last frame. This was the mistake from Shaun Murphy that allowed Mark Selby in for this opportunity. And having won that first frame, he's a different player now.
65.
Well, it's set up nicely for the spectators here, level at the interval. I think a lot of people are hoping this will be a close final, regardless of who wins. Feels like reward for the sport. We haven't had a deciding frame finish at the Crucible for 19 years. Peter Ebdon and Stephen Hendry, 2002. Could this be the year for another one?
74. $81. $82.
Well, it was that red, wasn't it, in the last frame, when he was just a couple of balls from securing a 3-0 lead that's turned this mini-session.
$88. $89.
May have an angle on the black here, Mark, to bring the tricky red into play. Oh dear.
Foul.
Well, no century, but he'll be happy enough with that 89 break. He looked like he was going 3-0 down, but Mark Selby has battled back, as he so often does. And so they head to the interval. All square at 2 frames each. So 2-2.
Thank you,
set up nicely
5.
for the second
Shaun
half
Murphy
of the
to
first
break.
session. Murphy made the early running. Selby's pegged him back. It's jostling for position. There will be someone in front, though, after day one. They play 17 frames today, 8 this afternoon, 9 tonight. So it's going to be someone going to bed tonight in front in the World Final. I know it's your first time commentating on the final, Dominic. It's been a very eventful start, to say the least.
It really has. Shaun Murphy may feel that he's missed a bit of a trick not taking that 3-0 lead. He'd have been guaranteed to be at least 3-1 at the mid-session interval, and I wonder now if Mark Selby would have enjoyed the interval far more than Shaun Murphy will have done. But very interesting that Chris Henry, who's well known to all the professional players, a very good player himself, a former professional, but he's a bit of an expert on the mental side of sports, not just snooker. He does a lot on the golf tour as well. If he's done his job well, he should be set up for a 17-all final frame showdown, surely.
Well, I think we'd all enjoy that. This is the pot success so far. As Ronnie said in the studio, Selby hasn't really shifted from around that spot for the whole tournament. Took his chance well when Murphy missed the long red in frame 4. Selby made 89. But long potting for both, just 1 out of 4 so far. Oh, that That was a beauty, though. Yes, what a pot that was. Went in off the near jaw. But the incredible thing was there from Shaun Murphy's point of view. Played that with a lot of pace and he kept so still on the shot. Fabulously cued. But look where he left the cue ball there. The only red he could have left was the one he took on. So that took some of the pressure off the pot. And the way he's played that tells me his next intention will be to pop the red to left corner and cannon the red away from the black as we have another look. That cue ball leaving the bed of the table quite a few times on its.
Seven. $15. $16.
Needs an angle this time, I feel, on the black to go into the pack of reds.
23. $24.
Needs to be careful not to get too much action on the cue ball here, otherwise it could finish in no man's land. Played it perfectly. Power stun into the pack of reds. There wasn't too much backspin on the cue ball.
31.
So the cue ball didn't screw back off the reds and finish near a cushion somewhere. That's worked out really well.
$32.
It's interesting, when he won the title 16 years ago, it was a special year because it was the last year of sponsorship by Embassy, and there was a big parade of the former champions before the final session with him and Matthew Stevens. Shaun, as a snooker fan, it's a big occasion just to be part of that, never mind playing. And this is another special occasion with the crowds returning. May just act as that extra little bit of inspiration he
39.
needs.
$40.
Attempted the long red in the last frame, missed it, lost the frame. In this frame, he knocked it in. Now he's looking to do the damage in the balls. Of course, he made that 65 in frame 3, but broke down, lost that frame. So he's looking to press on here. As you can see, if he can get to 70
45.
points, then he puts the frame safe.
46. $51. $52.
Shaun certainly doesn't need to go into the reds ever again here in this frame. More than enough loose ones to enable him to win the frame at this visit. And interestingly, if he pots this red, the pink would actually
59.
pot into the left corner.
$60.
This was around the time it went wrong in that third frame. But he's been very purposeful, I think, in this break. He's been quick, he's been instinctive.
67.
He needs one more red here. Should be 3-2 up.
Yes, I feel that Shaun may well play for the pink now into the opposite corner.
that's the thing with Selby, you've got to nail the frames. It's all very well potting what we call frame ball, but any sniff of a chance to play for snookers, he'll take it. So you've got to put the frame away. And even here, he'll be a bit concerned because there's 2 snookers required.
74.
Selby will be out of that seat, I guarantee it. But not if the red goes in. It's well done well there.
75.
So a chance for him to make the first century of the final. Well, the black stays
Shaun
out,
Murphy, 75
so 75, but too far back even for Selby to play on. Murphy back in front. A swift frame, he leads 3-2.
Mark Selby to break.
Well, I'm sure we'll see Shaun Murphy attempt this red to the right corner, given that he potted that great one in the previous frame, which in the end helped him to win the frame. Double kiss. How costly will that have been? Can Mark Selby get through to the red just above the black? I'm not sure he can. Is there anything else on? Just get through there, but he can't avoid cannoning either the black or the red. Oh, this could be unfortunate if he's not on either black or pink. Did very well to give him the chance to be on one of them. Black clearly doesn't go, and I think if the pink was available, he'd be down playing it by now.
Mark Selby 1.
Mark Selby was lucky there. It wasn't the best safety shot. That double was always on. But similarly, Mark Selby can attempt one into the opposite centre here.
The audience weren't sure, were they? Right until the end when it stayed out.
It's great though, isn't it, Dave, to hear these oohs and ahs.
It's fantastic because the Crucible over the years, it's become a sort of festival of snooker, not just the tournament, but everything around it. In normal times where everything's open, you know, wherever you go in the city, there's someone talking about snooker, and people meet up every year, they meet their friends every year to come along and watch. So, you know, we're sort of creeping back towards normality, aren't we? Hopefully next year there won't be masks and there won't be tests and we can just enjoy the snooker as normal. That's what we all hope.
These are the kinds of situations whereby Mark Selby can become a little laboured at times. Sure, there are some players that would play the red nearest the cue ball and play it into the pack of reds at pace and screw back to bulk, but I don't think that's the sort of shot that Mark Selby plays. Oh, the red's on. Is he taking it on? He did attempt it. Amazing. Didn't look as though there would be a gap through there. Nervous ball strike this from Shaun Murphy. Wasn't struck very sweetly by any means, and there's a chance here for Mark Selby to get this cue ball in behind the yellow. He'll be disappointed. This frame already longer than the last. We only had one ball potted, but that's the beauty of snooker. You're never quite sure what you're going to get. Ultimately, you need 18 in this final to be champion. Mark Selby has had a couple of World Finals where he's been behind early on and come through on day 2 against both O'Sullivan and Higgins. The other one he won, he was 6-0 up against Ding Junhui and always managed to just stay ahead of him. Of course, he did lose a World Final as well in 2007 to John Higgins, who had a big overnight lead, although Selby did cut that back on day 2. It's been a long road to this, hasn't it? You know, we started at the qualifiers at the start of April, 10 hard days. And then we came here 2 weeks ago. All sorts of theories people had about who was going to win, how it's going to play out. Not that many people, it's got to be said, tipped Shaun Murphy. But here he is, leading the final. This frame already shaping up to be the sort of frame that you'd think would be in Mark Selby's wheelhouse. A lot of tactical play. Beginning of it. That is a mistake from Shaun. He took it on because he knew he'd be on the yellow. But if Mark Selby wants to play for the yellow. He'll have to pop this red with a little bit of pace. He'll need to screw the cue ball back at least 8 or 10 inches here to be on the yellow, which will make the pot a little more difficult. Well, this time a far more serious mistake from Shaun. Very, very aggressive shot choice.
One.
Come a long way since he first went to China as a teenager, played in Shanghai Masters there. It was a China Open actually, but it was in Shanghai. And he was so jet-lagged that he tried to get transport down to the venue in the middle of the night, thinking it was afternoon. He was playing at 2. Sort of 1 in the morning. Pitch black outside. There he was in his full dress suit and his cue, trying to get a taxi. And someone had to say to him, Mark, it's the night. His timing has improved over the years.
8.
Mark Selby would like to be a little straighter on this red to the left centre so he could easily hold for the blue. Could do with getting into that pack of reds fairly soon because the available reds or the loose reds are not quite so easy to get on as they may appear.
Nine.
Don't think the red that's just detached from the main bunch there will pop past the pink into the right corner. What if Mark Selby may consider risking a delicate cannon into the 2 reds together by the blue? Okay, I think he's played for the loose red into the left centre. Oh, he's judged that well. That's a very good shot.
Twelve.
He left himself so thin on the black there, playing it with a lot of top and right hand side. He didn't play it with the pace I think he really needed to split the reds properly. Well, the fact he has this out, Dave, tells me he's going to attempt the cut back on this red to the left corner. Well, you won't be able to see much here when he plays this, I can assure you. He won't have much of an idea how far his tip is away from the cue ball here. This is a little extravagant for Mark Selby, I have to say.
Well, he seems to have thought better of it. Or maybe not.
Mark Selby, 19.
It's fair to say he made a little bit of a mess of that. But his cue tip there must have been 45 inches away from the cue ball. How on earth were you likely to time it?
Well, he took close to 3 minutes on the shot, but played a positive shot. Just didn't play it as well as he would have liked, Mark Selby. Horrible shot he was attempting with that swan neck.
Round of applause, but Shaun's left himself quite a bit to do here with the cue ball. He's a good 2.5 feet away from this black. He'll have to dig down into the cue ball here to try and create a cannon. Well, he's playing it plain ball. He's missed it anyway.
Shaun Murphy, 1. Eight. Nine.
The top red of that group of 6 pots into the left corner. Easy to get onto from the green. Didn't get into the cue ball there though. Mark Selby was playing to cannon those 2 reds to leave himself on the blue. Wow, has he travelled past them enough to still be able to pot the blue?
$17.
Mark will attempt the red into the yellow pocket here. He'll be keen to not leave a pot on the red next to it though. Want to try and take some of the pressure off this difficult pot.
18. 23.
He was world number 1 for 4 years. In fact, he took over when he beat Murphy in the German Masters final 2015. Was not shifted for 4 years. And he has said it's his ambition to get back there. Going to be
24.
difficult. But winning the World Championship with £500,000, which translates into points, obviously is a massive step towards that. He would cut the gap on Judd Trump quite significantly. But being world champion is the ultimate pinnacle in this sport.
31.
Rankings are important, Triple Crown, all that stuff, but it's the World Championship. That's our one true major event. It's the one you're judged by. It's the one everyone wants
32.
to win. Mark Selby's already won it 3 times. And if he pots this red, he should have won this frame and will be level again.
39.
Shaun Murphy missed that black, didn't he? And he had the chance to potentially
40.
go 2 clear again.
$46.
Well, that came out of nowhere, but he's done enough.
Mark Selby 46 and the frame.
Shaun Murphy stays in his chair. There's 2 frames left to play this afternoon. We're level once again at 3-3.
Frame. Shaun Murphy to break.
It's 3-3 here in the World Championship final. Shaun Murphy has led 2-0 and 3-2. He's not yet got away from Mark Selby, though. Remember, they play a total of 17 frames on day 1, so someone will be in front coming back tomorrow. But it's going to be close going into this evening.
Not the best break-off from Shaun. I expect Mark Selby to be close with this. He wasn't. That's the type of long ball that's causing so many players to break off and just roll into the pack of reds. Trump there he is.
Yeah, doing some media work. He'd rather be out there, of course. Shaun Murphy put play to that in the quarterfinals.
Weak safety shot there from Mark Selby. Possible options here for Shaun, but none of them easy, and there's risk attached to every one of them. It's always very difficult to play a safety shot when the reds are scattered around the table as they are. I wonder if Mark Selby may feel compelled to take something on here.
just sort of feels like it's turning into a Mark Selby type match, this. And this is a dangerous table, but it just feels at the moment he's got the slight edge in terms of the pace of play. It's always the danger, of course, that Murphy's just going to knock one in. It's also the danger that Mark Selby's going to knock one in.
What a gap he found there with the cue ball. It was on, but if Mark Selby had missed that pot by more than an inch or so, he was almost bound to cannon into other balls. Just have a look at this again. Goes the red, cue ball goes between the gap of those four, and through another gap between the blue and reds. Dare he trickle up to the brown or the green here?
Mark Selby 1.
Well, danger where all those reds are.
Yeah, there's a very handy target though to the two reds nearest that left corner. As long as Shaun can find the gap between all the other reds. He's normally very good at these kind of shots, Shaun Murphy, but it's easy to make a mistake. If it doesn't avoid the gaps in the reds here, it could be extremely detrimental. Now, first glancing though, Dave, he may have left a red on here to the right of the black spot.
Well, he looked very concerned as he left the table, and that's the potential opening for Selby. Yeah, it was dangerous, wasn't it? As you say, he had the chance to lay up to them, but you slightly misjudge it. With all those reds there, you're going to leave something. Well, we've seen a few of these flying during the championship. Able to get his hand on the bed of the table here. So Selby did have a half chance there, but Shaun Murphy's knocked one in.
Three. Four. Nine. 10.
Well, this really is a terrific opportunity now for Shaun Murphy to retake the lead again. Hasn't been behind yet in this match.
$15. 16.
The thing is, he'd be prepared for playing Mark Selby. He's been playing him for 25 years, you know, from boyhood into the professional game. This is, of course, the biggest match they played in against each other. He's got to accentuate the positive in his own game, because there's plenty to be happy about over the last couple of weeks. It's been a difficult season, but here we are. The biggest match you play as a snooker player, and he's here, and he's playing
22.
some good stuff. There's also less of him than there was.
23.
Of course, he had this challenge with Phil Seymour, Master of Ceremonies, at various tournaments to see who could lose the most weight for charity. Phil won that particular challenge, but Shaun, he has lost some and feels better about it. They called it snooker's biggest loser, but of course, if you try and fear, you're snooker's biggest winner.
$30. $36. 37.
Big difference in the average shot times there, wasn't there? 6 seconds. There you can see in our little sidebar graphic,
43.
central figure of 62 denotes the target that Shaun Murphy is looking to achieve, which would mean that Mark Selby would require
44.
a snooker or more.
$50. 51.
Shaun won't need to worry at all about the tricky reds on cushions.
Now he was snookered, he left a
57.
potential pot to this corner. Selby missed it. Shaun Murphy potted a good long one. And he's kept going nicely.
58.
This pink should be back in front. He's not trailed yet. Just glances at the scoreboard, just to double check.
$64.
He'd love another red in though, wouldn't he? It's just one snooker to tie as it stands, 2 to win.
Shaun Murphy, 64. One.
Mark Selby took
7.
a pink there. It means that he now needs 2 snookers. As you can see, he's 56 behind now, with just 51 remaining. He played for the red closest to the pocket there, but has he just overran the cue ball slightly?
Mark Selby, 7.
Murphy's still favourite for the frame, but he knows he's got to put it to bed. He sort of almost won the frame once, and now the battle starts to win it a second time. This could help. Well, Murphy relieved to get this simple chance now to put the frame to bed.
One.
He stayed positive during the whole afternoon. He's playing his own game. And whatever happens in the last frame, he'd love to win it, obviously, but whatever happens, he's going to be close coming back this evening.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Well, he's had a look at the scoreboard, and here he comes. There's always the chance, if there's a red, if that free ball can really turn things, it's almost worth 3 snookers, because it's 12 points potentially with the free ball. Brown was a little bit close to the pocket.
Well, Mark Selby requires 4 snookers at the moment. That one was a guarantee. But of course, Shaun Murphy needs to fail to escape from these snookers.
So that's the final nail in the coffin for this frame. A lot's happened this afternoon, although I suspect tomorrow night, if it's
6.
still close, we probably won't remember any of it, because a lot will have happened by then. But this is all about jostling for position. Even Selby's not going to play
Shaun
on here.
Murphy, 6.
He's pretending to get out of his seat, but he's staying where he is. Murphy's back in front with 1 to play this afternoon at 4-3.
Final frame of this session, Mark Selby to break.
Always nice to take some sort of a lead going into the next session. And Shaun Murphy give himself that lead with victory in this remaining frame here.
Cheers, Shaun. Foul and a miss.
Will this be a free ball, I wonder?
Mark Selby 4.
It is, and the green's on.
Free ball.
Oh, that could be significant.
Who fancies the 16 red clearance then? Steve James made one here once. It's the only one at the Crucible.
1. Three.
He's gone wrong already. He has the red to the right corner, of course, but he won't be able to avoid cannoning into other balls here, so may have to play a control cannon to the black to try and knock it on.
One of those strange situations where if Mark Selby made a 147 break here, it wouldn't be a maximum because it started with an extra red. Jamie Burnett is the only player in professional snooker to make a break over 147. That was a 148 in the UK Championship qualifiers, for which he received not a single penny.
Eleven. Twelve.
Now, where's this pink going to have to go? It needs to go behind its spot, but in a direct line with this top cushion. Well, in the end, it wasn't too difficult for referee Paul Collier. Sometimes they have to go right in the middle of a group of reds, but not on this occasion.
18. Nineteen. 24. $25.
Now, will Mark Selby go into the pack of reds here? He could still play for the remaining loose one. That's quite a nice shot he's played now. He has the option to screw off the bunch of reds, bring a few into play.
30.
But you've always got to be careful not to screw enough into the centre pocket when you play these. And he managed to avoid that.
31.
just not ideal on this blue, Mark Selby. If you could pot it to the left centre and avoid going off into the left corner, you may be able to play back up for a couple of the reds near the pink spot. But does he feel the in-offs on? I don't personally think it is. That cue ball certainly was heading towards the corner, wasn't it? So that's why Mark Selby in the end had to play it pocket weight.
36.
He did a very good job of that.
Remember, this started with a free ball. The only 16 red clearance here, I mentioned Steve James. Back in 1990, he made a 135. He's actually 60 today, Steve. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to Jimmy as well, of course. But can Mark Selby follow in his footsteps?
Well, this certainly could have worked out better for Mark Selby. He could still cut a red into the corner pocket, but it's very thin. Well, Dave, I have to say, I thought that red was in.
Well, it could be a big moment towards the end of this session. So Mark Selby breaks down 46-0 in front. This would be quite a big blow to land, I think, as it's the last frame of the afternoon, if Murphy could take the frame now.
Absolutely, Dave. I think he's got a good angle on the pink here, Shaun. If he can somehow just screw into that red that's next to the black and develop it, everything will be on for him then. Is he straight enough on the pink to screw into the red by the black? He was. Well, that's opened everything up.
Seven. Eight.
Maybe it's because we haven't had them with us for a while. That was a bit of a eventful pot. We haven't had them with us for a while, but you really notice the crowd now getting involved, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. And of course, the players aren't used to playing in front of an audience. They haven't been for over a year, really, except on the odd, rare occasion. Oh, he's turning the black down in favour of the pink. This is a much more difficult pot. And he's missed it.
Selby could see. Selby was... Hang on.
Has he?
He was getting out of his seat. He'll have to sit back down again. Wow. Huge.
14.
Mark Selby was just getting out of his seat as this pink was going to the jaw, but then it goes along the cushion, and he has to sit back down again. In it goes the yellow pocket.
Wow, a bit of magic there from the magician himself.
15.
Yeah, but not a lot of laughter from the jester.
22.
It'll certainly hurt Mark Selby if Shaun does take full advantage of that fluke here.
23.
Just look at the position of the remaining 5 reds. Every reason to think that this man here, Shaun Murphy, can win the frame from this opportunity now.
$28. $29.
Well, it was a dramatic start to the final. There's a dramatic end to it as well. Big fluke from Murphy has helped.
Oh, he's just overscrewed that a little though.
36.
That just makes the pot a little more tricky, and also the positional aspect of the shot.
$37.
Now, in potting this red to the left corner, does it open up the other two,
44.
the opposite corner? Or are they only available into the left centre?
$45. $52.
So it's that pocket again.
Shaun
This
Murphy,
time there's no
52.
fluke. Now, are the Reds covering one another? You hope so. Same pocket though, Dominic.
Yeah, Shaun could just see a 5-3 lead there in the back of his mind. Just put the red onto the jaw of the pocket. As you can see, there's just the path through here for this red to the right centre. A little bit of pressure here on both players. Can Mark Selby erase that 1 frame deficit? Well, if it runs, I think it might just go in. Yes.
Oh, well, the biggest match in our sport, and it is delivering on the drama here in session 1. Murphy had that big fluke on the pink. He had a big chance for 5-3. Mark Selby looking now for 4 each.
Oh, he's short of pace. He's short of pace. This is a very thin cutback now.
8.
Goodness me.
Mark Selby, 8.
Now, has he left the red on? I think he has. He has.
Well, what a chance it was
Settle
for
down
Selby.
now,
Just
please.
didn't get on the red as he intended. Left it over the pocket. Shaun Murphy knocks it in. To a big cheer. So barring any further catastrophe, it's going to be advantage Murphy after the first afternoon of the final.
10.
Yes, just green, brown and blue required for a 5-3 lead.
13. $17.
The trophy waits in the background. It will be presented tomorrow evening. all the signs are it's going to be a close battle.
Ready two.
But it could have been a lot closer for Mark Selby. The mask is on already for a swift exit. He had a great chance to make it 4 each. And it is Shaun Murphy who holds the advantage after the first session of this World Championship final. There's still a long way to go, but he leads Mark Selby by 5 frames to 3.
And there's the fist pump that's been missing from Shaun Murphy's game for years. He is back.
After a very challenging 12 months. But it's Shaun Murphy with the advantage by 2 frames. Mark Selby could have pinched the last of the session. But indeed, both players 1 frames they could have lost and vice versa. And I think the general consensus was that Murphy looked the more relaxed and perhaps deserves that slender advantage. But there's an awfully long way to go, Joe Johnson.
Yeah, but what an exciting day and a half we've got. They've played in 3 finals previous to this one. Selby's won 2 of them. Only played once before in the World Championship, though. And that was, well, way back in 2007. And Selby won that one on the decider. 17-16. As we see Shaun knocking that wonderful red. Cue ball just about holding up for the green. Good early confidence-building shot.
And if this final turns out to be as good as that semi-final, then we're in for a treat. Shaun Murphy was 2 up with 3 to play, but only scored 22 points in the last 3 frames. Mark Selby, of course, going on to play John Higgins in the final. Only the 5th qualifier to achieve that, and a couple of years previously, of course, Shaun Murphy had become only the 2nd qualifier here at the Crucible after Terry Griffiths to actually lift the title. The highest breaks, just the 1/2 century from Selby, the 89, that helped him to share the pre-mid-session interval frames after Murphy had a great chance to lead 3-0, but then equally, the final frame of the session after Murphy had missed a red following the fluke pink, could and perhaps should have gone Selby's way. So overall, I think Murphy will be more than happy with 5-3. Thought both players looked very relaxed as they walked in. Selby behind, but he was smiling, and a great hand for both of these players from this packed crowd.
Yes, you mentioned Mark Selby's only contribution in 89. But Shaun Murphy's had 65, 75, 84, 52. The rest, no problem for Shaun Murphy. Made it look easy. But he had to concentrate on the cannon as well there.
Turn that off, please.
I don't think there's any doubt that the return of an audience has been instrumental
17.
in Shaun Murphy's run to this final. He's a player who thrives off the atmosphere of a crowd, which of course has been absent for 12 months. And he's really engaged the crowd as well. He's got them on side. We've seen the fist pumps. We saw a lot of that in the semi-final when he produced the stirring fight back from 10-4 down at one stage against Kyron Wilson. And we've seen it again today, a little pump of the fist as he finished the first session with that 5-3 advantage.
What a little flick this was. Look at this, the cue ball coming across the table, just flicking those two reds and pushing them on. That couldn't have turned out any better for Shaun Murphy.
The other thing that will encourage Murphy so far is that he's managed to win a couple of tight frames. We know he's capable of winning frames in one visit off a raking long red. But if he can win the tight ones as well, then he's giving himself a great chance against Selby, who's a past master at winning the frames that go down to the last
25.
few balls.
Yeah, there's no fear between these two players for each other. They've played a lot of times. The head-to-head favours Mark Selby slightly. 14 wins to 12.
26.
The last time they played, it was Mark Selby who won that one. And that was a semi-final. The European Masters, he won 6-3. So they know each other's game inside and out. They know what to expect.
33.
That was the very first ranking event of the season, of course, and it allowed Mark Selby to ease the pain of his dramatic
34.
semi-final loss here to RonnieO'Sullivan just a few weeks previously. Murphy, of course, has shown no form this season, while Selby has been winning a couple of titles and making a number of semi-finals. Just one last four appearance for Murphy. But something's definitely clicked at the Crucible.
41.
And he's been playing the kind of snooker that saw him win this title 16 years ago.
Yeah, he could have gone into the reds there. He had the perfect angle on the black.
.42.
Hasn't quite got the angle this time to go into the reds. Tried to create the angle, but he couldn't pinch too much
49.
on the pocket, otherwise he may have missed the black and hit the reds. Got so close. So just a safety, and he doesn't want to bring that red off the right side cushion. A little bit of insurance for him, that. But he's got to avoid that red if he plays safe off down the right side of the table. He could clip the reds thin on the left side. Yeah, had to play off the reds thick to avoid that red on the right side cushion.
49.
And he's got a very good cue ball. He needs a cover here. He needs a cover, and I think he's got it. Just one safe red. So I've got to be very careful here. Shaun Murphy.
Yes, he was a couple of balls away from making it 3-0 this afternoon. But Selby was able to pinch that one for 2-1, and then, of course, won the fourth as well. So this lead, by no means decisive for Murphy. He knows it.
Well, he's been thinking well. I've been very impressed with his thinking abilities this week. He's thought his way out of trouble. He played the plant there, but look where the cue ball's going. He doesn't want the kiss. Can Selby see the red over the pocket? Oh, this is tight. This is tight.
Selby's not been great from long range so far, just 3 out of 9 attempted.
It looks like he can pot it. But it's tight. Well played. Well played. He's got a couple of safe reds. But a chance to get right back in the game.
Selby is no stranger to sluggish starts in World Finals, of course. He was 12-4 down back in 2007 to John Higgins, and at one stage got it back to 14-13 down. And then, of course, in 2 of the finals he won against RonnieO'Sullivan, 10-5 behind at one stage, against John Higgins, 10-4 adrift. And, of course, went on to win both of those matches. So he'll hardly be fazed by a 2-frame deficit early in the piece.
No, such a long way to go. This is all about trying to stamp your authority on the final.
16.
Make them earn any frames that they do win. Don't hand them over.
These sorts of frames always feel a little bit more significant, though, when your opponent
22.
has been in first, built a handy lead, and then has failed to convert it into a frame-winning one. If you can then win that kind of frame, that just inflicts a little bit more pain than a frame won cleanly off your own bat.
Yeah, and I just go back to the chance that Shaun Murphy had to go into the reds. Now, normally, he gets into them pretty quickly. But he played down to the last red and then left himself fairly straight on the black with no angle to go into them. And that was just the sake of 8 points.
$30.
And if he could leave himself near the cushion, near the black cushion,
31.
he can then play that red nearest the right corner and try and bring that red into play near the right middle. But he'd have to be near the cushion. Might just have the angle to attack that red.
38.
Doesn't have to. Can leave an angle on the black. Nicely played. So that's one of the reds
59.
brought into play. And that couldn't have turned out any better. The right side of the blue, the red in play. Now, just the ideal angle on the pink to either bring that red off the cushion, away from the cushion, or drop him behind it.
44.
Such a great rest player, he might choose to drop him behind the red. Now he's chose the black,
45.
and I think he's just not bounced hard enough. Can he knock the red out or drop him behind it? Just drop him behind it. And he's so good with the rest, but these are still tough pots. But if this goes in, it's a steal. Some early pain. Never looked like missing. An ideal on the blue.
Well, this would be some clearance to start the evening, wouldn't it? A couple of awkward reds, but successfully negotiated by Selby.
And it started with a good long red, didn't it? It was close. It was close to being unpottable. Now, the important shot here
58.
is to get onto the green to be able to get to the brown. Nothing for being short here.
60.
And that's just about right. You can take the brown to either pocket from that angle.
He needs up to the blue to make the frame safe.
63.
Just a little straight on this brown than he would have wanted. But just needs the blue, as Philip said. Great opening frame, this.
$72.
Well, he missed the chance to clear up in the final frame of the first session. This has been a tougher assignment because there were awkward
78.
reds to overcome. He did it brilliantly. And what a confidence booster for Selby at the start of the evening. Shaun Murphy was in first, tried to go into the pack and missed them. Mark Selby got back in. What a clearance. It's 5-4. In the whole of this World Championship, that was the penultimate one
The
with
10th
Stuart
frame.
Bingham, which he lost 6-2.
Mark Selby to break.
His game rather ground to a halt in that session. At one stage, he was at 39 seconds a shot, very much against the grain of what he produced in the first 3 rounds when he sailed past all 3 opponents for the loss of only 11 frames combined. But of course, he finished against Bingham very strongly. And said afterwards he actually felt more relaxed right at the end of the match. It's almost unheard of, isn't it?
Well, he's offered up the chance straight away.
1.
What can Murphy do? Made a 49 break in the first frame, but refused to go into the reds for me, the penultimate red that he played. Failed to get position on
Brown.
black to be able to go into them. And when you leave it to the last red, sometimes that happens. Black unavailable to the right corner, so he's going to have to play for the blue.
5.
Don't think the pink goes unless he stuns around the back of the black. Nicely played.
6.
Now a little nudge on that red, pushing it towards the right corner pocket.
$13.
It really was something special from Murphy in turning around his match against Kyron
14.
Wilson, who played quite brilliantly in the first session. Perhaps the best snooker that he'd ever produced, certainly when you consider the occasion, the calibre of the opponent. But Murphy won 13 of the last 15 frames of that semi-final from 10-4 behind.
21.
5 half-centuries, including a 100 break in the final session when he won 8 on the bounce.
Maybe a chance to open more reds up here. He doesn't want the kiss. Oh, he didn't want that kiss.
22.
He'd have been nicely on the black without the kiss. Still possible, the black, but a lot tougher. Oh, that's a beauty. Still on reds to both middles. What a good recovery shot that was.
29.
And if you can, pop this red. Stay on the pink or blue or black. The balls are there for the taking. Nicely played.
30.
Well, both players look like they mean business.
Your second shot.
Just a year in age between them. Murphy, 1 year Selby's senior at 38. And this rivalry dates back to their junior days. They used to practice together at Willie Thorne's club. And they've been friends during all of those years, but of course friendship must be put on hold over the next 2 days.
$36. $37.
Played the cannon to the red. It's still on the red to the right corner, but
44.
he would have been closer to it had he got the cannon.
$45. $52.
69 should be enough for Murphy. He'll be very mindful of what happened in the previous frame, though, so maximum concentration to make sure that this
53.
time the break is a frame-winning one.
Yes, he doesn't need those 5 reds surrounding the pink, which are all covering one another, by the way. He can win the frame with these 2 reds out in the open. Nearly a plant. Might be able to make it.
$60. $61.
Now, what does he play here? He could play to go into them. Or he could play down for that loose red by the yellow. He'd be unlucky not to be on one if he did go into them. And he caught the right red. Just the red needed. Can he see enough of it?
68.
Looks like it from there.
Well, that's frame ball.
69.
Selby needs a snooker. Murphy will want to make double sure of this black, keep his concentration. And it was a loose safety. Terrible safety, even. A rarity indeed from Mark Selby, which has left
76.
Murphy in for this chance to restore his 2-frame cushion.
77.
Punch and counter punch. Now in line for his 9th century.
83.
At 103, which has already beaten the record from 2 years ago by 3, with a lot of
84.
this final still to come.
$91.
We haven't seen this demeanour from Murphy for many
92.
a season. Even a couple of seasons ago, when he actually enjoyed one of his most consistent of his career. He won 2 ranking titles in a single campaign for the first time, but I don't think even then we saw that swagger of old. But it's well and truly back in Sheffield
98.
this year. Seems to be enjoying every minute of it. Even frames he's losing, he's taking on the chin. He'd like to make a century, of course. This is awkward. Shame. No a century, but that's the way to respond to the disappointment of losing the first frame when he got himself well in front. Mark Selby back in charge, or rather Shaun Murphy is at 6-4. So Shaun Murphy restoring his 2-frame advantage with that superb break of 98. So someone's going to be in front for sure. Still plenty of time for Mark Selby to turn things in his favour this evening, but he knows that his good friend is cueing superbly well and playing with a lot of confidence. And he's more than competing with Mark Selby in the safety stakes at the moment. As things stand, he's actually marginally in front in that department, so that's going to please Murphy.
Do you mean there's been a safety shot?
Well,
so far this evening?
Not too many. But it is an area of Murphy's game that he's worked hard on and is clearly better than it was. Of course, his trump card is his potting and his break building. In fact, all of these top players are at their best when they're doing that. But as we know, Mark Selby has all kinds of ways of winning matches. So you've got to be able to compete in that department in a world final, and at the moment, Murphy is.
Well, good break off. Hasn't left that long red on.
Foul. And a miss.
Lots of oohs and ahs.
Shaun Murphy full.
He won't be too bothered about missing a ball. He would be bothered about catching it a little thick and leaving the cue ball down this end of the table. Couldn't quite pot the red to the left corner.
That look there, Mark? Yeah, Shaun? Thank you.
Nicely played. Tough shots to play those. Now, is it a Murphy special? You can just about see it. Oh, beauty. A beauty.
It was pots like that that won him the 2005 World Championship as a qualifier. Fearless, long-range potting of the highest order.
Ramble.
And that's something else that has really sparkled this week. That magnificent black when he looked like falling 8-4 behind to Kyron Wilson, which really turned the match.
Coming down for that red just above the black. Let's have a look at this marvellous potting. Hasn't quite come far enough for the red he wanted.
6.
And that's okay. I think you can hold for the red to the right of the pink.
Murphy looking to become only the 7th player to win multiple world titles at the Crucible. An exclusive club indeed.
14.
Oh, he didn't want the kiss. Had it just have slid past the blue, he would have had an angle to either play for the red or go into the pack. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball, and he caught them well, but I don't think he's on one. Not an easy one anyway, maybe on a red to the middle, but very, very difficult
26.
to play it. Look at the right-hand side on the cue ball there. A little fuller. Could have still been on one. It was a good attempt. Well, I was thinking of sending the red down the table. I'm not sure about that
26.
one. Left an easy safety.
So for the third time this evening, Shaun Murphy in first with a lead.
Yes, it's a strange game, isn't it? Murphy inviting Selby to play the cue ball down the table because he's pushed a red over towards that right side cushion. And he's saying, play the cue ball down the table and leave me a chance at that red. Well, he has done. But again, that's not a good safety from Mark Selby. That's not what we've come to know from him. That cue ball should have been close to the baulk cushion from such an easy red to play safe from. Well, I'm surprised he didn't take it on, but he's got a good safety shot.
As Selby weighs up this predicament, and talking of exclusive clubs, only 4 players in the history of the Crucible have won the World Championship 4 times or more. That's what Mark Selby is aiming for over these 2 days.
Well, from where he was, that was an excellent safety. Maybe he'll have to lay the cue ball on the black cushion this time round.
His lead might have been bigger, but you can always say that, can't you? There are so many sliding doors moments in matches like this over so many frames.
Well, there's another one. That's a sliding door. That's just shut on him. Had a long red to the right corner a moment ago. This red to the left corner. It's full of danger. The black does go, but he could be leaving reds on. Certainly rattled the pocket, but he's left a chance for Shaun Murphy. little kiss there, and it's probably a frame-winning shot. So close.
Green ball.
Attempting to put the green safe.
Shaun Murphy 1.
Could have done with it being closer to the cushion. Both balls, the white and the green. Oh, another beauty. This time from Selby. Just too hard for a colour. Beautiful pot.
Mark Selby 1.
Just 1 point for now, but that outstanding long red could yet yield much more for Mark Selby if Murphy's not careful here.
Yes, there's danger here. If he tries to land up to the red next to the black and misses it, he could leave the red on to the left of the black. If he plays to hit the red nearest the left corner, the one left to the black, he could leave the red on that's closest to the black. So this isn't straightforward by any means.
Some shots need some deliberation, and this is one of them, because if it does go wrong, it could cost Murphy the frame. He's playing at 21 seconds a shot for this match, which is below his season average of around 22.5. Mark Selby at 26 seconds, which is a couple of seconds above where he'd normally be for the season.
Yeah, that's not what he wanted, I'm afraid. The red next to the black will go. He got a round of applause for it, but he knows that that could cost him dearly.
One.
Well, he earned this opportunity with the excellence of the red, which allowed him to lay the difficult snooker for Murphy.
Yes, it helped the reds being spread as they were. There was nothing really to land up to. Had that red been where it is now, behind the black, that would have been a lot easier.
Six.
But like Murphy in the frame before, he's got to get them. Murphy's pushed the green a little safer. And that red on the right side cushion is not a gimme.
13.
Maybe, I don't know if he can play a little cannon to the red above the pink. Yep, he could. And that left him on choice of reds.
$20. $21. 27. $28.
Well, if you can take big colours with these remaining reds, it wouldn't need the difficult green.
$34. $35. $42. $43.
Nice angle to get to either red. This is the important shot, to leave
50.
an angle on the pink or black to be able to get to that red near the cushion.
51.
And made sure of being the right side of the pink, and ideally that's where he'd like to be. And he's a little slow. That just makes it a little bit more difficult where he is. Now, will he play this
57.
dead weight for the pocket to accept it, or punch it in?
That's all he needs.
It's dead weight. Give it every chance of going in. 28 points in the game. And both players, when they're getting a chance, are doing the business. It's great snooker.
Yes, although Shaun Murphy has
65.
been in first in all three, and he's only going to have won one of them.
$67.
Well, the frame is surely over, regardless of Selby losing position on the green.
Mark Selby, 67.
37 the difference, 25 on, 3 snookers to tie as things stand.
It's close.
Bracing the tactical side of the game more now than he's probably done at any other time in his career. He'll be the first to tell you that he's not a past master at winning frames from snookers required, but I think practicing with Fergal O'Brien since he relocated to Dublin has changed his attitude towards safety. And the fact that he's playing on here, which he might not have done in seasons gone by, shows that he's at least prepared now to try and embrace that side of the game in a way that he didn't before. Well, he missed a blue earlier that beggared belief, and I think it's fair to say he didn't hit the brown as he intended there either. You can see the funny side because Murphy's still very much odds against in this frame. 34 behind, only 22 left. Can he kill it off this time?
Yeah, nicely played. I'd be surprised if we missed this one though, but stranger things have happened.
Problem Murphy's got here is not only that he needs 3 snookers to tie with only 4 balls to play with, but he's up against one of the most astute tactical players the game's ever seen, who's very good at getting out of them as well as laying them when he needs to. So all in all, the odds very much stacked against him here. The frame now nearly 25 minutes old. And it's got to be a source of frustration for Murphy, I think, that although he's looked the better player so far in this final, there have been 1 or 2 frames that have got away from him that he might and perhaps should have won. As I mentioned, he's been in front in all 3 this evening, but it looks as though Selby's winning 2 of them.
Foul. Mark Selby 4.
Shaun Murphy looks at Mark Selby.
Mark Selby.
And that's the end of the frame. So, Mark Selby closes the gap once again. Murphy leading 6-5.
Frame 12. Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby looking to win this little mini session then, and in the process, tie the score up at 6-all at the break.
Just caught them a little thin. And that's why the cue ball nearly finished up behind the yellow. Possibility of pushing a red over the right corner. If he just catches it a little bit too thick, and he's looked at the shot. He knows it's on. That sorted that one out. I can't believe he took that one on, to be fair. The cue ball was always going into the reds.
That's exactly the point that Kyron Wilson made in his post-match press conference after losing to Murphy in the semis. That he takes balls on that other players wouldn't consider, but when he's playing as he has been during this championship, they're going in. And of course, he's very capable of then scoring heavily off his opening long pot.
Oh, what a great pot it was. It really was.
But that one wasn't.
I think he may have covered the red, but that's not the point. Well, we could be in for a re-rack.
Do you want to keep going, or?
Paul Collier intervening very quickly, and that's absolutely sensible when a stalemate is in the offing. So we'll start again.
Frame 12, Mark Selby to break.
Take 2, frame 12, Mark Selby to get us underway, looking to level up at the interval. It's 1-2 of the first 3 of the night.
Yes, they come to the decision about a re-rack a lot quicker nowadays. Saves a lot of time. But you need the little nod from each player. I'm surprised he played that. I really am. He needs a bit of luck, and he didn't get it. That's the reason he went for the pot in the last frame, because he knew that he was pushing that red towards that right corner. Now Mark Selby, with choice of balls, I think he can play for the pink or the black. And that's a let-off for Shaun Murphy.
Mark Selby 1.
Yeah, didn't intend to catch the black, but he could have caught it thicker. Now, can he be tempted? He's got the cue power to take this red on to the left corner. He's just having a look to see if the red will pass the black. And there you can see it does. So there's a danger of leaving that red on if he does take the other red on. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant shot.
One.
And got that cue ball just where he wanted it. It's great to see both of these players attacking the balls, trying to win. But it was a safety error from Shaun Murphy, catching the black on that return safety.
4.
Just one miss with the rest from Selby in this match, 10 out of 11. 10 out of 12, and that is a surprise.
Mark Selby 4.
Very surprised with that one.
See how far he missed it by. Caught the black.
Well, the only red that goes is the one that's closest to the black spot. And I suppose he could take that on and play the cue ball back down the table. I think it's worth a go, but he's playing the safety. Nothing wrong with that. playing over the right side of the table, down by the green pocket. The black comes into play and playing the safety. Should be able to miss it, but there's always that chance. Shaun Murphy connected with it. Caught it a little bit too thin, and he's going to leave this red on. A chance at it anyway. It's not often you see Mark Selby making safety errors. He's made 2 or 3 this evening so far.
Murphy at 60% from long range in this match so far.
And he's missed that because of all the right-hand side he put on the cue ball. That made the pot a little bit more difficult. Mark Selby looking at a possible 3-ball plant. So, 3-ball plant from the 8-ball world pool champion. If he goes for a plant, he can guarantee it's going to be close. Well spotted. So a chance to forget all about that missed red with the rest.
6.
Shaun Murphy had the chance to punish him, make him think about that miss. That chance has gone.
7.
A little heavy for the blue. How's your luck? Well, not ideal.
10.
Thin cut to the right corner. Nicely recovered.
11.
And the ball's a little bit more inviting now. He's got great cue pie, you know, Mark Selby.
15.
Just come a little bit too far for comfort there, though, for the red above the black spot. Can still pot it, but not straightforward to get to a colour. That's why he's looking at this red down the cushion. And although it looks easy on TV, you know, he would have been down there playing it if it had been easy. And that's end of break. Doesn't have to play the black, by the way, just because he can see it. He's happy enough to leave it there for the time being. I think green may be the ball of choice if he does play off the cushion. Great tactician, great thinker. He knows he can play that shot. It's whether he wants to or not. I say green because you don't want to leave the red over the left corner, and that's what he's looking at now. If he catches it full, will he leave a chance at that long red? I just got to play it at a little bit more pace.
Green ball.
Well, he couldn't have hit it much better. The ideal hit. Just managed to miss the pink, but he's left a chance. And I think this is where you've got to go for the pot rather than play it with a lot of right-hand side, which is why Murphy missed his long pot earlier. Okay, the cue ball's probably going to go into the reds. But try and make sure of the pot. You can always skim off them like that.
1.
And that was the difference, really, between taking those two pots on. Shaun Murphy played it with a lot of right-hand side to avoid the reds. Selby could have done, but he chose to put everything into the pot. Hope he got a good kiss. Again, tremendous cue power. Tremendous cue power. Could play for the black, but it looks like it wouldn't spot. And just looking there, it might go on the pink spot.
Murphy having beaten him in the World Open.
4.
So he could play for the red just below the pink. The other one's available nearest the black. But this one below the pink, or above the pink, both good reds to play. Now, out comes the magic implement, which will tell him if the spot's available. Now.
11.
If he plays for the pink, it could make things a little hairy.
Twelve.
Left enough angle on the blue to be able to come in and out of balk. Nicely played, and that's the red he played
17.
for. He would have liked it just a little bit harder, but he's okay. He can get back to the blue from there. Just seems to be a little bit more Selby this session than it did seem at first. It was all Murphy at one stage, but Selby's nicked a frame or two.
He's just been that little bit more clinical so far tonight, hasn't he? Murphy has made the running early in 3 of the frames, but Selby has managed to win 2 of them and threatening now to make it 3 out of 4, which would have been his goal at the head of the evening.
Perfectly played. Perfectly played. Now, he could come down for the red near the black spot, but he doesn't have to. He could play for the red behind the black. Just doesn't really want to take the pink because that would tie things up. So he could do with playing for the black here, which would go back onto the pink spot.
23.
I'm not sure if he's got the angle to play for that. May have to play for the blue again if not.
$24.
45 the difference. So another red and a colour. He's fought hard, and this is probably the shot that
29.
has won him this frame. He just caught the green. And from there, Shaun Murphy played a loose safety. And this is the result.
Well, he looked very relaxed when he walked into the Crucible this evening for the second session. To deafening applause.
35.
He's never been a player fazed by being behind. Some of his greatest moments have come when he's
36.
overturned deficits. And he's looked sharp tonight. Made that superb stealing clearance in the first frame of the evening. And he would appear to have achieved his goal of winning 3 of the first 4 of the night, and in the process restore parity
43.
with Shaun Murphy.
$44.
The Magician pegged back for now.
$51. $52.
Selby's 4th half century of the match. 3 of those have come this evening.
Yeah, it's looking like a different Selby this evening, isn't it? I mean, both players
59.
are so mentally strong that they expect peaks and troughs. You're not going to
61.
play well every session, and your opponent is going to play well some of the time, and you've got to accept that. And I'm sure they both do.
That's the beauty of the Crucible.
64.
The long matches allow for all sorts of ebbs and flows and twists and turns. You can be sure there'll be dozens of those ahead of us over the next day and a bit.
68. $73.
Mark Selby looked unbeatable in the first 3 rounds. He had his tough moments against Stuart Bingham, but finished strongly, winning the final session 6-2. Somewhat
79.
outplayed in the first session today against Shaun Murphy. But back on level terms now at the midway point of session 2. It's set up beautifully for the second half of the first evening of the World Final here at the Crucible in Sheffield. Dead level here. That's 6 frames all. Well, eventually this second half of session 2 is going to get underway. Just the one previous World Championship meeting, remember, a memorable one. 2007, feels like a lifetime ago. Shaun Murphy led 16-14. Mark Selby produced 3 outstanding frames to pip him to the post before losing an epic final with John Higgins. But of course he avenged that final in 2017, going for his 4th world title.
Wow, I thought that was in. How did that stay out? Great attempt.
He's knocked in some great ones, but his overall long pot stats aren't as he would like them. 47% or 8 out of 17 if you prefer.
It was so close, that. And it wasn't easy. He was digging down into the cue ball. Just have to impart the slightest amount of side and you've swerved it.
There were 7 centuries in that semi-final they played here back in 2007. As Colin mentioned, we're still waiting for one in this match. No shortage of breaks, though.
Shaun could have made one in the second frame this evening, but he chose to play to knock the red off the side cushion instead of playing for the last open red, which would have guaranteed him a century. That was on 98. Now, Mark Selby trying to get over the right side of the table, which makes it a lot harder for the return safety. The red's just below the pink. It was. Beautiful shot. In fact, timed it too well. Look at the cue ball. There was no need to bring it back that far. Couldn't leave anything, except the red he was playing on.
Murphy very nearly at 70% for the tournament from distance, which is outstandingly good.
Oh, another great pot, wasn't it, Philip? But it looks like it's only going to get him 1 point, unless he can get the snooker. He could play the cue ball into the green pocket area, which would be a good safety. The pink would be covering the shot back to balk. Well, that's not... Well, if he's cut the path off with the green, that's okay. Can you see that red? Yep, you can. See, I would have preferred the cue ball to have been closer to the green pocket.
Foul. And a miss.
Now, if this comes down far enough, he's left the red to the right middle. And I think he has. So a chance. Not an easy one. May be able to get to the pink, to the middle. Trying to force that cue ball through the reds, and that's worked out absolutely brilliantly. He knew the cue ball was going into the reds, so I'm trying to force it through them, which is done. Well, at some stage, the red just above the black would be a good one to play. Although the black does go to the right corner.
Sorry, Shaun.
Don't think it's ideal on this red because the red that's closest to the black cushion is kind of making things difficult. No, you could get that. You could get to the black.
Very important for Murphy to start strongly in the second half of this second session, I think, given that he rather lost some momentum to Mark Selby before the interval. May feel as though he's left a couple of frames out there in this final so far.
12. 13.
And what a great chance. Murphy, the ball's nicely placed.
The overall head-to-head could scarcely be tighter, could it? Selby just edging it 14-12.
20.
The 27th
21.
meeting, by far their most important.
He had right-hand side on the cue ball there for some reason, and he's left himself with just a little bit to do. You'd expect him to pot it. But position, well, trusting to luck. And that, from such an easy red, to leave himself low on the black like this. Okay, he's unfortunate. You know, going into them not being on one, he is unfortunate.
And this has been something of a pattern tonight, hasn't it, for Murphy? In first, but not scoring quite as decisively as he'd like. A couple of times that's come back to bite him, with Selby winning frames from behind.
Shaun Murphy, 28.
Behind the lead, but
Has he hit that red by the middle?
Murphy wanted plenty more from that chance.
He's just looking to see if he takes the red on, what's he going to leave, and what can he get? He'd have to try and leave the cue ball near the cushion, just in case he misses it. Oh, that's a beauty. That really is a beauty. Such a difficult shot, this. Playing it slow across the nap of the cloth. Cue ball could have drifted before it got to the red. And for me, the blue looks to be the easiest ball. It's going into a wide open pocket. And it just has to bounce off two cushions and be on the red below the pink. Possibly one to the right corner as well. Played it well.
6.
Mark Selby hasn't been in front in this final yet.
And as you said, Philip, you know, Shaun Murphy's been in first. You could say he was unfortunate there, going into the pack of reds, not being on anything. Well, he holds his hands up because he didn't play that. He played to go past the reds with the help of the kiss.
Well, it was a terrific red to get in, wasn't it? At such an acute angle, tight to the baulk cushion. Murphy probably thought that,
13.
okay, I've broken down, but at least it's safe. It wasn't. Might be his last shot of the frame.
14. 19.
I think the pink will go into the right corner. And just
20.
looking at those three reds closest together, I think he's the wrong side of the pink here, and that, if he is, that's a slight error. Now you can get to the red.
$26. $27.
Now does one of these reds go? One certainly goes to the middle. And he didn't bust them as he intended. He's
34.
already got one good shot to the middle, and this is another one. If he goes for it, he'll be leaving reds on if he misses it. Unless he screws it in, and that makes the pot harder.
Right, Selby 34.
Well, it was very tough. It was a brave pot because it carried risk, and as you can see, Murphy has a relatively easy starter. These have got to be absolutely bang on. So
Yeah,
just
the
1
shot-
point between them.
The shot before, Philip, he could have played for the red into that right middle,
1.
but chose to go into them. Okay, he was unfortunate not to be on an easier red, and so was Shaun Murphy earlier when he went into them. But not straightforward this. If those two reds closest together don't go, they only go to the middle. So playing a cannon, and that's okay, although he's knocked a red to the cushion.
6. $7. $14.
Murphy could really do with giving Selby a bit of a taste of his own medicine this evening. Selby produced that excellent and by no means straightforward clearance in the first frame of the evening after Murphy had got him first. And with Selby having missed one, a rare miss so far tonight, Murphy needs to punish.
15.
And maintain the lead, which he's never relinquished this evening, or at least he's never fallen behind to this point.
Oh, this is the pot. If you can get a nice angle on the black to get to
22.
that, right over the left side of the table.
23.
Well, he's not ideal on the black. I'd like to have dropped him behind this red. Now we know he's a great rest player. He told us so.
30.
Yes, I think that little feature underlines what we already knew, that Shaun Murphy has never lacked for self-belief. And of course,
Right in the middle of the pocket.
you've got to be confident to thrive at the Crucible. He certainly lost some of that in recent seasons at times, Murphy. It's been back this week. with a vengeance. And it cost him the frame.
42. $46.
Right in the middle.
51. $57.
Mark Selby was threatening to steal another frame after that excellent initial red when Murphy broke down. But Selby missed a tricky one, and Murphy this time has punished, and he's back in front at 7 frames to 6. The quintessential crucible drama, and we're not even halfway. This feels at the moment like a fight to the death.
Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby once again playing catch-up. Hasn't been able to get his nose in front as yet. Had half a chance just now. But it was a tricky red. It was a brave shot to take on, knowing he was going to leave Murphy the chance, and Murphy duly took it.
Yeah, I think he would have had more chance just dropping it in dead weight for the pink. I don't think he'd have missed it then, but he was leaving reds on had he played it that way. But he still left a red on, playing it the other way, trying to play it with some safety.
Foul. And a miss.
Foggy down that end of the table. And a free ball.
Mark Selby full. Free ball.
Tried to block the pocket if it doesn't go in, but it's gone in. Clever play that from Mark Selby. Good touch. It would have blocked the pocket had it not dropped.
1.
And now he's on the green.
It's close.
I think the black available to both pockets, so it doesn't matter about which red he
4.
plays.
Five.
There's nothing wrong with his game, that's for sure. He missed a difficult red in the last frame after not getting the split that he was looking for.
Well, if you can get to the Crucible final, Joe, and only have one poor session along the way, you've done pretty well, haven't you? And he has really only had one poor session, the one against Bingham. Penultimate session of that semi-final, which he lost 6-2, where he seemed to well and truly
13.
go back into his shell, which didn't do him any favours. But that aside, OK, he lost the first session this afternoon, but it was pretty tight.
Let's see if he plays this little cannon here. He doesn't need to, but he can develop more reds if he plays a little cannon. A little harder. I need to develop more reds. Stayed on this red.
20.
Might be able to open more reds from this one. Yep, good shot. Didn't want to play it
21.
too hard. Otherwise the cue ball would have finished under the cushion.
Well, there's a theoretical 151 available here.
That would be something, wouldn't it? He's found a red in the middle of the bunch there.
28.
I actually don't think it would count as a maximum, but it would win the highest break prize.
Which Shaun Murphy currently holds with his 144.
29.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the blue, look. And the amount of times that players have left themselves the wrong side of the blue.
$34.
Stroked it
35.
very nicely, that. Now, choice of going into them directly, the red above the black, or trying to play a delicate little cannon to the red to the right of the pink. It's the delicate one, and he's missed it. I thought that was a chance there of going into the reds, especially with the two loose reds.
42.
Very, very difficult plant to play this. And if he misses it, the red that he's pointing at there could go over the right corner pocket. He hasn't missed it though. A great plant maker he really is. That wasn't easy by any means. Yeah, good angle to go into them. Again, I don't think he's on anything. That's twice he's done it. But this time I don't think he's got any option but to play safe. The last time he took a very difficult red on. And it cost him. Now he won't want to leave Shaun a chance at this red that's closest to the left corner. And the only other option is just to touch them and let Shaun have the problem. It's not difficult to send the cue ball down the table, but he doesn't want to leave Shaun a chance at that red. And even if he leaves it there, he could take the red on. And he's such a good long ball potter. He just doesn't want to leave him the chance. Doesn't want it in the pocket either, and that's very close. What a judge.
That'll be 48.
So a 52-point lead for Mark Selby, but as we've seen already on a number of occasions in this final, early deficits have been overturned.
Can you see the red? Well, difficult to tell from there, but if you can see enough of it, it's still a difficult pot. And those two reds near the right side cushion, he doesn't want to go into those, and that would be the natural angle to pot that with screw on the cue ball. Great pot, and managed to dodge the reds as well. The blue is just going to stay over the pocket. What a great pot again from Mark Selby. Talk about Shaun Murphy and his long potting, but Mark Selby's no slouch either.
No, and particularly in the early rounds of this championship, his long game was as good as it's been, I think. Not been quite as consistent in this final so far, but he's still knocked some great ones in.
Well, that one was a special one because he had to put more into the cue ball to avoid those two reds on the right side cushion. And that's what made it such a good shot. Not just the pot, but managing to avoid those as well.
Five.
So, already 57 points the lead. A couple of reds should do it.
Twelve. Thirteen.
He leaves himself straight on the black so many times, Mark Selby. But he's such a good skewer of the ball and a judge. You've got to judge the pace, those type of shots.
147 still on the table, of
21.
course. Selby started with a free ball. But he's looked pretty good this evening, hasn't he, Mark Selby? Yes, he lost the previous frame, missing that awkward red to the right centre. But
27.
no question, he's looked the stronger so far tonight. And that's now reflected in the fact that he's won
28.
4 of the 6 frames.
Yeah, and he didn't let it bother him, did he? He lost that last frame due to that difficult red to the middle, as you said. But he didn't let it bother him. He's come back in this frame. And Shaun Murphy hasn't scored.
$36.
Both of these players have Chris Henry to thank for instilling some lost belief.
42.
Mark Selby arriving at this championship last year, second guessing himself a little bit. He'd lost his world #1 ranking,
43.
which he held for 4 years. And after a couple of slightly awkward rounds, of course, he went to the semi-finals, got within a frame of the final, beaten by the brilliance of RonnieO'Sullivan. But I think his run to the last 4 last year was proof in his own mind that his game
49.
and his mind, just as importantly, was back in good shape. And he's proved that this season. He's proved it here at the World Championship. He's been outstanding
50.
in all but one session. And okay, this afternoon he was second best, but this evening he's been a bit better than Shaun Murphy, and that's why he's tying the score again.
57. Mark Selby, 57.
Breaks of 48 and 57. Shaun Murphy not bothering the scorers in that one. Mark Selby keeps coming. He's become only the 7th player in Crucible history to be
Shaun
a
Murphy
multiple
to break.
world champion. For Mark Selby, looking to join an even more exclusive club in winning 4 world championships here. Only 4 other players have achieved that. Oh, double kiss.
Shaun Murphy getting plenty of support, but this is very, very difficult. If you can play left-handed, this would be the time to play it, because the spider would be horrendous. Now is he on a red to the right corner?
8.
I think he is, but he's going to have to go down for the blue. Yep, it does go.
Nine.
The little kiss on the red took the pace out of the cue ball. It would have been the right side of the blue, but for the kiss. So he's going to be faced with a tougher pot unless he sends the cue ball in and out of baulk. Preferring to leave himself with a long pot, but he's going to have to make this a good one, because the black doesn't go, the pink doesn't go.
14.
So he's going to have to screw back for the blue. And he's bridging over the green. Struck it sweet.
50.
Well, that's how confident he's feeling, leaving himself shots like this. And he's got the right side of the blue as well. He's overhit that one. Just a touch. But enough to make
20.
the difference. Would have been a simple shot to play for the black. Now he may have to go up for the blue.
I do think
21.
that Murphy is one of the most watchable players we've ever seen in the game. The way he strikes the ball, that cue action. Very easy on the eye in full flow.
Yeah, you know, I would have thought that he would have already been a multiple world champion. And it's only his own mind that has stopped him doing that, but he seems to be in full control of it at the moment. During this tournament, especially.
That plus the class of opposition
26.
you've got to overcome in order to win this thing, like O'Sullivan and Higgins and Williams, to name but a few. But he's won everything that matters. If he never potted another ball, he had
27.
a CV that would be the envy of almost everyone who's played this game.
I think he's been unfortunate there. He's got applause, but I don't think he's on a red.
34.
There is a red that will go to the middle, but whether it's worth taking on, I don't know. He can't afford to be too cavalier. He's got Selby following him.
Yes, and a number of times Murphy has been in front in a frame in this final, but not quite converted it. Well, it's happened a bit too often for his liking, so he'll be very mindful of the need to turn this modest early advantage into a frame-winning one at some point down the line.
Shaun Murphy, 34.
Well, I think he may have forced Mark Selby into taking this long red on. Can't see a safety. Oh, what can you say about these two? Another unbelievable pot. Fantastic. And there's a red just below the pink spot. That will go to the left corner. In fact, there's two.
You can't cue any better than that.
And the thing is that Shaun knew he was leaving that red on.
Murphy can't look till the last minute anyway.
Well, the way that they're both playing, you know, it's a great chance, isn't it? Look at that. Second session, 100% for Murphy.
Both of them have upped their stats in the long pot stakes significantly this evening. But they've both been outstanding in that department throughout the tournament.
Giving the reds a little nudge, developing more reds and staying on the one to the right corner. He's having a look to see
11.
if the pink or blue will go into the middle, which tells us he can't get to the black. Oh, that certainly helps. And I've got a feeling he played that. It's very, very rare when you get to see two players that are both in the zone, both playing at the peak.
17.
Going round for round. Finish up punch drunk, these two. But neither
18.
of them look like missing when they get in amongst the balls. Now, he could have done with coming just a little bit further. When he takes these two reds away,
24.
releases the other one next to the blue into the right corner.
$25.
Those three reds in a little triangle there, they need some attention.
$32.
He made sure he was the right side of the pink that time round. Now, does he play for the loose one? Or take a risk and go into those three reds? That's the decision he's faced with. He might be able to leave himself an angle here to give them a nudge anyway. And he has.
39. $40.
Well, it's a tricky black, but you would expect him to pot it. Plain ball, down for the red by the middle pocket. And if this one goes in, you would expect him to win the frame from here. Does want to take the pink though off the red near the middle. He's close. He's very close here. It's there. It's there. And he's just about far enough. And as I say, he doesn't really want to play for the pink.
47.
And he'll have worked that out. Don't worry about that. If he plays for the pink, it ties them 2 reds up.
.48.
Nicely on the green, or the yellow. You should be able to get to those 2 reds from the green. That's where he'd like to land. I give £1,000 for that right now. I played for him to the middle. And that's okay.
51. .52.
Bit of noise in the auditorium, but
just on the backswing.
Does the job. This is becoming a bit of a worrying trend, isn't it? For Shaun Murphy in first. But Mark Selby in last and having the last word.
Yep, red in the colour. We'll leave Murphy
55.
Snookers.
.56.
Just needs the black then. And he'll have won this evening's session with 2 frames still to come.
.63.
Didn't commit fully to the yellow. But it's not going to make a difference.
65.
It's just 1 snooker, but now giving
68.
Murphy no chance whatsoever.
Shaun Murphy looked the stronger player in taking a 5-3 lead this afternoon. Mark Selby has undoubtedly looked the more assured this evening. And so far, he's taken this session 5-2 with 2 more to come.
.83.
Another excellent break. He's looking very sharp now, the 3-times world champion. Mark Selby hits the front for the first time in the world final.
Thank you, the 16th frame.
Devastating.
Mark Selby
This long potting has been absolutely superb.
2 frames to come. Selby ahead for the first time.
And hasn't managed to cover that red to the left corner. When you go a frame down, these aren't quite as easy as they are when you're 2 frames up. Wait for it. Wait for it. Well, he's got away with the 1 to the baulk corner, but there is 1 to the right corner pocket down here. Just don't think he's got the angle on the red to be able to play for a colour. I may see him play the safety. Very nearly got the double kiss.
The only thing missing from this final so far is a century break. We've had bags of big breaks, frame-winning breaks, most of them from Mark Selby this evening.
He seems to be judging that one well. Did the same on the other baulk corner a few shots ago. And that's not a bad safety. He does think of some places to put that cue ball.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby full. Back. Have you got it there yet? Can I stand up?
I think there was a sense at the start of this final that Selby would be the bookmaker's favourite because he had the ability, if necessary, to revert to his defensive tactics and tie Murphy up, much in the same way that John Higgins was able to so effectively in Murphy's second World Final, 2009, when Murphy could only win 9 frames. But actually, it's all been about the breaks, really, in this match so far. In fact, Murphy is still slightly edging the safety.
That looks good.
But Selby, right now, is outscoring Murphy.
Right.
He's done it again. Goodness
Foul.
me.
And a miss.
Better not do it a third time.
Mark Selby full.
I think he'll play the same shot, but not quite so thin.
Okay then.
Murphy has previous when it comes to a forfeit. He did it against his good friend Mark Allen at the Masters a couple of seasons back.
Okay.
Has to hit a red, of course. Otherwise, Selby's moving 9-7 up. With not a ball potted.
Very risky red to the middle. Cue ball could be going into the reds. But hasn't refused anything, has he? Well, shots have gone, Shaun, but nothing easy. There is a red to both corners, but not easy. Yeah, there was pressure on it because he knew he was leaving the red to the baulk corner. No, he may have left the other one. First sign of pressure there from Shaun Murphy. He missed this by quite a distance, really.
One.
So, Mark Selby in, and the way he's been scoring, and the reds are nicely open. You fear the worst for Shaun Murphy. He's got to hope his opponent breaks down. Black available.
5.
Nice angle to get to it.
Six.
But he's got the first chance in this one, and it looks like a good chance. RonnieO'Sullivan led Kyron Wilson 10-7 at the midway point last season. On the face of it, not that big
30.
a lead when the target's 18, but of course Kyron only won one more frame, the first on the resumption.
14.
He doesn't want to be hampered. This red to the right corner.
21.
But he is.
$22.
Still doesn't need to go into them as yet, unless he wants to. And he wants to. And he's on one. And that red has stopped short of the cushion near the middle pocket.
29.
So if he does get into trouble, he has that one.
30.
Now those four reds all together there.
37.
Not sure if any of those go. They may go to the middle, so he might decide to just give them a little touch, playing up for the pink and blue. That red looks to go to the right middle, the one directly above the black. Talking shots from now. Two for the price of one.
39.
So, quick look at the scoreboard. And he'll be wanting to put a colour safe. If he'd have played that with left-hand side on the cue ball, the cue ball would have gone up towards the blue. But he played it with right-hand side, which checked the cue ball.
Mark Selby's pot success has gone up significantly this evening. It was in the high 80s coming into this session. It's now at 92%. So for the evening,
Black ball.
it's around that mid-90s, which he managed to achieve in the first three rounds. At one point against Mark Williams, he potted 99 out of 100
Selby,
balls
39.
that match, and the one he missed didn't matter.
There's the ball safe.
It's one of those sessions where Murphy will be aware he's been largely outplayed, so the key for him is to minimise the deficit that he might be facing. He could, of course, still be leading by the end of the evening, but right now feels as though he badly needs one of the remaining 2 frames. He's already lost the session. Emerging relatively unscathed from a session where your opponent has been the better player, which is inevitable over a tournament of this length, is the key. Not to allow a poor session to become a really bad one, which it could be if Selby won the last 2. Murphy's not potted a ball now for nearly 25 minutes, 137 points without reply from Selby.
There goes another red safe. He's got to try and cover that red over the middle pocket though. You can hear a pin drop in this Crucible Theatre. What a marvellous place it is.
Of course, the drama won't be over come tomorrow night here at the Crucible, because on the 6th of May, it's the World Senior Snooker Championship live here from this great theatre. And
oh yes, I play Ken Doherty on Friday, actually. Jimmy White, defending seniors champion. Unfortunately, we won't be having crowds. What a shame. Would have loved to have experienced the atmosphere of a full house. We got one a couple of years ago. That red going close to this left corner. But it's a risky red to take on. It's okay when you're needing to make the run-in, you take these reds on, but when you're protecting a lead, he's got an 8-7 lead now. He doesn't need to attack the balls quite so much as what he did. Hence we're seeing the safety play now. There goes another red towards the cushion.
Looks like we're back in lockdown again.
Well, if anybody can lock down, it's Mark Selby. He could try and bring the black into play here. Try and play a cannon to the black, maybe. Well, that's just as good if you can get him behind the yellow, and he has done. It was a good safety that from Shaun Murphy. It's making Selby think. Well, that's what I didn't think of. But he did. Now, can he have a go at this red to the baulk corner, screw back to the black cushion? He can't afford to play for the pink because he would leave a red to the left middle.
It's more than 30 minutes since he potted a ball now.
He hasn't done it this time. He's left the red onto the middle. It's not an easy red, this, by any means. But if it goes in, every chance of winning the frame. Great shot. Well, that shows you how tough the red is to that middle pocket. He's willing that cue ball on, and it's gone on just enough. Now, if he can get closer to this red, near the middle pocket, that's a different story. Another great long pot.
And he's now outscored Shaun Murphy by 190 points in this match. Threatening to win his 6th frame out of 8 tonight.
Well, decided not to play for that red to the middle. And he couldn't have played that one any better, could he? 52 points the lead. Yeah, we looked at that one earlier and it is tight.
Six.
He's been into them a few times this evening, not been on one.
12. Mark Selby 12.
Frustration then for Selby that he couldn't make more from that chance, but the table is pretty ugly when it comes to a counter-attack for Shaun Murphy at the moment. 59 behind, 3 awkward reds.
Well, he can bring that red off the cushion near the left middle pocket. I think that's got to be a shot. Unless he can cut this one into the corner. Selby doesn't want to bring that red away from the cushion. But has he got a choice?
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy 4. Something like that. Okay, Shaun.
Well, this is going to be the longest frame of the final so far. Mark Selby looking to guarantee himself an overnight lead. And firm favourite to do it at the moment with the position of the balls. 55 in front.
Yeah, you see, he could have played a good safety off that red there, Mark Selby, but he didn't want to bring it off the cushion, so he played that shot. But Shaun Murphy's going to bring it off the cushion this time anyway and play a pretty good safety, I would think. So surely it made sense that Mark Selby plays the good safety first. Although he hasn't played it as well as he should have done, really. That cue ball should have been on the baulk cushion behind the yellow. To catch a brown full ball wasn't good.
Murphy's a bit subdued at the moment. We've not seen that inspirational brand of snooker that has carried him to this final in this evening session. Mark Selby has been very strong in all departments. Still a possible 75 on the table. Seems a little optimistic given the current state of the table.
Well, that hasn't done the pink any favours. But a good safety. Would you believe it? What do we always say, Philip? The guy who doesn't need it, he's the one that gets it.
He's only going to need Another red and a high-value colour off this yellow.
3. Four.
Well, this is the fluke. Missed it in the corner. Oh, look at that.
Shaun Murphy knew that was going in long before it reached the pocket.
He's sat right behind the shot, isn't he?
Well, Mark Selby, in bits and pieces, has dominated this frame. Shaun Murphy is now waiting in excess of 40 minutes for a pot.
10.
And it's already job done, really, for Selby this evening. In winning 6 of the first 8 frames with 1 to come. If he could win the last as well, he'd be in
15.
a very strong position. So often in the
16.
past he's come from behind here at the Crucible. But in this World Final, he's going to be in front. Going into the final day.
21.
Great effort. Great effort. So much running side, right-hand side on the cue ball there.
Mark Selby 29 on the frame.
It's been a great night for Mark Selby so far. He's guaranteed a lead going into the final day of the World Final. How big will it be? At the moment, it's 9-7. So, can the 2005 champion of the world
final frame of the session. Shaun
summon the
Murphy to
blood
break.
for a big last frame to put himself just 1 behind going into the final act tomorrow?
I don't think he attempted the pot. Cue ball would have been going into the black. So guaranteed to get the cue ball around the back of the black, playing the safety. And he's left that a little short. I think he's slightly hampered by the brown. Otherwise, I feel sure he would have been taking this red on. Oh, great shot. Great shot. And he worked out that he wasn't leaving anything on except the red he was playing. And he's knocked in some absolute belters. Trying to punish the mistake, the safety mistake from Shaun Murphy.
I don't think his long-distance potting has been better than it has during this championship at any stage in Mark Selby's career. It's been so consistent in that regard.
I didn't want the kiss. The way he's playing, it could take this one on as well. Screw for the pink into the same pocket. Another beauty.
7.
But that could be end of break. It deserves so much more, that great pot. But I don't think there's a red that will go. Unless there's any plants, so... no value in taking the blue one, except 5 points. And he reckons a good safety shot's better than the 5 points.
Mark Selby, 7.
There you go. That's complete shutout, isn't it? For Shaun Murphy, since he took a 7-6 lead. He's barely seen a ball.
Well, what can you do when the safety's as good as this? I mean, he can't go for one, can he? There's nothing to go for, so he can only try and play a good safety return. Hard to see a way out of it, this for Shaun Murphy. He's either got to compete with the safety, which is very difficult, which Mark Selby, or he's got to knock in a great red of some kind, which is not being allowed to see.
And when he was getting in first earlier in this final, he wasn't quite as clinical as he might have been in making the most of those early chances. Selby coming back to win frames from behind quite often. But in the last 2 or 3 frames, it's mainly been about Selby getting in front himself and then making life as difficult as possible for Murphy to get back at him.
Even when he plays a poor safety, he gets a good kiss.
Yes, of course, Selby benefited from the fluke, didn't he, in the previous frame, which helped him finish it off. And that always seems to be the way when you're the better player, which Selby has undoubtedly been this evening. You get the breaks as well, as in the lucky breaks. He's been knocking in plenty of conventional breaks too.
So not a good safety from Shaun there. He's left yet another long ball. Mark Selby. Looking at the possible plant to the left corner. There it is, look. And he's working out a path through the reds. So this is the one he's going for. And is there a path? Is there a gap through those reds that he can get the cue ball through? There goes the plant. Didn't find the gap though. 1.
Mark Selby, 1.
It's now 50 minutes and counting since Murphy potted one. He's not going to be potting one here. Oh, hang on.
Well, I think he's angled him.
Another roll of the ball, and that could have been terminal for Murphy in this final frame of the day. As it is, pretty handy safety.
Thank you.
Yeah, the strength was good. Could so easily have left a red on there had he missed that red. Had to hit it, not to leave anything on. $52 since Shaun last potted a ball.
Ronnie O'Sullivan's won a match in that time.
I remember Terry Griffiths breaking off in that time.
Harsh.
Sorry, Terry. But I'll just plug your new book for everybody. Around the Table in 80 Days by...
Well, it's been a tough evening for Murphy, but if he can somehow get in this final frame and get out of this session just one frame behind, well, it is set up perfectly.
Yeah, there was no way to play up the table, or the risk was too great to play up the table there.
Re-rack, yeah?
Well, we've had plenty in this tournament, and we've got another one, a re-rack. And we'll start again for the final frame of the first day of the World Final. So we'll start again in frame 18, the last of the evening, the last of the first day of the World Championship Final. Murphy brings a red up off the break. That wasn't part of the plan as he left it.
I think he has.
That is absolutely the last thing he needed.
One.
Yes, he needed a good break off, for sure. Although it's not ideal on the blue or the yellow.
Mark Selby went over an hour at one stage without potting a ball against Stuart Bingham in his semi-final, but perhaps Selby's mindset is rather more suited to that state of affairs. He's got patience to burn, Selby. He's more than happy to take as long as is necessary to get the job done. Murphy more of a rhythm player. And of course he's had none at all for now, 55 minutes and counting, and he might be waiting a good deal longer. Selby can make something from this.
He could be on the red next to the black here, you know. Look at that for a shot.
Three.
You won't see many better shots than that. Positional shots. Perfectly on the best red he could have been on.
4.
Now, chance to bring more reds into play. Leaving himself low on this red. He's
11.
giving himself options to screw it. Or topspin it. Screw by the looks of it. A little harder. Just a touch harder. He may have to play a delicate cannon now to that red. Out in the open. Just needed a little bit more action in that cue ball. Nope, nope, he's missed it. And he's angry. First show of emotion. Now, will he take this red on to the right corner? The cue ball going into the reds. He's never short of bravery, Shaun Murphy. Nope, he's playing the safety. It was very risky. But with the black over the corner pocket, like it is, it could be a long frame.
Yeah, it's never fun when a colour covers a corner pocket. Oh, is it in? It is. So that's the end of the potential stalemate very quickly. And this is a chance that Murphy has been waiting, what must feel to him like an age for.
He didn't see that one coming.
He likes a plant, doesn't he, Mark Selby? But he wouldn't have enjoyed that one. Here we go. Hey! The crowd acutely aware that Murphy's waited nearly an hour to see a ball go down in his favour. But what a big visit to the table this is for Murphy. Can he finish what's been a frustrating session for him on a high? Oh, no. Not at the moment, he can't.
Shaun Murphy 1.
He tried to be aggressive, positive. And he would have been nicely on the red to get back to the black. I'm not sure the shouted out did him any favours. It appears he can't pot the red. That's near the left corner. But a big target to get the cue ball in behind. The green, brown and black and yellow. Not quite a snooker, but maybe he's forced Shaun to take this long red on, which he'd have to get with that red over the pocket.
He'd already be mightily relieved that, having missed the black, he didn't leave Selby with a red.
Doesn't want the full ball kiss. That's the disaster.
One.
is in Mark's hands now. Will he get another chance? Here's the black that he missed, but as Philip said, he didn't leave anything. When he missed that long red, he did leave something that time round.
6. Seven.
He could play to give those reds a little touch. If he could find the gap between the red and the pink. There's a little gap there, and if he could find that little gap, he'd be guaranteed to be on one to the left middle. Well, that's worked out okay. Thought a little touch, but chose to go into them at speed.
$13.
Well, as long as he catches the far side of the red when he plays the cannon, he should be on the pink or blue. A little
20.
heavy.
Confirmation of the way in which Mark Selby has been able to monopolise the table this evening. 5-3 down at the outset. Murphy certainly the stronger of the two in the first session, but Mark Selby has been much the stronger this evening. And now looking to confirm that dominance
25.
by taking a very healthy overnight lead of 3 frames, which would be by no means irretrievable for Murphy, but given he was 5-3 up, would be a big disappointment to him. And would leave him under pressure
26.
to make a very fast start when they get back underway just after 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
$32. $33.
Shaun Murphy fearing the worst. You could see him sat in his chair there. And you can see problems as well. If he was to come back to the table, he's got a couple of safe reds to negotiate. And that's if he comes back. That hasn't gone according to plan though.
39.
43 points the lead. If you're right behind that shot, you'd fancy him to pot it, but it's a cut back into a blind pocket that it only just goes as well. Ah, that's another beauty. That's another great shot.
40.
Appreciated by the crowd. That got so close to hitting the red. I don't know how he's avoided it. Oh, he's missed the blue though.
Mark Selby, 40.
A life for Shaun Murphy.
Not as straightforward as the one he missed much earlier in the day. How significant is it going to be, though? Murphy desperate to have the last word in what has been a tough evening for him. If he can somehow win this frame, he'll sleep a whole lot better.
He tried to play down for the black there, get the black back on its spot. It makes that red near the black cushion a lot easier. But that cannon on the blue has now turned the black into a very tough pot, so taking the yellow, I think. Now, he might be able to leave an angle on the pink to bring that safe red on the right side cushion into play. Again, not the best position on the black. He'll do well to get onto a red here.
.33 the deficit for Murphy then. Still 43 on the table.
Shaun Murphy, 11.
Well, chance of getting in behind the brown here. He'd bring the red away from that left corner pocket. I think he'll settle for that. .33 points the difference, so the red and the colour needed, and it's not an easy one, this. But what a big shot. 10-7 and 9-8. It was never easy. You could try and bring the blue into play. You could push the red just past the blue.
Such a vital frame for Shaun Murphy. If Selby can win it, well, that would just be a huge bonus, having started this session 2 frames adrift. Murphy's need is greater.
Oh, he took the risk, and it very nearly went in. This looks pretty good. Not quite a snooker, but a good safety.
If you believe the stats, then they're dead level in terms of safety success in this match, 77% apiece.
Selby still needing a red and a colour. He's got the blue safe. He could push the red towards the red and blue. Couldn't have played that any better, could he? That's exactly what he played. Bounce the red off the black cushion halfway up the table. And he's managed to cover the other red. Didn't want the kiss. But it's turned out nice.
Tense finish to the evening session. Mark Selby looking to hammer home his superiority this evening. Shaun Murphy looking to limit the damage to just a single frame going into the final day of the World Championship. Who is going to succeed in their goal?
if he does take it on. Does it go? Another good safety from Selby. What an atmosphere.
Mark Selby has shown his full arsenal of skills this evening, hasn't he? Great long potting, heavy scoring when given the opportunity, but when required, turning the screw, shutting out Murphy.
You can't see the red. It's got to swerve round the brown. And he could hit the green. And he's got to get it safe, of course. He must judge that one by a long way.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby 4.
Can afford to miss it another once. After that, if he missed it, he'd need snookers.
How about there, Shaun? I think it was slightly to you. It was an easier swerve around.
It's probably that way. I thought it was about a ball off, but come on. Does that look?
Not quite that far.
I don't think it'll show us a lot, but yeah, we'll have a look.
Well, it doesn't really make that much difference
Looks
if he's
good to me.
playing.
I can't see anything here.
If he's playing the same shot, it doesn't make any difference. But
Thanks, yeah.
if he can hit the other red now, it does make a difference. That's his last
And a
attempt.
miss. Mark Selby
If
4.
he misses again, he'll need snookers.
Yes, 41 now. Selby's advantage.
He's just weighing up, Philip, whether to play the shot himself now with the green going safe.
Bring it back, yeah?
But
Yes, please, Jan.
he knows that if he misses this red now, Murphy's going to need snookers, and he's got to get it safe as well.
Ball and a half. That way, that way. Keep going. Stop. Stop. Too far. Yeah, and about 5 mil to me.
To you.
Bit more, bit more. Yeah.
Thanks.
What's wrong with half an inch or so? It's 5 mil now.
Showing your age, Johnson. Well, it's the point of no return here
Mark,
for Shaun Murphy. He's got to hit it this time, otherwise he's going to need snookers. And as Joe says, he's also got to leave it safe because one red and Selby will have won the frame.
Well
First part of
played,
the equation.
well played, and he's got it safe. Barring doubles.
And listen to that hand from the crowd.
Take the cue ball back down to the balk area.
Were he to pot it, Murphy would need 2 snookers.
Again, good safety, covered the loose red. Tried to force Selby into bringing the other one off the cushion. I'd be surprised if he did. I think he'll be playing this one off the cushion, the open red.
Back-to-back frames of half an hour and more. And in that time, Shaun Murphy has scored just 23 points.
And that's his mentality, Mark Selby. Rather than bring that red off the side cushion, he'd rather have left this red on. Which he hasn't. It's a tough shot to the middle.
Yes, and he'd need a pink minimum. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to win the frame.
Yeah, another good safety from Shaun. He's competing in the safety play in this frame, hanging on for dear life. Now, he won't want to move the red by the brown. So leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion. Yeah, another good safety. He's given it his all, isn't he, Shaun Murphy? Searching for an opening. That's never coming. Well, you could just try and push the brown to the cushion. That's an option. Doesn't have to send the red right down the table. Make sure of the brown.
Murphy's job not getting any easier. He's on the cusp of losing this frame anyway, but were he to get a chance, brown awkward, blue awkward.
And there might be more to come. That's a great effort, you know, a great effort. It's just come out of the snooker, but what a good effort that was. A little slower, and he got the snooker.
Well, it's now the longest frame of the match, but a vital one, particularly for Shaun Murphy, but he's still very much on the back foot here.
Yeah, he's well second favourite in this frame, the way the brown and blue is. But he's battling. Has he left a chance at the red? Has he left a chance at the red? Got a good cue ball. Just the red needed.
To put him 42 in front with only 35 left.
Yeah, plenty of O's. It was close, but look where the cue ball is, just in case. Now, he can't even have a go at the pot because he can't see enough of it. Don't think the double kiss is on if he plays the safety back down the table. Then again, and that kiss on the black has made this red a little bit easier.
Shaun Murphy has given it everything in this protracted final frame of the night in a bid to turn it in his favour. But the odds were always stacked against him, barring snookers. Like Selby.
I think he'll play on. One snooker with a free ball.
Mark Selby, 4.
So I thought he would have pushed the red over the pocket there, Selby. The way that he thinks. And that would stop all free balls. Well, I don't think he went for the pot. But now he definitely needs 3 snookers.
He also needs a colour, otherwise I think there'll be an elbow touch.
Good pot.
Seven.
Great effort. Great
Shaun
effort.
Murphy, 7.
Kind of unmissable though, off the ball cushion. Such a big ball. Well, the safety play certainly come into this match in the last couple of frames, but before that, when Selby was chasing, he was knocking in big breaks all over the place. So it hasn't all been about safety play this evening. Just this couple.
No, and I think Shaun Murphy will look back on 2 or 3 frames which saw him build an early advantage, but not be quite able to convert it into something sizable enough to win the frame. And in the last part of this second session, he's just been completely shut out by the excellence of Mark Selby's safety, his ability to completely shut down the frame once he's got the advantage. It's now 4 snookers. And that's surely that
5.
for the first day of the World Final.
Mark Selby 5, I'm afraid.
It was Shaun Murphy's afternoon, but has very definitely been Mark Selby's evening. He's won 7 of the 9 frames and overturned a 5-3 deficit into a 10-7 lead. Which may yet provide a thrilling climax. Mark Selby, 10-7 up to get us underway.
Well, that's a fabulous pop from Shaun Murphy. He's going to have to knock a lot of those in this afternoon. Whoa. Needs a good start, and here's his first opportunity.
Yellow ball.
Wow, went all out there, Shaun, to break open the pack of reds. It's clear what his intent is, to make these frames as open as possible. Try to take Mark Selby out of his comfort zone.
I think there's no doubt that the crowd have played a huge part in Shaun Murphy finding his very best form once again here at the World Championship after an indifferent season. He's fed off their energy, he's engaged them, we've seen the fist pumping, and he's used that energy as inspiration to fight back, as he did quite magnificently from a seemingly hopeless 10-4 down against Kyren Wilson when he won 13 of the last 15 frames. So can he channel that energy today in a positive way and get the better of arguably the toughest player who has ever played the sport, Mark Selby? And although the last 2 frames last night were a hard watch, and Mark Selby ground Murphy into the dust with his immaculate safety, let's not forget that for the lion's share of that session, he was scoring heavily, he was potting superbly from long range, he was outplaying Murphy, who only made 2 breaks of over 50, having taken that 5-3 lead in the afternoon. So Murphy needs to make more of his opportunities. He was in many times first, couldn't quite convert the chances he had. That clearly has to change today. On the other hand, Dominic, if he can win this mini session, then he's only 1 behind. So this is far from done.
Absolutely, and I think you've said just about everything there, Phil. Shaun Murphy still believes he can win this title without any shadow of a doubt, having been, as you said, 10-4 behind against Kyren Wilson in the semi-final. But he knows he'll have to play well. The problem is with Shaun's style of play, he's a very, very attacking player. Takes a lot of difficult long pots on. Against Kyren, they were going in and he absolutely dominated him in the latter half of the match. But to keep producing that sort of form, it's the hardest thing to do, to keep potting good long balls. And he's going to probably have to do that today.
Selby leads the overall head-to-head by 14 wins to 12, but this is only their second meeting here at the Crucible. Their first was one to savour, the semi-final back in 2007, when Selby was behind, 2 down with 3 to play, but pipped Murphy to the post. There were 7 centuries in that match. We've yet to have one in this one. We've had bags of big breaks, most of them, of course, last night coming from the cue of Mark Selby.
Another thing I'm sure that Shaun Murphy fully realises that Mark Selby has had plenty of tricky sessions from his point of view. Hasn't played his very best snooker in the last couple of matches. Struggled for large parts of his match with Stuart Bingham before managing to overcome him. Those pot successes still pretty good, considering they played 17 frames, 92% from Mark Selby. As you can see there, though, no century break yet in this final. It's a little bit of a surprise, given the break-building talents of these 2 players.
We've already had the record, of course, of 103, eclipsing previous best of an even 100 2 years ago when Judd Trump lifted the title. It was interesting to hear Shaun Murphy speak ahead of this match about how he can go about winning it. And he said, and I quote, "If we get involved in the long grass, there's only one winner." Well, there was plenty of foliage last night in the last 2 frames, and Murphy barely saw a ball for an hour. So yes, he has to try and get this match on his terms. In Ronnie O'Sullivan's words, make the table pretty. But that's easier said than done, isn't it? Particularly when you're up against a player who has shown throughout this tournament, and remember, he only lost 11 frames in his first 3 matches, that, as Jimmy White said, when he's in amongst them, he's as good as anyone. So it's a tall order for Murphy, but one I think he fancies he can achieve. And what a spectacle that is.
He's played a very good safety shot there, Shaun. Mark Selby can get through to the red nearest the left corner, but he certainly can't pot it. It's unlikely he'll be able to play a decent safety from it, so a bit of thinking to do here for Mark Selby.
Selby operating at 26 seconds a shot in this match. It's about 1.5 seconds slower than his season average.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy full.
Selby bidding to become just the 5th player in the history of the Crucible to be a 4 times world champion.
Look at that, Mark. Yeah, Shaun. Thank you.
Paul Collier, big day for him, of course, his 3rd world final. He refereed Ronnie O'Sullivan's victory over Graham Dott back in 2004. And Mark Selby's 2nd world championship when he beat Ding Junhui 5 years ago.
Hitting that red the way he did, Mark Selby, is tie the black up a little. The red above the cue ball may cut into the left centre, but it's far from easy. Has left this red on for Mark Selby into the left corner. There will be pressure on it though, with the red just below the blue and the red on the bulk line just to the left of the yellow. He's almost certain to leave one of those 2 on if he misses this.
I don't think Mark Selby's long game has ever been better than it's been over the 16 days of this World Championship. But that one didn't quite find its intended line. But look where it's landed.
Yeah, incredible. Because he missed it on the thin side, the cue ball travelled further. That's a good result. From Shaun's point of view, he's now developed the black and a few more reds, so that just puts a little bit more pressure on Mark Selby. I think Shaun may try to play a few thick safety shots and open the reds up and just try to take, as I say, Mark Selby out of his comfort zone.
Murphy in familiar territory. Of course, when he won this title 16 years ago, he was 4 adrift going into the final day with Matthew Stevens. 10-6 down, turned it into an 18-16 win. Matthew, of course, like Shaun, played a very open, attacking kind of game. Mark Selby has proved throughout this championship he can play that way, but when required, he can also batten down the hatches like no one else has ever played it.
Well, he just made a huge mistake there, Mark Selby. He's left this red on for Shaun, caught it much too thin. Oh dear. Well, that was a wonderful opportunity for Shaun. He can ill afford that type of positional error, and that could be very costly. Just didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball, and it ran through, ran forward, and found the pocket.
So, 2 misses already from long range from Selby. He's cross, and led off for Murphy, and also a good early chance for Murphy.
One.
Shaun really does need to make Mark Selby pay for that error there. It's a big frame, this first one, in all sessions, really. It just gives you some momentum. This is a chance now for Shaun to establish his.
8. Nine. $16.
There was just one 50 break from Murphy in the last 7 frames of last night's session, which he lost 7-2.
$17. $23. $24. $30. $31.
And that equates to an average frame time of a shade over 20 minutes. By and large, the match has been played at a good pace. The last 2 frames last night altered that, of course. They lasted a combined hour and 12 minutes, plus we had a re-rack. So the best part of an hour and a half, actually, for the last 2 of the evening, which were dominated by Selby.
Yes, we may see a few more frames like that this afternoon, as I'm sure Mark Selby will try to pose his tactical abilities upon Shaun.
37.
That was the last of the easily accessible loose reds. That's a lead of 40 points here, Shaun. Chance here to go into that group of reds below the pink. And that'll do very nicely for Shaun.
$43.
Should be enough for Murphy to stop the 4-frame run from Selby. were numerous occasions yesterday when he had an early lead but couldn't convert it.
44.
Played for the blue in the left centre. He's too straight on it, so this pink has a little more pressure on it. Wow, is he on a red? Did he try to cannon the right red of those three
50.
there? It appears the top red is still just available.
51.
Blue and a red would be enough. In goes the blue, and the red is waiting. And listen to the crowd. They want to see 18-17 on the black.
57.
Exactly the start that Shaun Murphy required. Mark Selby had the chance. Murphy went in off. Selby had the long red, the kind of red he was knocking in on a regular basis yesterday. And
63.
Murphy has made the most of his reprieve.
64.
This frame now very safely in the bag for Shaun. Can he possibly go on and make the finals first century break?
70. $71.
Oh, what a pop.
$77.
Well, he may not be on a red, Phil, but my goodness, he's certainly sending the right signals to Mark Selby.
Shaun Murphy's second highest break of the final at a very apt moment for him. He takes the opening frame after Selby missed the long red. It's 10-8.
The 19th frame. Shaun Murphy to break.
For the neutral, the perfect start. A sharp start from Shaun Murphy, punishing Mark Selby's misread with a frame-winning break. That's what he wasn't doing very often in the second session. But 77 closes the gap to 2. There are 7 more frames in this penultimate session. If Murphy can win the session, it really is game on this evening. And at the moment, Mark Selby has lost his radar from distance.
Yes, that was another chance for Mark Selby, undoubtedly. Shot to nothing. Normally either pots those or only just misses them. Missed that by several inches. Shaun, well, we know he loves to take these on. Wow, another fantastic crisp long pot goes in from Shaun Murphy. Well, the adrenaline must be flowing through the veins now after pots like that.
Well, if the weather forecast for Sheffield today is correct, this crowd are going to get soaking wet later, because the roof will be raised.
Four.
That's very unlucky for Shaun. Beautiful cueing on this red. It didn't touch the sides, but he's awkwardly positioned on this red. This is very tricky. Oh, he's got it. This is a fabulous start from Shaun Murphy. Exactly what he needed.
He made it look easy. It didn't touch the sides. And already we're just seeing a return of that swagger, that stomp, which has epitomised Shaun Murphy's snooker throughout this championship.
13.
Bidding to become a multiple world champion, 16 years
20.
after he became the second youngest world champion after Stephen Hendry. And if he achieves it, that will be the
21.
biggest gap between world championship titles. Of course, Mark Williams won his third 15 years after his second. And only 6 players have won his
28.
most coveted of titles more than once at the Crucible.
$29.
What a pot.
36. Blue ball.
Oh, that's another indication of the positive intent that Shaun Murphy is bringing into this penultimate session of the final.
42.
Needs to be careful here, though, if the red wobbles. Go across the table to the corner. Now, has he
Shaun
covered
Murphy,
everything?
42.
May well have done. Well, Mark Selby developed the safe red here, 42 points behind. Won't want that red on the side cushion. Too thin on the red, didn't travel back across to safety. This is probably the easiest of the long pots that Mark Selby's attempted so far.
One. Six.
Pretty decent positional shot, but doesn't have a good angle on this red. No guarantee of getting to his next colour safely.
Seven. $12. $13.
Could be a case here once again that Shaun Murphy's 42 break at the beginning of this frame won't be enough. disappointed. He was on the black beautifully, but didn't play a good positional shot to the red. Had to cannon into the pack, and it didn't finish well.
That was very much the pattern yesterday. Even in the evening session, when Selby was clearly best in all departments, Murphy was getting in first more often than not. Getting a lead of around 30 or so, but not quite being able to kill it off, and then Selby was able to come back to punish him. He's looking to do exactly that here, and in the process restore his 3-frame overnight cushion.
Yeah, Mark Selby didn't finish well himself on that red, and he wasn't entirely sure how the cue ball would react off the 2 reds above it. As you can see, it didn't react well. He pushed through one, but the other red completely stopped the cue ball in its tracks, so that's probably end of break now. Can't see him playing a very thin cut on the yellow. Play thin off the pink, try and get the cue ball in behind the brown maybe. But at least he has half the deficit.
Mark Selby, 21.
Table remains tidy. 21 Murphy's lead, 67 available. Murphy was back towards his chair in disgust there. As soon as he hit it, he knew he hadn't hit it well.
Very rare you see Shaun react that way. He must have known immediately he was about to cannon the wrong red.
Still a tester for Selby. So often in the past in matches of this magnitude, Mark Selby has been the hunter rather than the hunted. When he beat O'Sullivan, he was 10-5 behind. When he beat John Higgins, he was 10-4 down at one stage. Today, he's looking to keep his nose in front.
8. Nine.
Well, there's absolutely nothing safe from Mark Selby's point of view here. The 2 reds to the left of the pink are a little tricky to get onto, but shouldn't be too much of a difficulty.
$14. $15.
Oh, he's misjudged that a little, no doubt about it. He's still on the black, he can still pot it, but it's a tricky little cut now with the rest. Easy to undercut these. Will it reach? Yes. And he's controlled the cue ball nicely, so problem over there.
22. Knew he was going to be covering the pocket, but even so, that was very well played by Mark Selby.
$23.
Inevitably, there are going to be final day nerves at the start of a session like this. Mark Selby making a couple of errors in the first frame, second of which cost him. Looking to put it right in this one.
28. $29.
Is this another mistake from Mark Selby? Is he hampered here by the green?
32.
He needs the brown.
$34.
If he's absolutely dead straight on this green, he'll have to play for the brown into the yellow pocket, which makes it just a little bit trickier.
You saw what Murphy thought of his previous shot. He feared the worst.
$37.
And this brown, Mark Selby will be 3 clear again. No heroics.
41.
Brain ball. On snooker.
Selby 41.
And Mark Selby wasn't entirely sure whether he played the snooker there or was trying to cannon the black to the top cushion. I do believe Mark Selby tried to cut that blue in. Shaun here has a real opportunity to get the snooker he requires. Just one is all that he needs. Oh, the pace was fabulous. Just misjudged the line of the shot.
What a big day for Chris Henry, the coach of both Mark Selby and Shaun Murphy. Henry making history in coaching both world finalists. That's never happened before. Somewhat awkward dynamic for him. Whatever happens in the rest of this final, it's going to be bittersweet for him. But unquestionably, he's helped both of these players to a big degree. They would both be the first to admit that. That's a terrific snooker, though, from Murphy. And space around the blue.
The good thing, though, here from Mark Selby's point of view, is even if he doesn't hit the blue, he won't be leaving it on. He has missed it. Oh, hang on. Well, if Mark Selby's left a free ball here...
5.
Oh, he was dicing with death. He really was. That would have been a very un-Selby-like mistake to have left a free ball, but my goodness, he nearly did.
What a boost it would be for Murphy if he could take a frame off Selby, having needed a snooker. He's back in the hunt. 15 the difference, 18 left.
I just wonder, Phil, what our studio guests, Neil and Ronnie, will make of Shaun's decision there to put Mark Selby back in. But he could have played it better, Mark. He won't be happy with this.
So can Shaun Murphy conjure a bit of magic here to turn this frame in his favour when he looked a certainty to be losing it?
That was a very nervous ball strike. He's got away with it.
Well, it tried in 3 pockets in the end. It's run relatively safe.
Well, where's this blue going? Is it going in? It's gone in. Well, would you believe that, Phil, hey?
Well, he still needs the pink and the black.
Yeah, he can cut the pink in, though. The problem is, does the cue ball travel towards that green pocket if he does try to cut the pink in?
Shaun Murphy, 5.
I don't know if he's done enough with that safety there, Shaun. Playing somebody like Mark Selby, ordinarily you'd expect him to put you in trouble from a position like this. He's certainly riding his luck here.
It was close. He's already benefited from the fluke on the blue, having needed a snooker, having got one. High drama early on the final day of the final. Possible 16 frames to come after this one. Double kiss, goodness me.
Goodness, there's some nerves out there, aren't there? Here's the black. He's not really
6.
on it. Surely he'll tempt this to the centre pocket. And Shaun is normally very good at these.
A gripping finale to frame 2 of the day. It looks good, it looks good. Oh, it's on the far jaw.
Shaun Murphy, 6.
Well, Phil, I thought that was in. It just seemed to, if anything, did it deviate fractionally there towards the top jaw? I think Mark Selby can cut this in. Let's have another look at this. Does it just turn away a fraction towards the end? Possibly. How's that not gone in? That's incredible.
This for 11-8. And Selby will be mighty relieved.
Selby,
He had
7 and a
Murphy
frame.
needing a snooker. Murphy got it and then fluked the blue, but it's Selby who leads 11-8.
Mark Selby to break.
So Mark Selby back to 3 frames in front and within 7 of the title. This is the last before the first interval on the final day of the championship. Let's have a look at Selby's reaction when he finally got that frame done. He knows it was big.
I just think he was rather annoyed with himself for something that happened in that frame, and that he feels that he shouldn't have allowed Shaun Murphy the chance to win it in the end. What about this for a pop? After losing that last frame, the way he lost it, to knock in a ball like that. Commendable.
There's nothing that's ever been wrong with Shaun Murphy's mettle. He proved it when he won the title, when he was 22. When he came from 4 frames adrift on the final day to win, and he's proved it countless times in this championship. 10-4 down to Kyron Wilson, being comprehensively outplayed. Let's have another look at this. What a pot. And then 11-8 down and faced with a very tough black from long range, which he might have played safe on. For my money, the shot of the championship, it turned the match in his favour. It was a moment of sheer brilliance that was the catalyst to win 13 of the last 15 against Kyron, who'd been playing so well. So he's got what it takes, Murphy. He's already proved that. He knows he can win this title. He knows how to win. But can he get the better of the master tactician, Mark Selby?
15.
That's not the angle that Shaun was looking for. Virtually dead straight on this black. Luckily for him, he doesn't need to go into the pack of reds. They're open quite nicely, so he'll have many opportunities to still be on the red here, Shaun. Oh, I thought he could have left himself something easier than this.
22.
Another stunning example of Shaun's cueing there. Got the right side of the blue, so now back in perfect position again.
$28. 29.
One of the great days in the sporting calendar, the final day of the World Championship.
Well, he's done it again. He's left himself a similar angle
36.
On this red to the right corner as he did in the last frame. So he'll be cannoning into other balls here. No guarantee he'll finish on a colour.
37.
This black's very thin. I think it's too thin. Going to have to play a good safety here, Shaun, and make sure he doesn't leave that red near the right corner for Mark Selby to attempt.
Green ball. Shaun Murphy, 37.
We've been here many times before. Murphy in first, great opening red, but only 30 odd points to show for his trouble.
There's a red just to the left of the pink spot, that's just below the pink spot level, that Shaun may consider attempting. There may be the chance of threading the cue ball through a gap of the reds back to bulk. That was the red, and he did knock it in.
One.
4-ball cannon on the yellow would have been good.
Pink ball. Shaun Murphy.
Mark Selby being Mark Selby here. Tight behind the brown, pink safe on the cushion.
I think the one red that Mark Selby would like to try and drop in behind is the one to the right of the black. How does he get there?
Murphy has been scintillating from distance on the resumption today. Mark Selby, who's been excellent throughout the tournament with his long potting, hasn't quite found his range on the resumption, but he still has that 3-frame cushion he started with. Murphy hoping to reduce it to 2 at the interval.
I don't think I've ever seen Mark Selby play a hit and hope shot from a position like this, but you may just have to consider it. He's going to attempt to play the cue ball in and out of bulk here off 3 cushions and try and rest against that red just to the right of the black, but it's going to mean using the bridge rest and, well, pretty much everything that he can find, because he'll have to cue over the brown from distance. Also got to be careful of the bump of the right-hand centre pocket with this as well.
Foul. And a miss.
Horrible shot.
Yeah, this is why I suggested the hit and hope, because so far away from the cue ball there, he doesn't really even have an idea of how close the tip is to the cue ball, and he can't really elevate the cue enough to get over the brown properly. Hence the miscue there.
I'm not sure the hit and hope is in Selby's DNA, is it? We know he wasn't thrilled when Ronnie did it to him a couple of times during their epic semi-final last year here. So maybe he feels as though he can't play that shot, given what he said afterwards.
Does that look right? Okay, Shaun.
Well, it's a perfectly bona fide shot choice, the hit and hope. If, you know, sometimes it's the right shot to play.
Doesn't get much more awkward than this, does it?
Foul. And a miss. Shaun Murphy full.
So is there going to be a change of tack here from Selby? Such a difficult shot he's trying to execute here. So far away from the cue ball as well.
Okay, Shaun.
Well, if he could play that with the rest, then why did he bother with all the bridge rest
Foul. And a miss.
and swan neck
Shaun
rest
Murphy full.
previously? That's a bit confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to keep going back for as long as Murphy can't see one to pot.
One.
Well, that's not much good to Shaun. He can pot the brown to the left centre, but the angle that he has on it's absolutely no good at all to him.
You raised the issue there, Dom, of why Selby wouldn't have employed the traditional rest initially rather than the spider and the swan net. It would appear that actually when the ball was replaced for the third time, it was not quite in the right spot, which perhaps then allowed Selby to get at more of the cue ball than he'd been able to see previously. Either way, Murphy's back in and looking to turn the screw.
Shaun Murphy won.
And he's certainly making the table less than pretty at the moment, with pink, brown and green now all nestling against a cushion, or close to.
Well, the thing is, if Mark Selby can get an opportunity with these remaining reds, he'd be right back in the frame anyway, and both players would need the green and brown. But it'd be disappointing for Shaun to have only potted a red from that failed escape from the snooker there from Mark Selby. That's incredible, Phil. What a pot that is. That's got to be, Phil, the best long pot of the match from Mark Selby there.
What a way to get yourself out of a hole. Brilliant from Selby. He's missed a couple today that were more straightforward than that one, but what a pot this is, and what a time to produce it. Give himself a great chance of getting right back in this frame.
And a cannon on the black as well. Not only was this an outstanding pot, forced into it, he felt. Tried not to go in, but the cannon to the black just worked out like a charm.
Had he missed it, he was almost certainly leaving the frame for
16.
Murphy, so if he were to now go on and win, this would be a hammer blow for the underdog.
17. $24.
Little bit surprised that Mark Selby's decided to pot this red so soon that's over the middle pocket. Because while it was there, he'd have had ample opportunity to develop the brown, knowing that he'd be guaranteed that red that was over the centre pocket then.
$30. $31. $36. $37.
Let that cue ball just slide through a little too much here. Nope.
Selby 37.
Broke down rather needlessly here, Mark Selby. Poor positional shot. But if he looks at the scoreboard, he'll realise that Shaun Murphy will need the difficult green.
It is still early on the final day, but this feels like a must-win frame now for Shaun Murphy. Yet again, he was in first. Yet again, he couldn't quite make enough to kill the frame off. He's been granted a reprieve here by Selby. He needs to take it.
$8.
But he's got the thorny issue of the green. At least he does have other insurance, though. And he couldn't have played that much better.
10.
Team Murphy approved of that. 24 the lead. 27 with the green, 22 on. Mark Selby would need 2 snookers.
Shaun Murphy 13.
Is this a snooker, or can Mark Selby get through to the brown? very dangerous playing that brown purposely next to the black, because it always gives Mark Selby a chance to get the snooker. Shaun doesn't get one himself.
Selby still needs 2 snookers.
Shaun doesn't want to leave the brown on though for Mark Selby, because Mark Selby were to pot the brown, he could tie with just 1 snooker then.
Another lengthy frame, but Murphy, barring calamity, should be winning it to close to within 2. That will be 2 out of the first 3. And the chance to win this first mini session if he can complete the job here. But he knows that Mark Selby will scrap away until all hope is lost.
It's a very nervy shot from Mark Selby. He's played a couple lately. Seems to be a little edgy again.
The equation's the same. 2 4-point snookers required for Selby to overturn this deficit. So 23 now the difference, and as Don mentioned, that means it's 1 snooker on the blue to tie the frame and force a respot. Murphy having done exactly the same to Selby in that dramatic frame, which Selby pinched on the final black after it looked as though Murphy had potted it to the left centre pocket.
Selby full.
So can Murphy drill in one of those trademark long pots of his and kill this frame off once and for all? Get himself back within just 2 frames. There's your answer. He's up for the battle today, make no mistake.
Shaun Murphy 5 and the frame.
Mark Selby remains in his chair. Shaun Murphy has won 2 of the 3 frames on the resumption. He now trails 11-9.
The 21st frame. Shaun Murphy to break.
If he wins this session, we are in for something to savour tonight. And once again, we see the now trademark fist pump from Murphy. We saw it against Kyron Wilson. And we've seen it again now. He's up for it, make no mistake.
Wow, another fantastic long pot, this time from Mark Selby, and it was very, very similar, wasn't it, to the one that we saw Shaun Murphy knock in the last frame, or the frame before even.
We've seen some outstanding distance balls disappear in this session already from both players.
Mark Selby full.
The 2 reds just below the pink. Could be a plant to this left corner.
It's been quite a battle, hasn't it? Frame time just creeping up as this match has worn on. We're now up towards 21 minutes per frame on average. Both players, of course, already have their names etched on that magnificent trophy. But for Mark Selby, he's looking to join an exclusive club of just 4 players to have won it 4 times. Shaun Murphy, heading to become just the 7th player to win it more than once at the Crucible.
One.
Oh, and a lovely cannon there to the brown has left him on the green.
Four. Five. $11.
Is he still on the black? Just about, maybe.
$19.
Well, it looked as though Mark Selby was on
Mark
that red to
Selby,
the left of the
19.
black, but clearly not. So broke down a little prematurely, but he's played a very good safety there.
That's normally the way with Selby. If he does break down, he's very adept at swallowing that disappointment and playing a telling safety.
Foul.
Wow.
Miss.
Now is Mark
Mark
Selby on
Selby,
that
4.
red to the left of the black. Oh, he is. What a mistake that was from Shaun.
One.
He'll be very frustrated with that one. And if Selby can win this frame, it's very much job done for him, sharing the session. If he continues to do that, it's just a matter of time before he gets to the winning line.
This was a misjudged escape from the snooker from Shaun. Too narrow with the cue ball. And the pace was absolutely perfect from Mark Selby's point of view to leave that red on. Don't forget, last night in their session, when they came back after the interval, Mark Selby won all 4 frames.
Eight.
Travelled a little too far. If he can just roll the red in and avoid cannoning any other red, he'll still be on the pink in the opposite corner.
14. $20.
68, and Selby should have drawn this mini session 2 each.
21. $27.
He's just doing the maths here.
$28.
2 straight on the blue, so the red next to the pink will have to be played from a little further away. There you can see 60 ahead, so this red and the
33.
pink would only enable Shaun Murphy to tie. Red and the black, you'd need a snooker.
It looks like being a very costly loose safety shot from Shaun Murphy. It's the reds all together, left one for Selby. Well, it's been an eventful quartet of frames.
41.
But it'll be Mark Selby who's the happier because he's maintained his advantage.
$42.
Just that second frame, wasn't there, that Shaun Murphy looked like winning quite comfortably and ended up losing it on the final
50.
black. What a difference that could have made to this session. Could so easily have been 11-10, but it's going to be 12-9.
$57. 58. $65. 66.
As our wait for the first century of the final about to be ended.
73.
Shaun Murphy will be frustrated at the shot he played to allow Selby back in. It wasn't the hardest escape from a snooker, certainly to at least leave Selby without a pot to go at, but not only did he leave a pot, he's left a frame-winning break, which now looks as though it could be Mark Selby's 11th century of the tournament.
$80. 82. 85. 89. 94.
'Very nicely done. And the 3 times world champion still very much in charge in this world final. The 104th century here at the Crucible this year. Mark Selby started with a 3-frame cushion, and he's emerged after the first 4 frames with that lead intact. He leads Shaun Murphy, 12 frames to 9. And if Shaun Murphy is going to get back into this world final, you feel as though he has to make his move sooner rather than later. Mark Selby has been able to preserve his 3-frame overnight lead, which will be quite satisfactory for him. Murphy's played well. He's asked questions of Selby, but he'll be ruining that loose safety at the back end of the previous frame. Selby stepping in with the first century of the final to stay 3 clear and within 6 of a 4th world title. So we've seen plenty of that from Murphy today. And he needs plenty more.
Yeah, this was another fabulous pot from Shaun Murphy. Right into the heart of the pocket. Getting in hasn't really been Shaun's trouble in the majority of the frames. He just hasn't seemed to have amassed enough points to go on and win the frames in the end. Mark Selby has got back into a couple of them and ended up pipping Shaun at the post.
That was certainly the trend last night,
6.
and there's been evidence of it again today. That's got to change for Murphy, and it's got to change now. He can still win this session if he does. He's only going to be 1 behind going into the final act of this gripping drama this evening. But that's gone wrong.
Yeah, I was trying to push the red towards that right corner and caught it too thinly. You can see the disappointment in Shaun, because from his point of view, that was not a difficult cannon to effect.
Shaun Murphy, 14.
Very deflating from Shaun's point of view, and he keeps getting in with terrific long pots. And initially, good positional play, only to just break down for no real apparent reason. But he is breaking down, he's not scoring enough points, and Shaun's allowing this man here, Mark Selby, to get back into some of these frames.
The earpieces. Jan, can you just ask him to turn the earpieces down a little bit, the volume? He'll turn the main volume down, it's easier.
They're referring to commentary from the host broadcaster. Sometimes that commentary can bleed through to the arena and can be heard by the players. Jan Verhaas making the phone call to sort that out. Paul Collier, of course, officiating his third World Final. Proud moment for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what good that's going to do, because if powers that be backstage actually turn the volume down at their end, then the audience members who have the earpiece will just turn them up at their end and you'll be back to square one probably. Just a little bit short of pace, Mark Selby. I wonder if Shaun Murphy will be lining up this straight red to the left corner. He's found another one that pots, actually. That was a better one to play. You could see he could create a good angle with the cue ball there to leave himself on blue or bolt colour. For once, the long red goes astray. Well, those two reds aren't quite a plant. They could be made, but I don't think you'd want to risk it. The way you would make that plant is by hitting the top red almost full ball from where Mark Selby is. That would push the lower red towards the pocket. It's called a reverse plant, but again, you'd have to be in real trouble to want to take that on.
Well, he's had a result there, Selby. Could easily, having missed the red, left one. But that double kiss has helped him out. Nothing much has changed really for Murphy today. It's been a case once again of not being able to score heavily enough when given the chance. Of course, he took the first frame in one visit. But there have been at least 3 or 4 that he might have won that have slipped by. And that's the difference so far. Got to change that trend.
He's missed a lot of long pots, Mark Selby, on the thin side, which is better from a point of view of getting the cue ball back to bulk. But the red has come back with the cue ball, and it is possible for Shaun, but it's a very tough pot. And it is rather risky. As you can see, the green is covering the red in bulk, but there is an alternative here for Mark Selby. Choice of 2 reds to this left corner. As you can see, he's having to contort his body over that red that's on the baulk cushion.
The fact that he was hampered just made that shot a little bit more awkward than it would otherwise have been.
Well, I don't think that red goes. We're in line with it there, and you can see the pink is masking the potting angle. He can't get through to the red in bulk, I don't think. So I think the only red that Shaun can have a go at here is the one to the left corner. It doesn't have a good angle on it. He have to play a little swerve there around the green. I think he's covered it, but again, Mark Selby can take the same red to the left corner that Shaun just refused. I don't think he's quite as hampered this time, Mark Selby. I probably fancy him to knock this one in. Just look at the position of the reds.
For Selby, I mean, he's guaranteed a lead of some sort going into the final session. Murphy looking a little downbeat there, Dominic. He's had one or two chances again today, hasn't he? But against Kyron Wilson in that stirring fight back, he would have taken.
Yes, he certainly took all the chances that he created for himself in that incredible semi-final comeback over Kyron. But he's been chasing this match. Mark Selby's made it so difficult for Shaun at times.
No.
And I think his style of play doesn't suit Shaun Murphy. It's very difficult to attack well and score heavily, keep your rhythm. And Mark Selby's doing what he normally does. He takes a lot of care on a lot of shots and just strangles you to death. He just makes it so tough for you. He's the ultimate grinding match player of the modern era.
And yet, if you look at their head-to-head, it could scarcely be tighter, could it? 14 wins for Selby, 12 for Murphy. Their only previous meeting here, going to the wire in the 07 semi-finals. So Murphy's had plenty of success over Selby in his style of play. But I don't think there's any venue that makes it tougher for you to get the better of this man than the Crucible.
And I think the other thing to mention here, Phil, is that perhaps it's true to say that Mark Selby
17
is a lot further away from his A game than Shaun Murphy perhaps is from his. but yet he's still winning.
18.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? That Selby can win in different ways. 692 career centuries will tell you that he's among the very best the world's ever seen in terms of break building, 6 on the all-time list. But when the need arises,
25.
he can make things horribly awkward.
26.
It's a pretty irresistible combination. But the bottom line is he's been more adept than Murphy in this final at scoring heavily when he's had the chance to do
33.
so.
$34. $41.
There's the magic number. Little central blue graphic there of 66 points. If Mark Selby can achieve that total, Shaun Murphy will require a snooker or snookers.
42.
And of course, as Mark Selby does begin to pull away from Shaun Murphy, the pressure will ease on him.
$47. $48.
The red that Mark Selby would love to see the back of is the one nearest the left corner, because it's blocking the two together near the pink there into the same pocket. What's he done here? He's cannoned the red, and I think he's covered everything up. I don't think he's on a red here.
54.
Still work to do to make this frame safe. This is Selby's 8th break in excess of 50 in the final, including the first century, just before the interval. But this went wrong.
The cue ball seems to have quite a bit of pace on it there. I can only assume he did try to come past that red. I don't know if it was possible into the right corner anyway. I'm not happy, and rightly so. This frame is still in the balance here. Isn't a ball safe? Not even that red that's on the cushion there, because it's very close to that corner pocket. And it's a situation like this that can sometimes cause Mark Selby to dwell for quite some time on the shot before he decides what shot to play. I have to say, though, it's not easy to choose the right shot here.
Mark Selby, 54.
Well, relief for Shaun Murphy, but he still has a chance in this frame. It was looking grim for him before Selby lost position. 40 the difference, still 67 available. And as Dominic said, nothing safe to rescue Selby if Murphy did get back in.
Shaun Murphy could take the risk here of trying to get the cue ball in behind the brown, but if he didn't, he'd almost certainly be leaving a long red as a shot to nothing on for Mark Selby.
Murphy's turn to take his time.
It's a pretty good shot that Shaun's played there. I don't think there's a potable red on. You can see there's not much of the pocket that Mark Selby could see. Could himself try and get the cue ball behind green or brown in bulk here. There's a chance he could even fluke the red that's nearest that left corner. Played a different shot entirely. He hasn't played it well. This red will cut in. Well, actually, in hindsight, I think the cue ball's done enough there. Shaun knocks that in. What a shot that will be. It's hardly any of the pocket that he can see.
There's a giant difference that this frame will make. If Selby wins it, guarantee the lead. Moving 4 clear for the first time. Murphy wins it. He could still emerge with the lead. Another lengthy frame underway, getting on for 24 minutes. Murphy's not potted a ball now for more than 22.
Shaun has a choice of reds here, and he could pot. No. Oh, he didn't cue that well at all. I think he'll have left something on here. He has.
And that looks likely to be terminal. in this frame. Selby already 40 in front. Not much more needed.
One.
So just this red, either pink or black.
7.
Mark Selby will have increased his lead.
8.
Preying on Murphy's mistakes. He did so in the frame before the interval after Murphy played a loose safety with a century.
14.
And he's mopped up the necessary points here after Murphy's misread to the green pocket.
15.
Murphy's pot success has now slipped down into the 80s.
22.
Selby still firm at 92%.
23. 28. 29. 36. 38. 41. 45. 50.
A ninth half century of the final for Mark Selby. Much more importantly, a four-frame advantage as we head towards the sharp end of this World Championship final.
Well, no matter what happens here now, Shaun Murphy will know now that he's guaranteed to be behind going into the final session later on. But can he somehow manage to claw back some of this deficit? It takes a lot of fortitude, mental strength.
It's not a great break-off, is it?
No, well, it may be on this red. It's a very thin cut. And he's managed it.
Murphy knew he'd left it. Little shake of the head as he returned to his chair. But Mark Selby doesn't capitalise on this occasion. The green goes astray.
Because he missed this on the thin side, he's overran the cue ball quite significantly. Shaun can still cut this red in, but he won't really know where the cue ball's going to finish.
One.
What he wouldn't give right now for a frame-winning visit. Just to restore a bit of rhythm, bit of fluency.
7.
The red only just wriggled in. As you can see here, potted it on the thick side, so the cue ball didn't run as far up the table for the blue as Shaun intended.
$18. 19.
Just one substantial break on the resumption today from Murphy, the 77 that gave him the 18th
25.
frame to get back to within 2.
26. $33. 34. $41. 42. 49.
This is Shaun's
50.
second highest break of the afternoon. Made a break of 77 in an earlier frame in this session. This is only a second break other than that above 40.
$57. 58.
It's black and one more red.
$65. 66.
He won't lack for support in his bid to get back into contention in this world final. And with that black, surely this frame is his. And it's also been a clean kill and a quick kill. This frame, only 7 minutes old.
73.
Very much against the grain of most of the frames we've seen in the second half of this World Final today. Just the kind of frame Murphy
74.
needed to punish Mark Selby's error on the green. So with 2 to come in this session,
81.
Murphy could still be within 1. If he can win 1 of the 2, then he's giving himself a realistic
82.
chance when they come back tonight. But this is exactly what he needed, and not a moment too soon. And is he going to join the 100 club in this final now?
85.
8 centuries for the tournament.
86. '93.
Beautifully cued.
94.
Just the pink for the century. And a very welcome tonic for Shaun Murphy. Very well done. Murphy springs to life in the nick of time.
100.
Shaun Murphy has stayed in touch. Mark Selby missed a green. Murphy makes his first century of the final. He's back within 3 frames. He trails 13-10. Mark Selby pegged back,
Thank you
but
to
he still
24th
has
frame. Mark Selby to break.
a 3-frame cushion. He's guaranteed to have 1 at the end of the session. That would be a big disappointment for him, given he was 4 ahead. For Murphy, well, if he can win 1 of the remaining 2.
Shaun having another look at a tough long red. The black isn't available. Oh, goodness. The black wasn't available, so he had to power that in to give himself a chance of being on the bolt colour or the blue. And again, some of Shaun Murphy's long potting in this event, particularly in the last few rounds, has been breathtaking.
1 or 2 audience members shaking their head in disbelief at the quality of Murphy's cueing. He's at it again here. He's unlucky. Going for the jugular. Well, he's known as the magician.
Touching ball.
Important now, though, having been unfortunate not to land on a red, that he plays a telling safety here. That's what Selby would do in these circumstances.
Shaun Murphy 5.
A tap on the table would suggest he's achieved it.
Mark just trying to ascertain if there's any likelihood of making a 3-ball plant here. I think he's hoping the 3rd red would deflect off another towards the pocket. Well, that's not the best cue ball. Shaun, I'm sure, will have a go at one of these reds to either corner.
If every pot that Murphy had taken on in this final had been at that kind of range, he might well be in front by now. He's barely missed one. That's what they're playing for, not to mention the £500,000 cheque that goes with it, by the way. 200,000 to the runner-up. Both know what it's like to lift that trophy aloft.
6.
But for Shaun Murphy, it would mean so much to join that select band of 6 players to have won it more than once. And for Mark Selby, the chance to join a club of just 4 players to have won it 4 times or more.
Sure, may have been unlucky there, unless the red that's just below the black pots. Oh, well, it does. Still, it won't be easy to get on a colour from this.
$13.
Groans from the crowd as Murphy fails to land on the pink.
Bramble. Shaun Murphy, 13.
Good cue ball, though. Just 1 or 2 signs that Murphy is rediscovering that inspiration that he needs to get himself back in the mix here.
He certainly put Mark Selby in a bit of difficulty here. Could be that Mark Selby will have to try and play a delicate roll up to the 3 reds by the pink, but I'm just wondering if the green's in the way.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 4. Free ball.
Well, if Shaun doesn't take on a colour here as a free ball, I think I'd prefer to have the cue ball replace myself.
Yes, of course, he can't dribble up to the brown. Can't snooker behind a free ball.
Well, maybe Mark Selby can't hit this left-hand side cushion and drop onto the red that's nearest this left corner on the top cushion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Selby just checking with Paul Collier that he's made a note of where the cue ball is in case it needs to go back here. Not the cannon he was looking for. Wanted the thin snick, not the full ball.
Could have finished worse. Not easy to get position on the colour here.
Six. Seven. Twelve. $13.
Overdid that quite a bit, Shaun. Would have been playing for the blue to the right centre there.
Dead level, 3 frames each on the resumption today. Same number of balls potted. But of course it's Murphy who's trying to make inroads into that Selby lead. So far, he's not been able to achieve that. But there's still time.
16.
He's never lacked for cue power, has he?
$17.
Yes, that's far from ideal.
22.
He's on the red okay, but position to a colour once again will be tricky.
$23.
Nicely done.
$29.
Far too much backspin on the cue ball there
30.
from Shaun. Narrowed the angle. And he hasn't finished on anything now.
Tantalisingly close to closing this frame out there, Murphy, but he's going to have to be patient. 52 in front, still 67 left.
Blue ball.
just slipped past the edge of the brown. Could have been a nasty snooker. At least he's got Mark Selby shaking his head. That's progress.
Played this very well, Mark Selby. Couldn't have done much more than that.
These last 2 frames of the session could have a monumental impact on the eventual outcome of this final. Oh, that is another magnificent pot from range from Shaun Murphy.
One.
Yeah, superb again from tight under the bolt cushion. Went in so cleanly once again from Shaun. Mark Selby couldn't really do much to avoid leaving the chance of that red, but what a great pot it was.
Now, can he slot this yellow in and get on his next red? If he can, he should be back to within 2 frames. He only needs the red.
3.
The crowd are turning up the volume, and Shaun Murphy is responding. Selby needs 2 snookers as things stand. Now it's 2 to tie.
7.
And that sets the seal on frame 24. So Shaun Murphy edges in front on the day, 4 frames to 3.
14. 15.
And in winning these 2 frames back to back, he's given himself a chance this evening, whatever happens in the last frame of the session. But can he close it
22.
out? Just 1 behind. He's playing his best snooker
23.
since he led 5-3 yesterday afternoon. His long potting has been stupendously good.
29. 31.
And it was that fantastic pot from tight under the baulk rail that enabled him to put together this frame-winning break.
34. 38.
Mark Selby not troubling the scorers in this one. Missed the green early in the frame before. Murphy stepped in.
43.
This world final is really coming to life now. Shaun Murphy is hunting down Mark Selby. Another fist pump. He's within 2 at 13-11.
Shaun Murphy to break.
Before arriving in Sheffield, but he's recaptured the spirit of 2005 to get this far. Can he maintain that brand of snooker to get himself right back into contention come the final session this evening?
Not quite the break-off that Shaun was looking for. Mark Selby can cue this one in. And he has.
And given he's only scored 1 point in the last 2 frames, that was a doubly good red for Selby.
And as the cue ball travelled around the angles there, Phil, he cannoned the black into open play. And if Shaun Murphy doesn't get an opportunity in this final frame of the afternoon, he'll be bitterly disappointed.
Five. Six.
Just potted that red on the thick side. He could have really done with that cue ball travelling another couple of inches there. He could then have held for the red just above the black. Not sure he can now. Was forced to play this shot. He's judged it very well.
$14. $21. $22.
Very good recovery there from Mark Selby. He wouldn't have been happy having to play that missable cutback. Now, will he risk going to his pack of reds here? Because they're all in one another's way. Caught the pink. Well, it's finished okay for Mark. That could have been a lot worse.
26. $27.
Shaun Murphy sitting in his chair, arms folded, wondering if his break-off is going to cost him the chance to get back to within a single
32.
frame.
I think he's sitting there, Phil, arms folded, because he's probably furious with himself for the break-off shot that's allowed Mark Selby in for these. It was such an incredibly important frame.
33.
From both players' point of view, and for Shaun to just break off and leave that long red on for Mark Selby, who's on a decent break here and still in A1 position. It could be that Shaun doesn't come back to the table here.
$40.
There are two shots that Mark Selby can play here. Can punch this red in, use a side cushion, get position on the black, or he can run through the trace of running side. He'll be closer to the black then. Had to be the right shot to play. Not quite sure why it took so long over playing it in the end. Still not playing sailing this for Mark Selby. If you look at the way the reds are, they're all in sort of groups of two and they're in one another's way. There are only two easy reds that Mark can play for here.
$48. $49.
Very close to the black here. May have to just jab this in and play for the red to the right of the pink.
$56. Thank you. $57.
Mark Selby dreamed of being a world champion as a junior, and he's told us during this tournament it was beyond his wildest dreams to become a three-time world champion. He now appears to be edging towards matching the feats of the great Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, John Higgins, and of course Ronnie O'Sullivan.
62.
And becoming a champion on 4 occasions. $75 left, 62 the lead.
Just played a terrible positional shot there, Phil. He overran that significantly.
And
he's missed the red. Amazing.
Mark Selby, 62.
Well, a couple of shots ago, he was in perfect position on the blue. I don't know how he finished where he did.
Mark Selby affording Shaun Murphy a glimmer of hope. Full-blooded for the red, needs some luck. There's not so many of those in today.
Well, this red is on to the left centre for Mark Selby, but he doesn't need to take that sort of a risk. He'd be almost certain to leave a red on for Shaun Murphy if it didn't go in. He's on the blue just beautifully there to play a stun run through, and he just, wow, too much run through. Overran by at least 12 inches.
Still 75 available.
Well, for me, Shaun's got to develop one of the awkward reds here. Nearly developed them both, but that was a very unfortunate kiss from Shaun to leave this red on like this.
Mark Selby's going to get another bite at the cherry to put this frame away. Red and a high value colour would leave Murphy needing a snooker. There goes the red. The blue would do.
Six. Seven.
And now it's 3 snookers for Shaun Murphy. If this goes in, this frame is surely over.
$13. $14.
Shaun Murphy
21.
is not out of this by any means. Remember, in that great final, perhaps the greatest 3 years ago,
22.
John Higgins trailed Mark Williams 15-10. Managed to level at 15-all. But Murphy has not been able to make inroads on the lead that Mark Selby started the afternoon with.
28.
He's hung with him, but he's got to do more than that if he's to become world champion for a second time. Has to find a way to claw back that deficit. Mark Selby has been very effective
29.
at keeping him at bay. Murphy will look back at the break-off,
36.
which proved very expensive, allowing Selby to make 62.
37.
And this is just polishing things off.
Should leave that off.
42. 44. 47. 51.
No wonder Mark Selby is finishing
56.
this penultimate session with a smile on his face. He'll be happy enough with the work he's done. He's shared the session.
62.
Mark Selby departs the arena as he arrived this afternoon. 3 frames clear, but now within 4 of joining that pantheon of greats to have won the title at the Crucible 4 times or more. Selby, 14-11 up.
Mark Selby to break.
Selby needs 4, Murphy
Thank
needs
you.
7 to become world champion. For the record, Oliver Lyons won the very first frame of the World Championship back on April the 5th. Who's going to win the last one? Whoever it is, they'll pick up £500,000 and the most prized trophy in the sport. Shaun Murphy clearly needs a good start. If he could win this mini session 3-1, there's only 1 frame in it, but he knows he's got to start knocking in these long balls. He's got to start making these breaks. That's what they're playing for.
Can we turn the phones off, please?
Crowd need to settle. They've been whipped up into a frenzy, but they now need to settle. And we all need to just take a bit of a backward step and remember this is a serious business. 8.5 hours they've been playing. How much longer?
Yeah, very close. Very close. Now, does this red pass the other red into the left corner? The atmosphere is unbelievable. And it could inspire one of the players to heights. That was a nervy one.
But this is the one that really matters. A few memories for you here, Joe. 2 World Finals, one that you won, one you were runner-up. Nothing like it.
It's absolutely incredible. And as I say, you can be inspired to reach heights that you never dreamed of. And that's what this championship's all about. Getting inspired at the right time. And both of these players have got the ability. And they can both be inspired by one good shot, one missed spot, one missed shot. It can affect the confidence so much. Just one shot. There's a pot success, look, and that's pretty good. Over so many frames.
I think that's quite significant. You know, we associate Murphy getting him in long pots, but Selby's percentage is actually higher, safety about level. So not much in it at all, but the scoreline is what matters. They've each had a century.
Well, that was an interesting shot that Shaun Murphy played there. He could have played the cue ball down towards the black, but gave away the safety advantage by playing down the table. He wants to keep the game flowing. He doesn't want to start tippy-tapping about around the black spot area and the pack gradually opening up. He wants to get on with it, and that's opened the game up. Now, will he go for this? I think he's got to take shots on for sure. And look at that for a shot. And you can put that down to the shot that he played previously to keep the game open.
Terrific. Long red again. He's got so many in this tournament. Ronnie O'Sullivan said last night, didn't he? He said Murphy, even if he loses, he'd rather lose on his own terms, going for his shots, playing the snooker that he plays.
Oh, I don't care who it is. You've got to attack the game if you want to be world champion. You can't afford to play safe and expect to win the championship by playing safe alone and just waiting for chances. You've got to do something like this. And as I say, those kind of shots can inspire you. Lots of right-hand side on the cue ball. And I tell you what, he's very, very unfortunate there. He caught them well. Coming around the 2 cushions with lots of right-hand side on the cue ball. Look at the side here. Zip. And caught them full. But just unfortunate. Might still be able to pot this red. Could have been on something a lot easier, but that's recovered. Another kiss that wasn't
11.
fortuitous. It could have been a lot kinder.
Well, it's already been the most adventurous 11 break you'll ever see. Getting great support. The crowd here would love to see a really close finish, I'm sure.
Cue ball is close. It's close.
Shaun Murphy 11, Mark Selby 4.
To be fair, he shouldn't have been close to the left corner. He wanted to be more towards the red that he was playing for.
I just think with this atmosphere, the adrenaline must be coursing around the players' bodies, and it might just take just a while to settle again into this match. It's what, of course, they've been missing the last year.
Maybe a chance here to get in behind the green, open the reds up. He doesn't normally play that kind of shot, but this is such an attacking shot to play. No, he hasn't played it. Just skimming off the reds. I think Shaun Murphy's start to the game so far has just put Selby on the back foot, because he could have played off the reds thick there, got in behind the green. Well, another chance here to try and get that cue ball in behind the green, and I think this time he will take it. The red just above the black. He could play that red onto the black or towards it. If he gets enough side on the cue ball. That's the shot, and he wasn't far away. Well, this is just what Murphy didn't want. The black going over the pocket, and a protracted safety game, safety battle. He's getting a lot of support, Shaun Murphy.
Well, he knows he can't lose the mini session. If he draws it 16-13, he's still in trouble, but not out. If he wins it, 3-1 or 4-0, obviously, it's anyone's.
Yes, that's the target. But already he's involved in a safety battle that he didn't really want to be involved in. But what can he do now? He can't go for a pot. There's not a pot to go for. He can only play a safety and hope it's a good one. And this is dangerous. This is dangerous. If he comes past the red, he could leave it on. Played it well, though. Now, will Selby be tempted by the red to the baulk corner? He'll work out where he wants that cue ball just in case he misses it. But he's not interested in the slightest of taking it on. I thought he could have took it on and played the cue ball to the middle pocket. But he wants his safety battle.
Yeah, Mark Selby has been very clear. He's here to get to 18 frames. That's it. We saw a couple of frames last night that went very scrappy. He won, give him a good lead overnight. everyone has sort of settled down, haven't they, after that extraordinary set of introductions. It's great to have so many people here, of course. This is a test event for indoor entertainment in the UK.
Now, could be a chance here. If you can cue it. Depends if the green's in the way. Screwing the cue ball back to the baulk area, out of danger. The two reds just next to the pink would have gone to the left corner. He couldn't just stun the red in, and that made the shot even harder. Similar scenario here for Shaun Murphy. If he takes the red on, he's got to be fully aware of those two reds by the pink. Oh, look at that. What a shot. What another shot from Shaun Murphy. He's already knocked in some beauties, and that's probably put Mark Selby on the back foot, you know. He's refused a couple of reds in favour of safety.
This is what he did when he won it. Obviously, he was much younger then, it was all new to him, but he came out the last session and was just knocking all sorts in. On that occasion, he trailed Matthew Stevens 12-11, so it was very close. Obviously, this is sterner test, but we can see what his approach is going to be. That shot alone tells you.
The amount of side he had on the cue ball there to take it out of danger. But this is another tester. He's great with the rest. He's told us so.
Just one miss from 19 attempts with the rest. Make that 20 attempts.
No.
Quite incredible. No thought whatsoever about missing it and what he would leave. So sure he was going to get it. But the black is not a gimme. But if it should go in, he'd have earned himself a chance to win this opening frame. Right in the middle. Not ideally on a red, but he is
16.
on one with the rest again.
Well, we had the anything but snooker feature running throughout the championship. He was adamant there was no one better. And he keeps proving that's the case, I think.
Oh dear. He'd done all the hard work.
Shaun
He's
Murphy,
missed a sitter.
17.
Yeah, and this is the problem. You know, he's 14-11 down. Just can't afford to be missing these. Having worked his way into the frame.
That is a killer of confidence. He's got to hope that Mark Selby doesn't punish him.
One.
Well, let's see how Selby is feeling. This is the biggest night of the year if you're a snooker player. He's poised to join John Higgins on 4 Crucible titles. Only Hendry Davis and O'Sullivan have won more here at this famous venue.
Plays that shot so well.
8.
Lots of reverse side on the cue ball for these 2 reds into the left corner.
Nine.
This is the pink. Shaun missed. In and out. Is it hard enough? Is it hard enough? I don't think it is. He's well shot.
14.
He can still pot it. He should have been better on this red. Didn't pot the red
15.
cleanly, and that's why he's the wrong side of the blue. He's definitely feeling it. He needs a good recovery shot here.
20.
He could play around the 2 cushions for the blue. I'll try for the black. Right in the middle.
21.
He's got to get that cue ball under control. He had it, and he slightly lost it last few shots. This looks better. Now he's in full control.
Yes, he looked
26.
a little edgy at the start, but Shaun Murphy's Miss Pink has given him the opening that he's been looking for just to settle down. He played so well the whole championship, breezed through the first 3 rounds. The semi-final was a real dogfight with Stuart Bingham. But he comes here this evening needing just 4 more frames to win this tournament for a 4th time.
$34. $35.
The only really tough red is that one behind
42.
the black. The one near the right side cushion. Should be easy enough to get in behind that.
$43.
Well, he's got choice of playing the cannon to the red or just dropping the black in and playing the red along the cushion. can and could have gone wrong. And it's just bounced a little too far for me.
50.
How did that drop in?
51.
He's not amused. Yeah, great shot, bringing the red into play, and he only needs the red.
58.
Well, that right there could be the difference between 15-11 or 14-12. It went in.
59.
That's frame ball. Shaun Murphy's missed pink, ultimately very costly, having got in with that cracking long red. A couple of rest shots as well, but missed the pink. And at this stage of the final, he knows he just can't afford those sort of mistakes.
66.
This is what Selby needed, to get in early and put something together just to calm a few nerves.
Mark Selby, 66 on the frame.
Mark Selby with a break of 66. He's 3 away from the title. He leads 15-11. Shaun Murphy. There's a sort of fairy tale feel to the championship this year, with the crowds returning, and I guess 17 each would complete that fairy tale. But if that's going to happen, Murphy needs to start hitting back soon. He was in, he had chances in that last frame, but Mark Selby made in the end a very solid 66. This was the pink that Murphy missed when he was in with a good chance.
Yes, and what will hurt even more is that he's knocked in some terrific balls to earn himself that chance, because he did really earn that chance. He knocked in a great ball. Potted some good balls with the rest because he wasn't ideal. Gonna forget about that opening frame now. He can still get his plan, which would have been 3-1 this session. He needs the next 3 frames for that plan to work. What a cut, what a cut, what a kiss. Well, it was a great shot, this. It's red to the middle. But what a kiss that was. An angle on the middle pocket. Everything fell into place here. It was undoubtedly a great cut. A little bump on the middle pocket, the kiss on the brown.
This man could have lived with the tough guys of snooker in any era. He's got everything, really. Iron concentration, which is so important in these long matches. He can score heavily. Long potting's been superb throughout the tournament. His safety game is immaculate.
Yeah, I fully agree. You know, in any era he would have competed with the safety, the thinking of the game. And there were some great thinkers. Now he's left an angle on the red here on purpose to bring more reds into play.
13.
Now he can either play it with a lot of topspin, and I think, well, he's going down at the bottom of the ball. Just looks a bit far away, the reds. Oh, look at that. They couldn't have split any better. Look at the cue ball there, just the right amount of screw on the cue ball to leave himself absolutely spot on the black. Could have played that one better, though.
21.
He could play the cannon to the red to hold for the black, but I think going up for the blue or one of the balk colours.
22.
But this is the other side of it. He's a very heavy scorer. He gets in early in a frame where balls aren't awkward. He makes the break 692 career centuries. Will attest to that. He's made 87 at the Crucible alone.
$27. 28.
How different his life could have been but for Malcolm Thorne, who allowed him to go and practice for free at his brother Willie's club in Leicester because Mark's family couldn't afford to send him to the club. And Selby just grabbed hold of the opportunity with both hands, spent hour upon hour honing his craft.
Yeah, and he didn't do... Malcolm Thorne we're talking about
35.
now. He didn't do that just for Mark Selby. He did that for so many youngsters up and down the country. Had tournaments at his club that invited professionals as well as young amateurs. He did so much for snooker.
Well, that's where these two met. These two on any given weekend would be playing in a junior tournament, most likely in Leicester.
Oh, so much to people like Malcolm Thorne.
$36.
And now he's getting his position inch perfect. Winning that opening frame has given him a boost of confidence.
Yeah, and when you look at his upbringing, he's spoken this year about the very, very difficult times when people wonder why sometimes snooker is life and death to him. Well, at one point it was.
Just into a little bit of luck, and I'm maybe on one to the right corner. I'm not sure, can't tell from this angle.
41.
He's having a good look at it. It's difficult to tell from here. He thinks he can get it. Otherwise he'd be skimming off the red safe. Another great rest player. He needs a good kiss, and he got it.
42.
It started off with a good kiss, and that was another one. He would have been on the brown to the middle, to be fair, but that's even better. He's overdone it, you know, unless something goes there at the back
44.
of the pack. It's another thin wrist shot, maybe. Oh, he's a tall fella, but even he. Doesn't want to play the cannon to that red near the middle pocket, which is a natural, by the way. So I might just put a little bit of something on the cue ball to avoid that cannon. Always looked high. So Shaun Murphy gets a chance.
44.
They'll be very annoyed, won't they, because he was nice on that yellow, but just lost ideal position. 44 in the frame.
So, Shaun Murphy with a chance. With a couple of awkward reds. Those two below the pink. I think they are available. Now, you really have to miss these balls along the cushion to miss them. We saw that in the last frame when Mark Selby, I don't know, it went in.
No.
There was no danger of that one missing, no.
$16.
The red that's closest to the left corner, although it's close to the pocket, it's a tricky little red, that. Not the ideal angle on the black either. Stun run through, could have been better.
24.
Now, choices to make is not ideal on any of the colours. Yellow, brown or blue. You might decide to play a cannon to the pink. And that will do. Now, he might just be able to bring the red near the middle pocket into play.
30.
It's dropped absolutely nice for that shot. Oh, he's missed the red. Worse still, he's gone in off.
30. Mark
I
Selby,
don't know
4.
how he's missed that red.
This is not his favourite pocket, is it? That's where he missed the pink in frame one. Misses the cannon, goes in off. Big misjudgment, really.
Yeah, it was. It couldn't have dropped any better, you know. Dropped perfect on that split.
Well, Selby also needs all three reds.
All right, guys, if you keep calling names out, it doesn't help anybody. I want you to enjoy the evening, but just settle down, please.
I think that's fair enough from Paul Collier. It doesn't help the players to have constant shouting. We want an atmosphere, and we've got one, but let's all just keep calm and carry on.
Yeah, I can say as a snooker player, it's very off-putting, actually. Although we did have to put up with it quite a lot when they had Alex Higgins and Jimmy White.
Well, you had a few here, Joe, on home soil in Yorkshire.
Yeah, I gotta confess. You expect them to go in, don't you? Yeah. You see this red near the pocket. Very tough red to take on. But if it should go in, it's a frame winner. Yeah, well played. Well played. He wasn't going to play it. But he found the path round the back of the red, and it's nicely on the black, and I think the red will pass the green. So another really good chance this. Well, I'm saying it will pass the green. If it doesn't, it's a little bit more difficult to get onto that red. Not impossible. Goes to both middles. He doesn't want the kiss. He didn't want the kiss. He could have done without the kiss. It was coming round those two angles nicely on the red. He's pushed the green a little safer. Not entirely safe though. Just 10 points in it.
Done.
The only problem you can see really
15.
is yellow to green. And you could do with playing up towards the blue here. Makes it easier to get to the yellow. Played for the black though. He's
16.
got a good angle on the black. Mustn't snooker himself though. And because of that fact, he might not leave himself the best on the yellow to get to the green. Well, he couldn't have played this any better. He couldn't have played that one any better.
23.
He doesn't want to be straight. What a good positional shot that was. Well, what about that for a shot as well? My word, he's bringing them out, isn't he?
Well, no one can say he's not going for it. This is gutsy stuff from Murphy. He needs green, brown and blue.
Another beautiful shot.
28.
Terrific shot from Murphy. It's within his grasp.
Well, this has been a wonderful break. I mean, it started with a horrible red. Played the wonderful positional shot to yellow, got the green out. He needs the blue to pull one back.
37.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to play the red, you know. He was looking at the safety, but... And he thought, be positive.
Terrific clearance that. That's kept him in this final. 15-12.
He needed a good break-off, and he's got one. That's a good break-off. You can't make many century breaks from that. Look, you don't say Shaun Murphy like that often, do you, Mr. Nice Guy?
I think it's great to see. RonnieO'Sullivan said, don't be a nice guy in the arena. Ooh. What's happened here?
What's happened is he's left an easy chance. He totally misjudged that one. Caught the reds too thick and got the cannon. And he can pot this, but can he get to the black? He's got good cue power.
What?
He might just be able to play for the red into the same pocket. And now the black, when he removes this red, goes into both pockets.
8.
This is the thing, isn't it? There could be an earthquake going on and Mark Selby would stay calm. He's just observed Murphy there and thought, OK, well, let's see what happens in the next frame. And what's happened is Murphy has put him bang in.
Yeah, and when he sees Murphy being pumped up, this is the shot. He caught the reds too thick and got the cannon. An easy opener. When he sees Murphy pumped up, it could pump Mark Selby up. He's a fighter.
$16.
2 reds, 2 blacks. Somebody's optimistic.
Or just greedy. Because
17.
it's been a great tournament. We've had record centuries, 105, but not yet at 147.
He was in first in the last frame.
$24. $25.
Well, needless to say, we've never had one in a world final. Only one actually in the one table setup. That was Stephen Hendry in 1995 in the semi-finals.
Needs to miss the red. Nicely played. He got so close to hitting this red.
32.
But this is what he played to go past it. Now, all the reds now covering one another. So he could do with leaving an angle on the black just to give one of them a nudge. But to do that, he's got to have the angle.
33.
That's a little bit too much of an angle. This isn't straightforward now. No, it wasn't easy. And it looks like end of break.
40.
Tried to miss that red directly above the black. And then he would have been able to draw the cue ball through the reds, but caught the wrong red, so just a safety.
Mark Selby, 40.
No maximum, but a useful early lead in the frame. Of course, we're now guaranteed an interval. Murphy winning that last frame.
Well, they say fortune favours the brave, and he had a go, and he's got away with it. And I'm saying he's got away with it. There is a possible red to the left corner. He could take this one on, hit the other red, take the cue ball back down the table. He's got an easy safety.
Problem is right now with Murphy, it's got to be safe, hasn't it? Because he's just in the mood to take them on. And when he goes for them, he goes for them absolutely full-blooded. No one could say he's not going for them 100%.
Now that's a very, very brave shot to play. He wasn't going to play it. He was looking at the safety, what he was going to leave to the middle pocket by laying the cue ball up on the black cushion. And he took the ball by the horns there. Needs another good shot. It held its line. It was always to that near angle, and it held its line all the way.
So, chance number 2 in the frame, having lost position initially on 40. Just feels like Mark Selby's in the calm of the storm here.
9.
Got a pumped up opponent, a rowdy crowd, but he's just focusing on what he's doing. Trophy there in touching distance.
Well, he's pushed another red safe, so he's got 3 reds, possibly 4 reds safe. If he should miss, then he only needs these loose ones.
Well, if he does take this frame, as seems likely, Murphy surely has got to win the next one because he's got to keep Selby on 16. If he gets to 17, then
23.
Potentially just one visit from winning the title.
$24.
We'll need another red after this black.
Yeah, and he hasn't left himself the best angle on the black from that easy red. So just the red needed, just checking.
31.
There's a rather exaggerated cough there as he got down to play that one, but he didn't miss it, and he's on the red. So Mark Selby marches
32.
on towards the title. 2 frames needed now. As I say, the last before the interval. The next frame just feels like a must-win for Shaun Murphy. He's been staying with Selby in terms of the difference in frames,
37.
but he's not reducing the deficit. That's the problem. Remember, it was 10-7 overnight. They split the
38.
session this afternoon. Murphy has to win this session to win the title. He went for one in this frame.
45.
Pot it. Mark Selby potted a good red to get in for this second visit.
46. $53.
I think when Selby, as the red drops, I think when he lost the #1 spot 2 years ago, he entered a period of self-doubt, but he's come out of it with the help of Chris Henry, as has been talked about, who of course is in both of their corners, weirdly. And it's just managed to stay positive for most of the tournament. He went a bit negative at times in the semi-final. But,
61.
you know, he went for that red in this frame. He didn't close the shot with the 40-point lead. He went for it, he got it, and he's got closer to wrapping this up.
Yeah, it won him the frame,
62.
actually, didn't it? You know, going for that risky red, it won him the frame. He was going to play the safety. Being positive. It's got him that 4-frame lead again.
68.
Yeah, visits of 40 and 68 from Mark Selby, leaving now 2 frames from victory, leading 16-12.
Thank you. The 29th frame, Shaun Murphy to break.
Oh, the crowd trying to G him on. Give him some encouragement. Can he see enough of this red to the left corner?
I know one thing, whoever wins this final, snooker has won in a big way, having the crowd back, leading the way in many ways. I well remember going to the first event of the season, the Championship League, in lockdown. Not a lot of fun for everybody, but there's clearly light at the end of the tunnel, which is great news going forward, not just for snooker, but for everybody.
Now, where are they going to finish? Where are they going to finish? Favourably for Mark Selby.
Yeah, well, he's missed it by a mile, actually, hasn't he? But then they're running round. It's just basic luck where they finish, I suppose. Got the kiss.
Yeah, without the kiss, he could have left reds on easily.
Foul. With a miss. Mark Selby full. Back. Didn't have a lot to line it up with. Do you want to show me that, Jan, please?
Yeah, that's assisted.
It's near enough, right in front of the green. Just keep going that way, yeah. A bit more. Stop. And a little bit towards the green. Bang on.
All these guys have done a great job there.
Thanks.
Men and women who have refereed and officiated throughout the whole year.
That's just what he didn't want. Although, at this moment, you can only see one coming from this. A possible snooker. You could send the red down the table using the jaws of the pocket. Leave the cue ball dead on the cushion and not risk the pot.
One.
Nice touch. That's so difficult a shot to play. Seen it many times where left the cue ball short. Oh, I think the other side's more favourite. He could leave the red on to the middle if he doesn't catch them right, but he's okay. Another good safety.
Thank you, Shaun. Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby 6.
Anything else? He was trying to swerve round the pink.
Back. Show me what the pink was, please, yeah?
It's about a ball from that top red. A ball away from that top red.
It is now, yeah.
Oh, a bit more then. And about a fifth of a ball that side. Yeah, perfect.
Does that look Shaun?
I was going to say this way, but I'm on the ball.
I don't think it'll show us a lot on there. Is it?
Ball that way,
Going that way.
that way. And about a quarter ball further from the cushion. Further from the
Off
cushion.
from the cushion.
Keep going, keep going. Bit more. And a tiny bit more. Yeah.
Is that what they are?
I think it was a risky shot he was playing because that's what cost him the last frame. Oh, it cost him a chance of losing the last frame.
Yeah.
If anything, Paul, it's a little bit more further from the cushion. But it's absolute fractions.
I didn't think you had a full ball when I first looked, and I think you just about have there, haven't you? You didn't have a full ball, did you? Definitely. So, which brings it that way a fraction, I think. It looks pretty good to me, but obviously you played the shot.
Yeah, if it's right on the screen, it's right. I could hit the red that I'm trying to hit, I just didn't.
Yeah, sure.
You know.
I know you didn't have a full ball through, that was when I looked, so you still haven't got that.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark? Thanks, Shaun.
Well, the key thing there is Paul Collier, the referee, explaining he can't see a red full. So if he missed again, he wouldn't be warned.
Yeah, that's what he tried to play last time round, swerving round. Didn't want to get involved in rolling off the side cushion into the pack of reds. He wanted to play a good safety, opening the reds up and trying to put Selby under pressure, which he has done with that good safety. Got it a touch thick. And that was down to that good safety Shaun Murphy played last time round, opening the reds up. Now, what can he do? Not easy, either of these reds, left or right corner. Just over 22 minutes since his last pot. But there's pressure on everything he plays now. He's got a fortunate cue ball. Hasn't left anything on. But concerning that he missed it full ball, didn't hit the angles of the pocket. Well, somewhere over the left side of the table would put Shaun in trouble. And that looks like trouble.
But you saw him before he played the shot, working it out. He sort of pointed his cues at virtually that spot. It's where the white's finished. There's the safety success, not much to choose between them.
He might just have left a path back. Went behind the pink. He's underhit it again now. But again, he hasn't left anything.
Foul. And a miss.
If that white comes down the table a little bit,
Shaun Murphy full.
that red to the middle's on. A rare mistake from Selby. But the colour is not easy to get to. I'm not sure if he can hold for the black. If he can, it's happy days. The kiss could have been kinder.
One.
I thought he might have been able to play for the black there. Could have screwed onto those three reds. From 7 each. Shaun's only made 3 breaks over 50. It's a lot of frames. Over 8 frames.
Gringle.
Yeah, and yet he's been in quite a
Shaun
number of
Murphy
those
won.
frames, hasn't he?
Yeah, and in contrast, Mark Selby's had 8 breaks over 50. Just not scoring heavy enough, Shaun Murphy. And as you say, David, he has been in, he has had chances. That's a possibility. Just land up to the red. cue ball would be going into the reds. Now he's thinking of hitting that red thin and taking the cue ball back down the baulk area. He could land up to that red, as we've already pointed out. He doesn't leave anything on. Got to catch it thin. Just like that. Well, took some thinking about, but he got there. Red's going over the pocket. Doesn't want the kiss. He's covered it. Another good safety.
Minutes this frame. There's only actually been 2 red spotted.
Caught it much too thin. Now, is there something there? I think there might be. Yes, you can see it. And the black would then go into that pocket, if you can get to it.
These are big moments, though, aren't they, for Shaun Murphy? Because at the moment he's kind of hanging on a little bit in this huge session, this huge frame.
What?
That's possibly the worst kiss he could have got on the blue. He's not nicely on the blue, he's not nicely on the black. Although, if he picks that rest up, we'll give him the black.
Still only missed 1 from 22 attempts with the rest. Another big one coming up.
Well, that's okay. He's got a red to the right middle.
I think a lot of it, you know, it does come from the fact they were playing on these full-size tables from such a young age in tournaments. So used to using the rest. Obviously, as kids, they were so small. So they had to use it.
Well, it looks like an easy table, but it isn't. He's got 3 or 4 easy reds, and then the hard work starts.
Whatever happens, what a run he's been on. It's
16.
been a very difficult year for Shaun Murphy with all the restrictions, time away from his family, quite a lonely
17.
year. Wasn't really tipped widely amongst the names people came up with before the tournament began, but after a slowish start against Mark Davis, he started to play really well. He beat Yan Bingtao, of course Judd Trump, that thrilling quarter-final. And then Kyron Wilson with the great comeback. Remember, in that match, he won the last 8 frames. That's the sort of run he's looking to get on again here.
24. $25. $28. $29. 35.
Well, 31 more points doesn't sound much, but look at the table.
Yeah, not an easy one, but he can work his bit of magic. Little cannons here and there.
36.
Getting rid of the green helps because a red will now go into that pocket.
$43.
He still looks very focused and he's still giving everything. Bringing another red off the cushion. Anything but straight.
44.
I think he's unfortunate there. The blue's not on its spot.
Exactly, if it had been, he'd be all right, I think.
Yep. He'd have just been okay, but because the blue's not on its spot, surely he won't take the pink.
Well,
He's
he's
doing. Oh, what a shot. What a brave shot that was from Shaun Murphy.
Every credit. That was huge.
Full marks for that.
50.
Yeah, he knows it was
51.
used as well. Not ideal on the black though. Just waiting. Biding his time.
Yeah, and you can guarantee he'll be ready if he does have to come back to the table.
Well, I can't tell you how difficult these are with the rest.
58.
Such a difficult shot, this. Oh, such a difficult shot.
Shaun Murphy, 58.
And that's all he wanted, the red. He was on the black. Black would have done it for him.
Only the second one he's missed in this match with that piece of equipment. So Mark Selby does come back to the table. He's 52 behind, 67 available. A tough table, but frame could have been over. Would have been over if Selby had potted the red.
Yep, one good pot, Shaun. That's what they're saying. Just checking the scoreboard. Nicely played. That will do nicely. The black to make certain.
His corner leading the applause. He wanted to win the mini session, of course. He's not lost it, and he's not out of this final yet.
8.
Oh, what a good frame he's played, this frame, Shaun Murphy. He's knocked in some marvellous balls.
Well, he stayed positive. Red somehow wriggles in. Selby would have only needed one snooker had it stayed out. This was by no means clean. So it looks like it will be 12 frames played today, 6 frames each. Of course, Murphy at some point needs to win a mini session. He's got to win the next one, but he's not out of this yet. And Mark Selby, of course, will have
16.
observed the way he's playing, the way he's taking the game to him. If he starts potting more than he misses, then he can still turn this round. It's going to be a very interesting second half of the night. Selby's already got the mask on and he's walking out. He's still 2 away. Shaun Murphy not out of it yet. Selby leading 16-13. Of course, 17 here at the Crucible. It's all come down to this last mini session of the final.
It starts with a good break off. Cue ball close to the cushion. No more intervals. Everything happens in this session. No more breaks to save a player. I always say the last frame is the hardest to win, but this frame to get within 1 is also a hard one, because you know from then on, if you get in, you've got a chance of becoming champion. So this is always a hard frame, and you've got to remember that if you're the guy that's behind. Not the best safety, although the kiss on the brown could have been worse. This red to the right corner is full of danger. I'd be surprised if he took that one on. The long straight red to the left corner is a possibility. Could only leave the red he's playing on. And the black will go if he drops low on it. Good cue ball. He didn't play that cue ball back too far. He would have left the red to the right corner. So again, clever play that. Mark Selby would have been on the blue to get back to that red. Well, can he pot this? Oh, how close was that? Well, he wasn't on the black, so not a disaster. Hasn't left it on.
We're at that stage of the final now where every shot just feels huge. Shaun Murphy has got a good head-to-head record actually against Selby. It's 14-12 to Selby. But at the moment he needs to win 5-1. He's only done that once. That was back in the Premier League 9 years ago. A lot of their matches have been close. They played 60-siders. There's the match time. We're coming up to 10 hours. But in truth, you can add another 25 years to that, because that's how long it takes to reach the top, stay at the top. Mark Selby and Shaun Murphy, of course, both already world champions, but to stay at the very top of the sport, it takes so much work, so much dedication.
Quite happy to send that red down the table and have the safety play down this end of the table.
Talk about Murphy's year that he's had sort of marooned in Milton Keynes. At one point he had tendinitis. He couldn't even walk properly. He was literally crawling to the bathroom. That's how bad things got. So you can guarantee he's going to fight all the way here. As you say, try and keep Selby on 16 as long as he can.
So 2 reds down the back end, so definitely safety's going to be down this end now. Well, not quite dead this time, so Selby's got a chance to get the cue ball back to the cushion.
Eight minutes we've had playing this frame, nothing down. With reds going to bulk, it's been a bit of a standoff. If ever there was a man for a standoff, you're looking at him.
Yep, and when he sent that red down into the back end of the table, he knew what he was doing. Quite happy to make this into a safety game, which is what his intention was by sending that red down into the back area.
Well, we saw last night, didn't we, the last 2 frames. You know, they weren't pretty, but he won them, and that's what I guess what he's looking for again. He's won 69 frames in this tournament. He needs 2 more. They don't have to be 2 centuries. They can be anything. He just needs the 2 frames.
Absolutely. And because Shaun didn't get the cue ball dead on the cushion last time round, he finds himself now only able to roll into the reds. The importance of getting that cue ball dead on the cushion when you're playing this game.
Touching ball.
Just while we watch this, I want to just send my best wishes to Barry Hearn on his retirement. This is his last event before he retires as World Snooker Tour Chairman. The reason we've been able to bring you so many tournaments on Eurosport is because there are so many tournaments, and that's thanks to him.
Yeah, he wasn't in a good place before he arrived. But my word, the players have had some tournaments to play in, haven't they?
Well, when the pandemic hit, Joe, he sent an email to his whole staff at Matchroom and World Snooker Tour, and he said, do not worry, not one of you will lose your job. And what that meant was, of course, it emboldened them to think outside the box do all the planning necessary to have the season we've had. And we end up here at a packed Crucible.
Yeah, not straightforward this. You can see that red just below the pink spot to the middle. But very risky to take it on. Yeah, he's played that well. He's covered the reds. And that was so important because any slower and he would have left a red to the right middle. Looks like the only shot I can see really is to screw off the red above the cue ball, play the red onto the yellow tab, I think, screw back in behind the black. And he'll be happy with that. The red is on to the middle still, but it's very, very tough. Well, there it is. Although, having said that, he could take it on, leave the cue ball where the red is. He doesn't leave anything beyond the black if it goes in.
14.5 minutes this frame without a ball being potted. Is that about to change?
Tough shot. Another good shot. He's in. And this type of frame, as I said earlier, it suits him. Look at the clever shot there. He hadn't left anything. And if it goes in, there's a chance of winning. Down to him. What he does with this chance now.
Eight. Nine.
Remember last year, the semi-finals, he was 16-14 up on RonnieO'Sullivan, who overturned it in quite miraculous fashion. But just a few weeks later, Mark Selby won the first title of the new season, the European Masters, which suggested that he was in a good place mentally despite a big setback. Of course, he beat O'Sullivan pretty heavily, 9-3 to win the Scottish Open as well. There are his 2 titles coming in to this World Championship.
11. $12.
Well, that seemed to spring off the cushion. But he's okay. I think he played for the red to the left middle, actually. But
19.
if he didn't, it's a good shot.
There's the pot success for the whole tournament. 93%. Now, bear in mind how long these matches are. That is excellent.
Sure.
It's quite incredible, really.
20.
The amount amount of frames that these boys play.
Well, he's made 11 centuries, Mark Selby, in the tournament, over 40 half centuries as well.
Fearing the worst, Shaun Murphy, but preparing for the best if he gets a chance. Now, if the blue goes to the right middle,
23.
all well and good. If it doesn't, should have removed that red by now.
$24.
Not quite straight on it, on the blue, to be able to play for the red. So may have to go up into the balk area. Doesn't really want to at this stage.
$29. $30.
Maybe a chance to play for that red. That's blocking the blue going in the middle.
$33.
It's coming back down nicely. It's coming back down nicely for the blue. Could have done with just a little bit more left-hand side on the cue ball there. Going to try and keep things as easy as possible.
$40.
When potting that red allows the two reds into the left corner.
Well, he's really focused hard here, hasn't he? Got in with the terrific red after the long impasse at the start of the frame. Here it is.
47. $48. $55. $56.
Just a little look up at the scoreboard. This next red would leave Shaun needing snookers.
And would leave Mark Selby one time away from the title. He's really steeled himself, hasn't he, for this effort?
And it started with a great red, like you said.
63.
No sign of any twitching at all. Just solid as a rock.
64.
That's Mark Selby. There's the corner. They're not celebrating yet, but might not be too long now.
$69.
His wife Vicky sat through some thrillers here down the years.
70.
He's got a nice angle on the green to screw in behind these two reds, so play for this red on the baulk cushion, which he is doing.
$74. $75.
I think that could be okay.
80.
Just be able to drop it in.
$81.
Well, so much for keeping him on 16. Murphy now going to have to win the last 5 to stop Mark Selby winning 4th world title.
$86.
And then you start to wonder how many he can win. He won the 3, of course, then went off the ball a little bit here at the Crucible, but he gets to 4, then you start to think, well, is even the Stephen Hendry 7 possibility, because there's no better player over these 4-session matches than this man.
Now, it's had to take special performances from players to stop him in the past.
93.
You mentioned O'Sullivan last year. It was really special from Ronnie.
Well, first things first, win it this
95.
year. He's 1 frame from doing that, but it looks like he heads into that frame that he needs with another century.
98.
He played a great frame.
102.
Second century of the final from Mark Selby takes him to the brink.
$107.
Just seems to be in this cocoon of concentration. Once he got in, you could see the determination. And he's going to make a clearance to win the frame. That was superb.
Selby 120 on the frame.
120 from Mark Selby. He's 1 away at 17-13. 17-13. Selby on the brink. Murphy needing a giant comeback. It's got to be frame by frame.
And for the first time, he may have left a red on to the left corner. Will it cut to the middle? I think it may. He's overcut it. How? How did he overcut that? And now can Mark Selby cut it in? It looks easy, this, but I don't think it is. Got to be careful of the enough.
So, this is his first chance. In the frame he needs to win the title.
Yeah, he didn't play it very well.
Seven.
Now, is Shaun going to be able to see this red? He can. Started from the first red that. I thought it was going to come off the cushion, bounce off for the pink or blue.
Right.
Four.
Black doesn't go, but I think he was looking at the red. So already thinking 3 shots in front.
Five.
Perfectly played. Now, if the red next to the black goes, worth playing for. If not, then the red directly above the black. If he could land on that one, to be able to play the cannon to the red next to the black, and he could have done with coming another 6 inches or so. He can still get that shot.
10.
A little bit more difficult now. Played it well.
11.
Very well. Now he can choose to go into them or just drop it in. Now he can open more reds up.
It's got to be worth reminding yourself when you've done it before. 2007 quarter-final.
80.
He was 12-7 down to Matthew Stevens, who won the last 5 on that occasion. Well, the last 6, in fact.
19.
The red behind the black is causing him a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. He should still be able to manoeuvre the cue ball.
$26. $27.
Straight on the blue. And these are testing shots. Should get them. But so much at stake.
32.
Well, that's the thing. He's been crunching these in the whole 2 weeks, but we're at a very different stage of the tournament now. In it goes, though.
33.
What a picture. Full crucible. And the people who paid their money this evening, made all the effort to get here, will be hoping, I'm sure, that Shaun Murphy can make this closer, this final. The Mark Selby fans, maybe not.
$40. $41. $48. 49. $56. $57.
Mark Selby made that 120 break in the last frame. Murphy dishing out his own punishment here. Needs to finish it though. Selby was in first in this frame.
62. $63.
This black, barring snookers, he'll pull one back. Been very cool here, Shaun Murphy.
$70.
One snooker to tie, so he could do with this red in. And it's in.
71.
His wife, Elaine, couldn't come over from Ireland. She would have to quarantine. And of course, his two children are too young to come, but they'll be watching guaranteed. Maybe a bit late for his kids, but he's got plenty of support from the Murphy camp, and they'll be willing him on, as I say, every frame now. But these are good signs. He stepped in, he's made a very cool break here.
Showing great character, isn't he?
Been 19 years since we had a deciding frame finish to Crucible Finals. Only ever been 3. Peter Ebdon, Stephen Hendry the last in 2002.
85. 86.
This is the sort of snooker Shaun Murphy will have to produce to force one this year, but good signs here in this frame.
92.
Selby was in, as Joe said, red and a pink. Mr. Red.
Yeah, he didn't finish on the pink, did he? As he intended.
But what about this for a response? Mark Selby made a century last frame. Back comes Shaun Murphy with one of his own.
And look at the crowd.
100.
$100 exactly from Shaun Murphy. This is not over yet. When he got the chance, he took it superbly. So Mark Selby's lead is cut to 17-14. So Mark Selby still won away. It was 17-13. Shaun Murphy made 100 exactly, his second century of this final.
Thank you. The 32nd frame. Mark Selby to break. Quiet,
yes,
please.
The 32nd of a possible 35 frames.
You clean the red. Yes, yeah.
pot. He was scared about hitting the black. And this time it's Shaun Murphy who gets the kiss on the brown.
Karen Wilson said that Shaun was being a bit theatrical with his fist pumping in their semi-final. This is theatre. We're literally in a theatre. And it's getting more dramatic every minute, this final.
Yeah, I think he's found some within himself. No more Mr. Nice Guy.
He's 13.
He needs a bit of luck. Well, he's got a
Shaun
good
Murphy,
cue ball.
13.
How close was this? I thought that was in. Well, this is tough. This is really tough. He'd have to play this cushion first to get onto the black. You can pot it direct, but there's no way to get to the black, so cushion first. Is he too hard? He is, he's too hard.
One.
Well, make of that stat what you like. Mark Selby's more interested in position, which he didn't get. This is also what we missed at the Crucible, not just the applause, but the oohs and ahs there. No one was quite sure until they saw the cue ball finish here.
Pink ball.
Again, this is dangerous.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Selby won.
Miss the
Shaun
pink
Murphy,
top
6.
side.
Back.
Leave an easy red on. He can see the black. Full ball. So he can afford to go for this one more time. After that, he'd be warned.
Got that, Mark. Sure. Pink ball.
Cool customer. Not easy to judge the pace, you know, at this stage of the tournament. I always think if you play that shot, there's a possibility
Touching ball.
of leaving a touching ball. So if you're going to play into the pack, then just roll into them so you don't leave a touching ball. But coming off the side cushion, there's always that risk. And now he can play the cue ball anywhere he wants. He just doesn't want to leave that loose red on, because you know Shaun will have a go at it and he will likely pot it. Looks like he's going to take the risk. He's trying to get the cue ball dead on the cushion behind the green, so that he can hide that red. But he's underhit it. He didn't play that one well at all. Now, what can Murphy do? I think he's got two reds to go at. Now Selby, will he take it on? Difficult to avoid everything.
foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy 4.
Selby could have took this same red on a moment ago. Well, now that that red isn't there, it might be worthwhile taking this red on. The reason he didn't take it on last time is because he could have cannoned into that red. Can't be tempted. He's pushed one out, and surely he'll be tempted this time. Well, everything difficult at this stage of the match. Just because the red's close to the pocket doesn't mean to say it's easy. Now, there's plenty of pressure out there. And Shaun with a good chance here. Knocked in that century break in the last frame. You can tell that he's not confident. Mark Selby refused the other long red. And Shaun will be picking up on this, make no mistake.
One.
So he gets a chance to potentially pull another one back.
Well, it's a great chance this, David, really is.
Well, the way he took the last one, in the last frame, it's an encouraging sign. There was no faltering from Shaun Murphy.
4.
But make no mistake, every ball he's on, he's under pressure. It could be his last shot of the tournament.
5. $12. 13. 20. 21.
Got to concentrate on the blue, the pink. Sat on the black, the pink and the blue, and the commission really. As long as he can keep that cue ball under control, which he is doing.
28.
Oh, he did
29.
play that one well, though. This is a nervy little shot if he plays it, and I think he's got to. It's there. Much to the enjoyment of the crowd.
36.
We're really getting behind their man.
Perhaps wondering if we are going to get the fairy tale finish.
Hopefully, from Shaun's point of view, it misses the black. This is so difficult. Well, again, it's not ideal, this. But he did so well to pot that, miss the black, and nearly come onto it. Will he get another chance, Mark Selby? It's there. And so is the cannon.
$44.
He needs another red in the colour. And it could be the spider again. Well played. Any colour. And he's going to have pulled another one back.
I'll tell you what, this is some effort. He's pulling out the shots, isn't he? And Mark Selby is watching it. Watching a man on the comeback trail.
And there's nothing worse sat in your chair and seeing a
48.
guy knocking balls in off the lampshade, coming back at you.
49.
Especially this man. I mean, what a cueist he is. And he's got that aggression in his game. He's had it all tournament. But this has been, again, a very studied break. It's not been straightforward. He's had pressure balls to go at. They're still going in. There's only going to be 2 in it.
57.
Again, he had a good chance, that long red, Mark Selby.
$64.
And it could well be
65.
back-to-back centuries, the way this guy is playing.
Yeah, Mark Selby watching this knows that Shaun Murphy potentially needs just 3 more chances
70.
to win this tournament and deny him a 4th world title. And that's because of how well he's playing here.
Trying to
71.
bring the red off the cushion. He just can't miss.
To be able to do this here under the pressure,
76.
under the lights, the attention that's on him, everything at stake. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive.
77.
So, it was 17-13. It was 17-14. It's going to be 17-15. If Murphy wins the next, this final is anyone's.
85.
And that cue
88.
action is getting more confident. You can almost see it. He's stomping around the table again and very, very intimidating.
92.
Well, what a time to produce back-to-back
97.
centuries. That's what it'll be with this pink. Not just coming back, but coming back in style.
103.
100 and then 110. They're cheering him on here. Shaun Murphy wins 2 on the spin. It's a lot closer, 17-15.
Thank you. The 33rd frame. Shaun Murphy to break. Thank you.
Once again, he's left a chance at this red to the left corner. Well, I think the red will cut to the middle, but it's dangerous. Cue ball could be going into the other red. Where's it all going to finish? Oh, not good for Shaun Murphy. Now, what's Max Selby got? He's got a chance.
Nearly 11 hours. They say all you need is a chance, but bang under it because of how well Murphy's playing. Crowd behind him as well. Can Mr. Cool just calm it down here?
1.
Well, at this stage of the game, he just wants to concentrate on each ball at a time, try and build a lead.
We saw it, didn't we, 3 years ago with Mark Williams, who's won that title 3 times, that trophy, against John Higgins, who's won it 4 times.
8.
Higgins was coming back at him, and Williams, in the end, did find a response. These are the names that Selby belongs with, these multi-champions. If he does win one more frame, he'll join John Higgins on 4. Only Stephen Hendry, Steve Davis and RonnieO'Sullivan ahead of him at the Crucible in terms of title victories.
And to hit it, he's going to have to go down for the blue. Got to get the right side of it.
16.
Can always make sure of being the right side by playing for the ball colour.
$17.
And he's straight. And this is where you've got to play shots, kicking yourself. Knows he should have been the right side of the blue. Now he's saying to himself, why was it the wrong side?
22. 23.
Doesn't want to be straight. Now a chance to open more reds up.
His wife Vicky watching
30.
on nervously under that mask.
Oh, he's overscrewed it.
31.
He's overscrewed it. His next red is not going to be easy.
$38.
He could take the red onto the middle, but he leaves one to the yellow pocket. He could take one to the green pocket, and he could leave 2 or 3 reds on. biding his time. Oh, how close was that? And he knows it, and he's left the red on. She must be in bits.
Well, especially having watched Murphy take the last 2 frames the way he has. Another chance for the magician.
One.
That's one safe red.
Four. Five. $12. 13.
One more easy red to go for. Decided to go into them. Well, he's not ideal on this red.
18.
And he's still left 3 safe reds in the bunch. Again, this is tough. Oh, right in the middle.
19.
Just keeps potting those sort of balls, doesn't he?
I can't tell you how difficult that shot was that he's just played at this stage of the match. Didn't want the kiss, and that's took him out of position. Barring miracles, that's end of break.
Just flick the brown.
22.
Well, I don't know who's going to win from here, but I think Snooker got the final it deserved. A very exciting one, a high-quality one, a close one.
And a full house to watch it.
Exactly.
Plus millions more.
That's made it, though, Joe, hasn't it, having all the people here?
Oh, absolutely, David. I mean, the atmosphere. It's such a rowdy crowd, but listen, you can hear a pin drop now. That's not the best,
Shaun
but
Murphy, 22.
Mark Selby hasn't knocked anything in at distance for a while. I'd be surprised if he took this on, actually. Cue ball looks to be going into the reds. Problem is, if he doesn't, Murphy will.
Well, doesn't make happy reading for Selby, that does it, in this session? Just 10% on the long potting.
Yeah, I don't blame him. His long potting has deserted him, and that was very risky. Had he took it on and missed it, the cue ball's going into the reds.
Settle down now, please.
trying to shut up shop with a 16-point lead. Great pot. Great pot.
Whoa.
And Mark Selby knew he was leaving that red on. They've still got the problem of those 3 reds. And that's if you can pop this red down the cushion. He's missed a couple this evening with the rest, and this is a tough one.
6.
It's funny though, because at the moment he looks like he's on top. Obviously he's won the last 2 frames. He's queuing like a dream. And Selby isn't looking confident.
How good are those shots? When he says it's the best in the world with the rest, I won't ever argue with him again. He's got the right angle on the pink to disturb those 3 reds. And now, every chance. He needs that safe red on the left side cushion.
13.
Shaun Murphy going for his shots, getting his shots under this intense pressure.
14.
Mark Selby had a chance in this frame. He
21.
screwed into the reds and left himself under the cushion. And then missed the red very, very narrowly to the green pocket.
22.
But it's going to come down to that red on the left side cushion, and that isn't easy. He's going to try and find a way of taking that red away from the cushion. And the black
28.
could be the ball to do it with. Could choose the blue. $12 points the lead. If he's got the angle on the pink to bring the red into play, she can't look.
Yeah, he's got his friends here.
Well, this is do or die, isn't it? You get this, you win the frame.
35.
If you don't, you're out of the tournament. And Mark Selby would be world champion. All on this shot.
17 days at the Crucible. And as Joe says, this feels like the biggest shot of the whole tournament.
I can't believe he's taking it on, actually, but he's so good with the rest. No, Mark Selby gets his chance, and he won't get a better one.
Exactly, it's the sort of chance at this stage he's looking for. Ball over the pocket, everything in the open. This is why it just caught the cushion, didn't it, and stayed out.
Yeah, what a brave shot, though, to take on. He's took a lot of balls on.
Yeah, he was only going to win this final by going for his shots. It's got him this far. If that goes in, it's 17-16.
You can't fault him. And he's not out yet.
1.
He might have to take the green here. The blue's okay as well. He can come up and down the table for the yellow.
Well, I know one thing. If Mark Selby, Joe, doesn't take it out here, then Shaun Murphy will seriously fancy the job.
Looks good. Looks good. He couldn't have played that much better. He'd have liked a little angle on the yellow.
6.
Because he's got to get good on the green to get to the brown. Nothing for being short on the green here. And that looks just about right.
He's played so well in this championship. He's been pressed here at the end of the final. He needs to put these away now. And then all the pressure goes away for another year. This was the red. Big shot. It goes in, it's a frame winner for sure.
Yeah, like you said, though, it caught the cushion just a little bit too early. He needs them all. He needs them all. Doesn't want to be straight on the brown. There's a little bit of noise in the audience.
He's got a microphone on somewhere.
There's a microphone on. They're getting ready to come and do the interviews. Well, it's not over yet. He's still got to pot 4 balls.
And that is not a good shot.
15.
That is not a good shot. He's a big pressure player, though. He's hoping. It looks good, this. It looks good. If he gets the pink, Murphy can only tie.
20.
It's just run that little bit too far.
Well, he never does it the easy way, does he, Mark Selby? Pink to lead by 7 with the black on.
It looks good again. Doesn't want to be under the cushion. What a shot that was from Selby
26.
at this stage of the match.
Well, does anyone try harder than this man? He needs one more ball. And he's our champion.
Can you
Packed
clear
house
that entrance, please?
here at the Crucible, holding their breath. Well, there's still noises off. There's still noises off that are putting him off. In it goes. For the 4th time, Mark Selby is king of the Crucible. 2014, 2016, 2017, and here in 2021, he's won a great battle with Shaun Murphy in a packed Crucible theatre. 18 frames to 15. My word, he's relieved to pop that black. It was getting tense, wasn't it? But there's the reaction. After 17 days, he's the last man standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic end to a fantastic Crucible final here.
Betfred World Snooker Champion for the 4th time, Mark Selby.
Well, what a wonderful occasion it's been.
Mark Selby!
And what a great champion we have. And just savour these scenes. Think of the year we've had. All the behind closed doors action. We've watched great action, but this is what we want. This sort of atmosphere. So in 2021, it's congratulations to Mark Selby. And it's congratulations as well to the sport of snooker.